Soon after, this place erupted into laughter. Ha ha ha! The younger disciples in the academy all began to laugh. Their expressions were all extremely strange and rich with interest. There were even some who gave Xianxia a big thumbs up. Junior brother, we are waiting for you to enter. When the time comes, let's chat about how outstanding the greatest ranked beauties are. Just the thought alone is wonderful. The scene of goddesses exiting the bath. It is definitely stunning to the extreme. It was clear that there were a few kindred spirits that were not hostile towards him or looked down on him. Instead, they revealed goodwill and laughed loudly, making eyes at Xianxia. Perverts, lechers, absolutely disgraceful. Chun Lin's long, shapely eyebrows stood on end as she gnashed her teeth. She felt endless loathing and contempt for Xianxia and that group of people. Wu Feng was even more direct with his words, saying, "What nonsense! Even people like this can enter my academy? Get him out. What kind of thing is this?" His eyes flickered with cold radiance. There were naturally a group of flower-protecting envoys nearby. They were all excited, criticizing and scolding Xianxia on and on. Of course, there were quite a few female disciples that joined in on this, berating the students that released ambiguous laughter previously. This place was extremely noisy. Xiaoxia's face was extremely innocent as he said, "What are you all talking about? My intention is that if I can climb up the heavenly staircase, wouldn't I be able to enter the immortal pond? A baptism in the tribulation crossing divine lotus water. This is too great. Come on, we are all men, so don't try to look all dignified. Brother, why not just directly say which beauty you would prefer to enter the divine pond with?" Someone laughed and said. Of course, this triggered a few people's condemnation, especially Wu Feng's group of people who revealed cold sneers. Really? How can you all think like that? Xianxia looked towards Lin, Wu Feng, and the others. I didn't even say much. Why do you all have to continuously associate me in that direction? You all really aren't pure. Seeing him with his deadly earnest face and counter-criticism, Lin's expression changed. It seemed like she cared about this quite a bit. You pervert, you definitely won't be able to enter the academy. When the time comes, you'll be tossed out. Don't waste your time thinking about it anymore. Do you really think he can climb the heavenly staircase? He will definitely become a laughingstock. How can someone like him be able to? Wu Feng ridiculed, shaking his head there. Of course I can. Widen all of your crossed eyes and watch carefully in a bit. Xianxia said. What did you say? Lin's phoenix eyes stood up vertically. Her beautiful pupils were full of coldness. Meanwhile, Wu Feng and the others' faces fell, staring at him with ill will. I want to make sure again. Are the rewards you all were talking about just now real? Xianxia didn't pay them any attention, instead looking towards those around him and asking a step further out of fear of being swindled. Of course. Then that's good. Actually, bathing with a few exceptional beauties really isn't bad either, Xianxia said. He had his arms crossed in front of him, a brilliant smile resting on his face. Pervert, absolutely vulgar. You've exposed yourself. Scoundrel. Where did this fella come from? There was a group of people who clearly couldn't take it anymore, most of them being women, but of course, there were quite a few flower-protecting envoys as well. The few that incited Xianxia earlier all slipped away, fearful of inciting public anger. The events that happened here drew the attention of the people in the distance. Not only were there people from the academy, but also cultivators in the open market. They all revealed looks of surprise. Someone was going to try the heavenly staircase? How many years has it been since something like this had happened? It was because this task was too difficult and seemingly impossible to accomplish. Soon after, news traveled outwards, attracting many people's attention. Xianxia didn't mind this at all. He wanted to openly pass this trial, and then acquire the baptism in the tribulation crossing divine lotus pond. If there really was a giant that paid attention and saw through his true body, then he wouldn't mind directly using a realm-shattering symbol to flee. For him, this was an extremely enticing and irrefusable opportunity. Only the tribulation-crossing divine lotus elixir could give him a chance at successfully eating the golden Bodhi fruit. Are you serious? The heavenly staircase that has been collecting dust all this time is being opened up? Someone is going to challenge it? I recall that the heavenly staircase is insurmountable. Normally speaking, one would definitely fail. Has there been anyone that succeeded after all these years? When news traveled into the depths of the courtyard, many students were shocked. They all felt that this was inconceivable. These people were all elites and carefully selected. They stood out from countless geniuses to arrive here. Yet when they asked themselves, they found that none of them had the courage of challenging the heavenly staircase. Major news, explosive news. The fresh new top 10 beauty rankings are out and published. A new outstanding beauty has been added. Someone has said that they wish to spend a wonderful night with all 10 beauties together and issued a challenge. These news struck down like thunder. Someone fearlessly brought out Goddess Academy's fresh rankings and even added this type of heavyweight news. As expected, a great commotion was produced. Who dares to act so delusional? Who is it? What kind of pervert appeared actually daring to talk about our 10 beauties like this? Once Feng Wu appears, who can compete against her? They will most likely all be completely suppressed. When these news went out, the academy was greatly shaken up. Even a few low-profile young cultivators that only knew how to bury themselves in bitter cultivation appeared. They all felt quite shocked. Who here among you all can ascend the heavenly staircase? I heard that a youngster came to our entrance and wishes to challenge the limit. Go, let's see what kind of saint this is. There were a few small genius groups. They were all discussing this among themselves. In this short period of time, news seemed to have grown wings, spreading in all directions and producing a huge commotion. Of course, the academy was too big, so there were still many who felt that it was below them to care about this. When they heard this, they all treated it like a joke, not paying it any attention. This was especially the case for the ranked beauties. They even more so disregarded this, not showing any interest. They felt like people were making up things to talk about. How could anyone ascend the heavenly staircase to enter the academy? Meanwhile, those most powerful geniuses in the courtyard all sneered. Those that were in isolation remained in isolation. Those comprehending the Tao continued their comprehension, feeling disinclined to pay this any attention. It really is a pity. There are 10 great extremely beauties, yet not a single one came out, not treating this like anything important at all. We worked hard for nothing. A few people sighed in despair. There were originally many people who spread the news, hoping to make a few of the 10 great beauties appear. Yet in the end, they were disappointed. The ones everyone was looking forward to seeing didn't appear. However, the academy entrance was still quite lively with activity, with quite a few people arriving, wishing to see who it was that dared to tread upon the heavenly staircase. Of course, when they were all tallied up, the number of those that arrived was less than a tenth of the academy's total population. The so-called heavenly staircase was right within the enormous great gates. Facing the main entrance was an enormous high platform that was extremely vast. Normally, no one paid it any attention, nor did anyone ascend it. At this moment, someone displayed magical force to clean up the dust over its surface, revealing a simple and unadorned stone platform. There were complex and mysterious patterns carved on its surface. Hao walked forward, preparing to ascend the platform. Hold on! Wu Feng walked up, blocking Hao's path. He sneered and taunted. My Goddess Academy is one of the 3,000 provinces' greatest inheritances. A random cat or dog like you can come stir up trouble and ascend the heavenly staircase. Pass my trial first, or else you will just make everyone feel like you came to make a joke out of yourself. He didn't give Hao any face and spoke like this. In the rear, there were people everywhere. There were cultivators from the open market, as well as students from the academy. They all looked in this direction. As you wish. Previously, Hao didn't feel like bickering with him, but now that he decided to do this, he didn't act so politely anymore. With a hong sound, his body shone and his long hair danced about. Even though his face was delicate and pretty, his entire body seemed to have ignited with divine flame. Terrifying energy overflowed into the heavens, making him look like a divine king. He was completely submerged in the blazing radiance. Duo. How shouted loudly, and then as if divine lightning hacked out, Wu Feng was blasted until he immediately coughed out large mouthfuls of blood. The symbols over his entire body grew dim, and then he flew outwards. At this moment, the scene immediately became quiet. Not a single voice could be heard. All of the clamoring sounds vanished. Everyone became shocked. Chun Lin looked forward with absolute disbelief. This youth was like a devil god. His entire body was covered in blazing light flames that pulsed around the surface of his body, leaving her heart shaken. Heavens! This fella is so powerful. It almost feels like a young heavenly deity is moving about. A few young ladies screamed out. The people that looked down on How just now felt as if they were being suffocated. They now all felt a great pressure. This place immediately became quiet. Everyone had a feeling that something major might happen today. In the distance, Wu Feng crawled to his feet with difficulty. His body trembled lightly, and then he coughed out another mouthful of blood. Only then did he feel a bit better. His face was as pale as snow. He looked at the figure in front of him with horror. With a schwa sound, How leapt onto the tall platform like a true dragon soaring into the skies. In that instant, the scene was changed greatly. The high platform turned into a fighting arena. In the arena was an enormous rock. Everyone inwardly thought to themselves and conservatively estimated that it should be at least 150 or 60,000 jin in weight. Those that wished to take the trial were required to raise it. This is just too easy, right? Does treading on the heavenly staircase only require this much? For us, it is just a simple task. Some people were shocked. They all felt that it was too easy. However, with How's steps, many people closed their eyes, because they discovered that How was shrinking, turning into a child. He was now only 7 to 8 years old. Meanwhile, there were layers of ripples around the arena as well that affected many people. Everyone felt as if they returned to their childhood, back to the blood transformation realm. Heavens! What is happening? Why do I feel like I've returned to being a kid? This is why the arena is terrifying. Everyone finally understood. This was a test of the perfection of one's blood transformation, judging how powerful someone really was. Normally speaking, the strength of heavenly ranked vicious beasts' descendants during their childhood wouldn't be more than 100,000 jin, a number difficult to exceed. Yet now there was 150,000 jin enormous rock there. What did this mean? This was a large chunk greater than many of the most powerful races. Ripples scattered outwards. Many people felt that an enormous rock was smashing towards their own childhood years. They felt extremely powerless, as if they were being suffocated. The scene was too lifelike. How was extremely calm. When he was young, he directly carried enormous boulders weighing more than 100,000 jin while running under waterfalls. He could even raise enormous boulders weighing over 200,000 jin. He walked forward and directly picked it up, lifting it above his head. Many people nearby the tall platform cried out, their faces turning snow white. They felt that if they also participated, their bodies would have been crushed under the 150,000 jin enormous rock. How terrifying! Many people's entire bodies were covered in sweat. They quickly backed up, not daring to come closer again. They wanted to stay away from those ripples. This person was able to raise an enormous rock weighing 150,000 jin during his childhood? Heaven-defying. Everyone's minds were shaken. However, what left them shocked was that How lowered the enormous rock. Then, after winding his right leg back, he kicked this enormous rock into the sky, blasting it apart right there and then. This is world-shocking divine force. Divine might. Did he grow up drinking true dragon blood? Many people cried out in alarm, all finding this hard to believe. Chun Lin even more so widened her large beautiful eyes and held her brightly colored red lips, fearing that she would cry outwards. Wu Feng and the others' faces were devoid of color, their scalps feeling numb. They deeply felt that this was an absolute freak. Dang! A sound rang through the air, resounding through Goddess Academy, shaking up the open market outside. This indicated that How smoothly passed the first trial. This person isn't simple. He successfully passed the first stage. He wasn't just a vulgar claptrap here to please the crowd. Within the academy depths, the ranked beauties were shocked. There were also heaven-warping talents that were astonished. However, they still didn't come out. The high platform's scenery changed again. 10 suns appeared around the arena, crushing down together to suppress this youth. See, everyone sucked in a cold breath of air. These were 10 heavenly passages, open to the limit, reaching the human race's limit of power. It was going to suppress everyone here. This trial isn't easy to pass. Normally, a tie is already enough. That is except for a few special races where their heavenly passage strength surpasses the limit. Someone commented. However, something shocking happened. Sure how allowed the 10 heavenly passages to crush down. His body shone with brilliant light, completely blasting through them all. Dang! Another ringing sounded, resounding through Goddess Academy, indicating that he passed. So quick! He succeeded in the second trial. Did a monster come? Within the academy depths, a few people stood up. The ranked beauties were shocked, finding it difficult to hide their astonished expressions. As for the academy entrance, those people had long been stunned. Then noise erupted. Dang! Soon after, the third bell sounded, long and drawn out, echoing especially far. This can't be. The third trial was also passed? This is just too fast. Is he really undergoing the trials? Within the academy, a few heaven-warping geniuses couldn't sit still anymore. They couldn't remain calm. Dang! The fourth bell sound reverberated through the air, ringing like thunder, continuously rumbled. Heavens, he passed the fourth trial. This won't do. I have to see who exactly this person is. There were exceptional beauties who walked out from their isolation, hurrying towards the academy entrance. You've provoked my curiosity. What kind of person is this? Meanwhile, within the other fine residences, there were exceptional beauties who stood up. They flung aside their original disdain and hurried towards the heavenly staircase. I want to see what kind of person this is. The previously overconfident youths that were known as the Academy's heaven-warping geniuses also moved. Dang! Of course, right when they began to move, the fifth bell sound rang outwards. Truly was a powerful sound. Those geniuses and exceptional beauties were stupefied. This was just too fast and ferocious. They hurriedly increased speed, fearing that they would miss out and not be able to see that scene. This is unprecedented. This kind of speed, it should have broken all past records. Right? Someone cried out with a trembling voice. As for the academy entrance, it was long in an uproar. This is a freak, actually passing 5 trials, moreover with such speed. Simply inconceivable. Is something major really going to happen today? This fella is so ferocious. At the academy entrance, everyone's eyeballs were popping out. They all felt that this was unbelievable. A seemingly gentle youth actually acted so ferociously, continuously breaking through these trials and pressing forward fiercely. How many years had it been since someone came to challenge this? The heavenly staircase was difficult to pass, so difficult that not even the ancient sages, the past outstanding individuals, ancient heavenly deities and others were able to pass it. They all failed. On the high platform, a sphere of light rose. Sure How was stretching out his hand and carrying out a ferocious confrontation. Magical chains appeared one after another, releasing clear metallic sounds to bind him up. This was the 6th trial. He was confronting the divine chains of order, a battle of the supreme expert realm. This fella looked quite despicable before, like a pervert, but now he doesn't seem so bad, quite handsome. He is extremely formidable. Hey! Can you stop acting like such a love-struck idiot? But he really isn't that bad. His hair is so shiny, his eyes bright, his face delicate and pretty, and he is so powerful to top it all off. He really can be considered handsome. A few young ladies became excited, chattering among themselves. Their faces were full of excitement. A few of them defected, changing the situation, no longer attacking Sure How. Their attitudes were now leaning towards the other side. Everyone looked forward. Sure How released blinding radiance. Auspicious multicolored light continuously surged, pulsing like divine flames in an incomparably brilliant manner. It made him look incredibly heroic. Dong! He reached out his hand and formed a fist imprint, and then he fiercely blasted out. It unexpectedly released the roaring of a flood that rumbled through everyone's ears. Primordial energy rushed out in all directions, making the heaven and earth here tremble. His tall figure surged with heaven overflowing divine might like a supreme being among deities. He swept through everything before him, forcing his way through all that stood in his way, leaving this place shaken. How could it be like this? Wu Feng's voice was trembling. He couldn't accept this reality. When he thought of the confrontation that took place not too long ago, and then looked at the heaven-warping martial talent appearance in front of him now, his face became snow white. The group of people beside him closed their mouths. Earlier, they ridiculed Sure How together, mocking how he didn't know how high heaven was or how deep the earth went, that he should just forget about climbing up the heavenly staircase. However, the things that happened now were the most effective counterattack. It left them absolutely speechless and inwardly shaken. All of them were so shocked that they felt dizzy. Great waves stirred within their heart. I didn't come too late, right? A blue-clothed young lady elegantly arrived. Her eyes were like sapphire, and her hair was also a watery blue, lightly moving about like a blue waterfall. She carried a smile on her face. Her entire body was glowing, possessing an indescribable type of gentle beauty like that of water. Her intelligent appearance carried a scared feeling that drew people's attention. Yi Tianyao arrived. The bell sounds even left her alarmed. In that instant, voices sounded in this place. Many men revealed passionate eyes as they looked over towards the beautiful figure. Ha! A ranked beauty was startled. The fourth-ranked Tianyao has appeared. Not only the men were crying out and revealing fiery gazes, even a few ladies were shocked. They attached great importance to this young lady who was graceful like a fairy. Major news, junior sister Tianyao has come out of isolation. Senior and junior brothers, are you all gonna still stay calm? Hurry and go take a look. Within the academy depths, many people received news. They were extremely shocked, and all of them got up, hurrying towards the academy entrance. He is the one that's treading on the heavenly staircase? Tianyao gathered her ocean blue hair. Her spotlessly white cheeks revealed a smiling expression as she focused her attention in that direction. With a hula sound, a group of people arrived, included within both men and women. Junior sister Tianyao, this fella does not have any good intentions. He wishes to bathe together with you all. Someone spoke, loudly reminding that she had to be careful. Hey, senior brother Liu, can you not slander others, please? A female student called him out, speaking on Sure Hao's behalf. When Tianyao heard this, she laughed. Her beautiful teeth shone brilliantly. She didn't declare where she stood, only continuing to stare at the figure on that tall platform. Hong! Right at this moment, on the tall platform, something strange happened. Those magical chains of order all shone, igniting into a golden color. They then wrapped around Sure Hao. What a powerful aura! Everyone focused their attention, feeling extremely nervous. Even from far away, they felt as if they couldn't breathe, their chests feeling oppressed. This is a trial of order, testing one's understanding of the natural laws. Tianyao spoke. Her beautiful eyes blinked, sparkling with divine light. Her white dress fluttered about stunningly. Kacha! A sound rang through the air. Everyone trembled inwardly. The golden divine chains closed in inch by inch, ultimately entering Sure Hao's flesh to break him apart into several pieces. Meanwhile, divine splendor curled about and Dao sounds rumbled. Magical chains rang out with zheng sounds. Sparks flew everywhere. Everyone knew that Sure Hao was in trouble. If he couldn't break through this, then he might have his body torn apart by the divine chains. Blood would dye the heavenly staircase. A trace of color returned to Wu Feng's pale face. I knew that he would fail. He was definitely faking it before. Everything will be exposed soon. Someone hurried over, a male in purple clothes. He was incomparably heroic. When his eyes opened and closed, The light that was released was sharp like cold lightning. Senior brother Yi Lingxue came out of isolation as well. Someone cried out in shock. This was clearly a well-known person, a genius of Goddess Academy. He was an extremely powerful expert. Yi Lingxue looked onto the high platform and revealed a faint smile. It seems like he has encountered quite the problem. He might not be able to pass. He is going to fail. Hurry up and tear his body apart. Goddess Academy is not a place you can enter, Wu Feng said softly out of hatred. His face was sinister, losing his calm heart. He clenched his fists and watched nervously, truly wishing for sure how to fail. Kacha! Suddenly, all of the magical chains on the tall platform broke. Sure how broke free, like a demonic god bathed in flames. There were bone texts all around him. Divine flames rushed several dozen zhang into the air. In that instant, all of the magical chains broke, turning into flowing light that rushed in all directions. Sure how stood there with his back towards everyone. He was like a divine furnace, releasing boundless divine might. Flames overflowed into the heavens. Dang! The sixth bell sound rang into the depths of Goddess Academy. At this moment, even the students who didn't know what the bell sounds represented raised their heads. They all felt shocked and prepared to see what was happening. Meanwhile, the open market was in chaos. As for the academy entrance, everyone was clamoring with noise. Many people's mouths were wide open. Chun Lin had been pushed out of the top 10 beauty ranking, now the 11th rank. Her mood was originally terrible, and as a result she ridiculed Sure Hao. She never expected that she would encounter this type of freak who would deliver this type of shocking performance. She covered her bright red lips with her hand, and her beautiful eyes were wide open. Her face was covered with an expression of shock, feeling that this was unimaginable. Her heart was pounding unendingly. The youth that she treated with contempt was actually going to establish a legend, one that had been covered in dust all this time. It is already the 6th stage. There are still 3 more and he will succeed. This really is hard to imagine. The heavenly staircase no one could travel through for all these years is going to be passed. If he succeeds, this will definitely be recorded in my Goddess Academy's history. That might not be the case. Rumor has it that Feng Wu can get through as well, only that she never openly displayed her skills. An expert silenced the Dao bell, not allowing it to sound. A group of people discussed among themselves. They were all stirred up and excited. Of course, there were quite a few who were jealous with complicated expressions. When they thought about how they still wanted to attack Sure Hao before, they couldn't help but panic. Of course, Goddess Academy's sect masters all learned of this as well. True deities, saints, and heavenly deities appeared one after another. Hey, I haven't seen his true appearance yet. Why doesn't he turn around? Tian Yao said. She wrinkled her fine nose, yet she could only see a rear figure. Yi Lingxue was speechless. Just now, he thought that Sure Hao had already failed, yet in the end, as soon as he spoke, the other party passed. On the high platform, the scene was changing. White mist scattered. Dragon scales flickered in the sky. A mountainous dragon claw reached out, incomparably sharp and flickering with gold light as it surrounded that youth. Hong! Many people were horrified. They retreated backwards. This was a type of heavenly might that terrified one down to their hearts. It was as if a supreme being was descending and looking at them like ants. Spiritual might pressure, a test of endurance. A true deity spoke, exposing this test's true meaning. Sure Hao stood there. The space between his brows shone. His divine senses were like a sun. His body swayed, but he didn't take half a step back. Dang! A moment later, that enormous dragon disappeared. The bell sounds rose. He passed the 7th trial. This type of pressure is something not even those at the divine flame realm can endure. He actually persevered through. A heavenly deity said with shock. Nearby, people appeared like they were being fished up from water. Even though no one was up there on that high platform, they all felt as if it was themselves experiencing that power. Those students in particular were about to faint just now. This trial looked simple, but it was actually a contest of spirit, a tempering of the will. That youth didn't fall. He is the one? At this time, someone else came, the most powerful geniuses of the academy. In addition, not far out, two more exceptional ranked beauties came together. They looked upwards. They were outstanding beauties. This triggered many sighs of admiration. They were actually startled out as well. However, soon after, they turned their heads around, not wishing to get too distracted by them, and instead watched the figure on the high platform closely. It was because there were two trials left. Heaven and earth became dark, and even Shurehao's figure became indistinct, difficult to make out. It was as if he entered the underworld. A green lamp appeared in the void, displaying a light source only the size of a pea. Shurehao sat there, confronting the green lamp. "What is the Tao?" A voice sounded from the green lamp, entering everyone's ears. It was so loud the deaf could hear it. Shurehao's expression became serious for a bit, and then he said, "Without foundation or roots, there will be no leaves or glory. The life of all things, the completion of all things depends on the fate of the Tao." What is the Tao? This was still the sentence the green lamp spoke. The innate brings life, silent and empty, alone and unchanging. One travels, yet never in danger. Also called the mother of the world, what could be said to be the Tao? Shurehao replied again. What is the Tao? The great Tao is extensive, and it can be influenced. What is the Tao? Yin and Yang, the meaning of the Tao. What is the Tao? One question, one reply. Shurehao explained from every aspect, but this question was too vast. Even if giants were to come and speak for several days and nights, it would be difficult for them to put everything they understood into words. It was because in this world, everyone was seeking the Tao, cultivating the Tao. In the end, he stood up. He kicked the green lamp over and said, "This is the Tao." Everyone became speechless. Did this fella go mad? He dares to act with such disrespect. Only after a long time had passed did someone speak. Even more people took delight in Shurehao's disaster. They all began to laugh. Then, unexpectedly, the green lamp disappeared, and the sound of the bell rang through heaven and earth again in a long and drawn-out manner. Shurehao headed forward, entering the final trial. Everyone became stupefied, not knowing what to say. That place was dusky and accompanied with traces of mysterious mist. At this moment, Shurehao's figure couldn't be seen clearly. Even his rear figure was now only an outline. We came late, missing out on the grand occasion. We can't even see his true appearance anymore. A gorgeous lady that seemed to have walked out from a painting spoke, revealing shock. This was another ranked beauty. Two more people came, standing together. They both revealed shock. When they looked above towards the high platform, they never expected that this person would reach that step. As for the geniuses, they all revealed grave expressions, maintaining silence. There is still one trial left. Will he be able to pass it? At this moment, everyone discovered that even though they were all nervous, they were all expectant as well, wishing to see the final result. A bone gate appeared there, pure white like jade. Primal chaos pervaded the air, and a mysterious aura filled this place. Upon entering the gate, one will face the natural laws of heaven. Death of body and soul awaits those who cannot endure until the end. A line of text appeared above the bone gate, shining brilliantly. It made everyone's hearts tremble. They secretly thought to themselves, if it was them in this young man's place, would they dare enter? Shurehao didn't show any hesitation and directly walked in. In the end, the bone gate collapsed, extinguished in an instant. Your Tao heart is resolute. You passed. A grand voice sounded, one that sighed softly, carrying deep regret. He successfully passed. Everyone was startled awake. The 8 trials before were enough to stop everyone. Yet the last one didn't test one's conviction and instead their resolution. If one said it was easy, but if one were to say it was hard, it really was difficult as well. If one had any hesitation, then they would naturally fail. When one even doubted themselves, what other paths were there left to walk? Everyone was shocked. Someone succeeded, passing the heavenly staircase and breaking the dust-covered history. The scene was absolutely silent. Where is the ladder? Why can't I find it? That's it? Is this the end? While everyone was under great shock, a voice suddenly sounded, and it came precisely from Sure How. This immediately shattered the silence and made jaws drop to the ground. This person was too full of life. Now that I passed like this, can I bathe together with the 10 beauties? Then, this muttering even more so caused this place to erupt into an uproar. Everyone erupted with noise. As for the ranked beauties, some of the corners of their lips tilted upwards, while others' foreheads revealed dark lines. There were others that grinded their teeth. The academy entrance boiled with commotion. The 12 enormous stone pillars were spotlessly white like jade as they supported the entrance building, grand and imposing. Everyone was discussing this matter excitedly. The sky had been pierced today. Someone truly passed the heavenly staircase, successfully making it through, shattering the peace of Goddess Academy. On top of the tall platform, Sure How turned around. He immediately recognized Qing, aka Yuchan. She wore pure white clothes that made her look like a stalk of white lily. Even though she didn't reveal her true appearance, Yuchan was still stunning, possessing an extraordinary temperament. She had long and slender legs, an impressive figure, undulating curves, snow-white neck, a delicate face, as well as clear and intelligent eyes that others couldn't bear to blaspheme. Of course, Sure How had seen Yuchan's other side, so he naturally wouldn't be misled. This woman's methods were formidable, and normal people definitely wouldn't be able to subdue her. He couldn't help but think back to how he previously captured her alive, in the end even undergoing a wedding ceremony, seeing her spotlessly white jade body. A smile appeared on the corners of his lips. He is smiling towards junior sister Qin. He really is a... As soon as someone wanted to say the word pervert, they forcefully swallowed it, quickly changing their words, saying, young and talented, distinguished and elegant. Many people released looks of surprise. When they thought about how Sure How was still muttering just now about bathing with the 10 beauties, none of them knew what to say. This was just too direct, right? Meanwhile, now that he was staring at Qing, did he truly harbor ill intentions? The expressions of a few young men fell. Even though it wasn't to the extent where they were going to throw themselves over and stake it all against him, they were all discontent. Sure How was speechless. In the end, that really was his wife. Even though they never truly walked together before, the scene was still charming and gentle. He saw the other side of this exceptional fairy. Staring, what's staring? That's my wife. Of course, he could only say this inside and couldn't directly berate them. Otherwise, the consequences would be too terrible to contemplate. Qing, look, he really is looking at you. Could it be that he wants to bathe with you? Tian Yao teased. They were both on the beauty rankings. Her sapphire pupils shone as she spoke to Yuchan. Don't speak so randomly. Didn't Chun Lin already say before that this is a lecture? Yuchan smiled. Her skin was snow-white, perfect and holy. When the group of men around them heard this, they all loosened a breath of air. Otherwise, if they really confronted Sure How, they would all grow apprehensive. Chun Lin was the only one with an embarrassed expression. I made an error in judgment. How can he be so formidable? Can it be that he surpassed the Academy's previous generations? What kind of person is this exactly? Chun Lin said softly. She was like a delicate flower. Her cheeks felt like they were burning. She felt great regret. On the side, Wu Feng's face was as ugly as it could get. Once this type of young supreme being entered the academy, was there any place for him to even seek shelter anymore? He provoked him so greatly before, saying that Goddess Academy wasn't a place any cat or dog could join, which practically forced this person onto the heavenly staircase. When he thought of this, his face became deathly white. He staggered backwards, almost falling on the ground. Junior brother, I really must praise your courage and strength. Today you passed the trial of heaven. This feat will definitely be recorded within my school's annals of history. Right, if you really have a chance to visit the Tribulation Crossing Divine Lotus, you definitely have to choose a good opportunity. The ranked beauties have a regular pattern in which they visit. There was someone who was quite brazen, shouting out from below. When these words sounded, this place immediately became even more noisy. It immediately became chaotic with noise. "Junior brother, when you come back, we need to have a good discussion," someone shouted out. "Despicable, all perverts. Shameless scoundrels." All of the female students spat out, staring at those people. On the tall platform, Shurhao turned around, because he could feel that someone had arrived. He secretly prepared the divine protection symbol and world-shattering symbol, believing that with these two, he could proceed without too much worry. Of course, unless absolutely necessary, he didn't wish to waste these precious symbols. He truly wished to enter the immortal pond. The tribulation crossing divine lotus grew in. Not bad. This was an elder. He also stood on the tall platform. He nodded towards Shurhao with a smile. He wore golden-colored Dao robes. His white hair was like snow, his eyes deep. He exuded an immortal aura and had a body that resonated with the Dao. There was an extraordinary style to his appearance. He looked quite kind. He was currently smiling towards Shurhao, not pressuring him like a giant, instead only showing warmness. It made others feel as if they were bathed within spring winds. However, everyone could sense that he was definitely powerful because just now, he appeared on that platform without any sound or aura. No one noticed his appearance. It can't be the old academy head that came out of isolation, right? Many people's heart rates sped up, unable to suppress the agitation within their hearts. Even those ranked beauties widened their large and beautiful eyes, staring forward. It was because they discovered that there were two heavenly deities that were completely petrified, not moving in the slightest as they looked at the tall platform. Shurhao's charge up the heavenly staircase left deep and long-lasting effects, completely shocking those two heavenly deities. They had been watching closely the entire time, but right now, they were like wooden dolls as they stood there in a stupor. This immediately drew everyone's attention. Everyone became incomparably shocked, and almost everyone knew that this really might be the old academy head that hadn't made an appearance in many years. Heavens! The old academy head is going to take him on as his disciple. This is the same as ascending into the heavens with a single leap, actually drawing my academy's most powerful existence's attention. Is he going to be personally taught? Many people felt jealous and envious. They simply couldn't believe what they were seeing. It can't be the academy head, right? Someone muttered softly. Can't you see those great heavenly deities? Their eyes are all completely widened. Someone berated. On the tall platform, Shurhao was extremely cautious. When facing these types of powerful figures, he didn't dare act carelessly. He respectfully gave his greetings. "Are you willing to join my Dao sect?" the elder asked. His hair was white, yet his complexion was like that of a child. His being emanated immortality and Dao, giving others a feeling of sprouting wings and rising to heaven. His aura was just too otherworldly. "Can I soak in the divine pond for a few days?" Shurhao muttered. Below, the group of people were petrified. They all looked completely stunned. There was such a huge opportunity presented in front of him. Yet this fella didn't cherish it, daring to haggle over this? "Haha! Don't tell me you came for stolen scent? Pilfered jade? Here for a Dao companion?" the elder teased. His deep eyes exuded intelligence, and the smile on his face was great. He didn't put on any arrogance, instead acting rather easygoing, joking around with Shurhao. He even gave Qingyi below a look and said, "Not bad." Everyone became stupefied. What was the old academy head implying? Was he recklessly trying to set them together? Yu Chan's mind jumped. When the elder gave her a look, she felt a bit awkward. The beauties beside her all began to tease her. "Junior sister Qingyi, you might have a Dao companion. The academy head looks quite enthusiastic if you ask me. This is tremendous heavenly fate. I am so jealous. Why don't we sisters all serve a single Dao companion?" It had to be said that these beauties were fearless, quietly harassing Yu Chan. They were laughing so hard their bodies were swaying back and forth. Seeing these flowers act like this, the surrounding youth's eyes all went straight. "Don't worry. If you enter my Dao sect, you can come and go as you please through the tribulation crossing divine lotus. Of course, don't be so focused on bathing that you forget about cultivation." The elder laughed and said, Everyone began to sweat profusely. The ranked beauty's large eyes began to roam about, feeling that this old academy head's mind was just too lively and young. Senior does not need to worry. Sure Hao patted his chest and said. In the distance, Wu Feng's face went pale. He sat on the ground, every hope turning into dust. This type of scene left him frightened, scared that Sure Hao might get revenge on him in the future. The elder flung his sleeves. Several white tortoiseshells bounced about, releasing pai-pa sounds. He then said, the divination says that you have karma with Goddess Academy. One Tao companion is waiting for you just ahead. When he spoke up to this point, he didn't forget to give Yu Chan a look. His intentions were too obvious. Many people were shocked. This old academy head, you are concerning yourself with too much. This was what many young disciples thought in their hearts. Moreover, everyone noticed the words he used. One companion is up ahead. Did this mean that there were going to be more? Feng Wu isn't here. She is comprehending the immortal engravings in the academy, or else she would be an excellent choice as well. The elder smiled and said. Sure Hao was bewildered. Why was Goddess Academy's giant so obsessed with matchmaking? This left him a bit puzzled. All right, entering my Tao sect, becoming my sect's disciple. This matter will thus end. Follow me, the elder said. Am I not going to the immortal pond? The tribulation crossing Lotus. Sure Hao reminded with a soft voice. This was his biggest goal. He feared that after he followed the elder to the Tao sect, his true nature might be given away. Stinky brat, you really don't understand your future prospects. There are more than enough chances to enter the immortal pond in the future. Do you really lack this bit of time? The elder scolded while laughing. The academy head truly wishes to send him to the precious pond. What if the joined bath truly happens? A group of people muttered. Many people expressed their discontent. Let's go. With a fling of the elder's sleeves, the void became hazy, immediately becoming indistinct. A passageway appeared there. That hand alone suppressed everyone. This giant really was terrifying. Sure Hao followed him inside, thus disappearing. Dang! Right at this moment, the Tao bell sounded, ringing through Goddess Academy. Everyone was stunned. This is the 9th trial's Tao sound. Why did it sound only now? Many people were confused. Soon after, everyone discovered that the two heavenly deities seemed to have been immersed in a great dream. They suddenly cried out, and then they fiercely shook their heads. After giving each other a look, both of them were overwhelmed with shock. Someone suppressed the Tao bell, not allowing it to ring. A heavenly deity trembled inwardly as he said softly, "Things have already developed this far without our notice?" The other heavenly deity was shocked. Only when the 9th Tao bell's sound waves spread outwards would Goddess Academy's most powerful figures be startled. Just now, someone had suppressed it. Hurry and head for Goddess Hall. The two turned around and left. In the rear, when the students heard those sentences, they all found this difficult to believe. They felt a wave of lingering fear, feeling that something enormous was happening. Strange things were happening all at once, and unforeseen events were taking place in succession. Someone successfully passed through the trial of heaven? Within Goddess Hall, an elder inquired. Succeeded, but he didn't enter my courtyard. We are harboring suspicions that person returned. A heavenly deity said with a trembling voice. What? Inside Goddess Academy, heaven overflowing waves were billowing. Several streaks of radiance erupted into the skies. That was the blood energy of the most powerful experts. This day, a great sensation swept through the academy that was difficult to calm. The void distorted. Hazy light emerged. The elder wearing golden Tao robes brought Sure Hao away. They descended into a mountain region. Senior, are these the academy depths? Sure Hao was curious. Woo, not really, but the distance is quite close, said the elder. Soon after, Sure Hao was shocked. He saw an enormous gated courtyard in front of him that rushed into the clouds. These gates were too grand and majestic. This enormous entrance building exuded an ancient aura, the accumulation of endless years. There was even more so a great Tao aura that was too extraordinary. Standing here felt like standing in front of the imperial court of heaven. Then, when he raised his head, he saw an inscribed tablet with 4 ancient words. Supreme being Tao right. Hao's mind trembled. Why wasn't there the word goddess? Could it be that the elder's place of seclusion used this name? However, it seemed too domineering and powerful. Meanwhile, he immediately thought of Supreme Palace. That inheritance only had a single person each generation. It was known as an unmatched inheritance that stood against Immortal Palace for many generations. Hao began to have second thoughts. Remember, this Tao right is the highest inheritance of this world. Once you enter, you cannot turn back. You have to fight for its sake, the elder said with a serious expression. Right now, his temperament was completely different, becoming like that of an unmatched supreme being that looked down on the world, one that overlooked all 3,000 provinces. Was Goddess Academy this famous? The Academy was indeed extremely powerful with the immortal engravings, but if one were to say that it overlooked the 3,000 provinces and was the higher realm's greatest inheritance, Hao would become quite doubtful, feeling that this was a bit too much. There were countless schools of thought, and all of these sects contended for supremacy. Who dared to call themselves the absolute best, the highest in this world? Are you willing to enter my sect and fight for it? The elder asked with a dignified voice. Strands of chaotic energy flowed down from the top of his head. He truly looked like a lord of deities that could overlook all living things. Hao was a bit conflicted, but he braced himself and said, I'm willing. For the tribulation crossing divine lotus, he would temporarily put aside anything. Things like integrity and moral principles he'll deal with after he had his time in that pond. If he really did leave, then he'll just properly compensate Goddess Academy at worst. The elder nodded. His image was dignified, giving off the grandeur of a supreme existence. Remember, you are my Tao right's descendant. If it cannot become the greatest under the heavens, then you will be banished. Hao cursed silently. This requirement was just too high. Did Goddess Academy really have this type of confidence? How could all of the disciples that came out from it have this type of world-ruling mentality? Meanwhile, he also became a bit suspicious. Why didn't he mention Goddess Academy and always say Tao right? Senior, is this the core region of Goddess Academy? He couldn't help but ask. It is not Goddess Academy's core region, instead transcending above. The elder was deadly earnest. His image was dignified as he replied. Hao was stupefied. It was even more important than the core region. The elder's identity was definitely extraordinary to dare say these things. If he wasn't the Academy head, then he was a Tao protector, or perhaps Goddess Academy's guardian spirit. All right, it's about time to cross these gates. Once you enter, you cannot regret it your entire life. I will give you one final chance. Have you thought it through? Even though he looked calm and extremely dignified, Hao was a bit apprehensive, feeling that the elder's eyelashes were fake. This shouldn't be some treacherous old fox, right? Have you made the decision? The elder calmly asked. Senior, when can I go to the tribulation crossing divine lotus? Hao asked softly. His main objective in entering Goddess Academy was for this, so he definitely couldn't be duped out of it. He began to haggle over it. What is so good about the tribulation crossing divine lotus? Comparatively speaking, that toy is just something to feed pigs. You don't have to care too much about it. The elder said. What? Hao's eyes widened. This elder's words were too excessive and talking too big, right? One has to understand that this was something all heavenly deities wanted to get their hands on, willing to risk life and limb for it. Cough, we've gotten sidetracked. The elder coughed and said, all you have to know is that in the past, my sect had the higher realm's first spiritual root. Hao was a bit stupefied. Goddess Academy previously grasped the first spiritual root? He quickly thought of that stalk of medicine from the past that was planted in the valley in the lower realm, protected by countless formations. The little pagoda had previously said that it was the first holy medicine. If one wanted to find something comparable to it, they had to enter the boundless, uninhabited depths. Could it be that spiritual medicine? Rumors had it that it was planted by someone from the higher realms. During the heaven and earth great calamity, there were indeed many experts that fought a great battle, fighting fiercely there over it. It should have been lost by now, right? Xianxia said softly. He could tell from the elder's tone. It will be brought back sooner or later. The elder's eyes were deep as he gazed into the limits of the heavens. A wave of cold and desolate aura surged. Then let's still talk about the tribulation crossing divine lotus first. Xianxia muttered with a voice so soft that it was almost inaudible. His heart was worried, beating a bit fast. Do you want to bathe with those girls that bad? Do you see your future prospects? The elder had a smile that wasn't a smile on his face as he scolded. Sweet and virtuous women. A person of noble character will find them easily. Xianxia's mouth was firm. I am now a bit hesitant. If someone with such an illustrious reputation like me taught a flower stealer, wouldn't my dignity be tarnished? The elder muttered to himself. Senior, please don't worry. I will definitely bring glory to the sect. Xianxia's voice resounded powerfully, acting as sincere could be. In front of the grand mountain gate, the elder nodded. The golden Tao robes covering his body fluttered about, making him look even more outstanding. Specks of radiance scattered downwards, as if he was going to sprout wings and ascend. The tribulation crossing divine lotus isn't that bad either. Don't worry, when the time comes you can enter it as often as you want. It is not a problem. He urged Xianxia to enter through the great gates. Okay. Since Senior said it like this, I will treat this like obeying an order. Xianxia followed him into that grand and boundless entrance building. Walking inside. Let's just establish the oath here. The elder said seriously. There was an oath involved too? What kind of binding force was there? Xianxia inwardly twitched his lips, not worrying about it too much. Make the oath with me, starting now, the elder said. An oath prayer that wasn't long, but definitely extremely strict was completed. Then, the elder had Xianxia drop some of his essence blood on the document, and then it was set aflame. What is this for? Xianxia was confused. This is a curse. Should you abandon the sect, then you will receive heavenly punishment, forever falling into a world of disaster and die after suffering all types of torment. The elder said indifferently. What? Is there a need for such fierceness and viciousness? Xianxia was stupefied. Why did he feel like he had climbed aboard a pirate ship? He was actually cursed as a limitation. What is it? You already wish to abandon the sect. The elder looked at him with a smile and then reminded. The curse is quite formidable, you know? Xianxia looked at him with a stupefied expression. He felt more and more like he had been careless. This elder looked kind with an immortal aura and Tao body, but that didn't seem to actually be the case. All right, since you entered my sect, you should solemnly observe the oath, the elder said. Senior, what do I call your distinguished self? Xianxia asked. Qi Daolin. The elder spoke with a smile, and then while looking at him, he added, You heard of this name before? Xianxia was embarrassed. He had just entered the higher realms not too long ago, so how could he be familiar with the names of great figures here? However, he concealed his true intentions and said, I've long looked forward to meeting great senior. Your reputation is well known and illustrious. The elder revealed a strange look and said, Is that so? It was clear that he felt sure Xianxia didn't recognize him, that he hadn't heard of this name before. For some reason, Xianxia felt like the elder gave off a slight feeling of relief. Was this his misconception? Goddess Academy's old academy head or guardian spirit even had shameful matters. While standing in front of the vast great gate and gazing inwards, what one saw was not groups of palaces, but instead a mountain range that stretched as far as the eye could see as well as drifting clouds. It was a majestic and natural sight. This is the Academy's Tao, right? It is this large? Xianxia asked. Qi Daolin smiled and said, How large the heart is, that is how large the world will be, as well as how large our Tao right will be. My spirit is indomitable, Xianxia said. Is that so? Then this Tao right will be boundless. Come with me, I will show you around, Qi Daolin said. His great sleeve moved, bringing Hao through the skies. Beneath his feet, mountains and rivers retreated. Great rivers were like pearls, long rivers like thin ribbons. They quickly headed for the distance, immediately crossing who knew how many tens of thousands of li. Even someone as powerful as Hao felt as if his ears were rumbling and his eyes hurting. It was because the speed was just too fast. Wind tore at his face like blades, and his sleeves felt like they were about to go up in flames. "Senior, where are we going? Why do I feel like this isn't right?" Even if Goddess Academy was 10,000 times larger, it still shouldn't be able to contain this place. Hao was skeptical. Then, he was stupefied because he saw a few cities as well as other creatures' residences. This was clearly not some Dao rights territory. He became suspicious. Was this elder tricking him? "I said it all already, didn't I? The Dao right is only as large as the heart. Did you not understand my meaning yet?" Qi Daolin carried a kind smile on his face as he spoke in an unhurried manner. Hao's forehead was covered in dark lines. "Then, don't tell me that the Dao right is just that gate?" "Correct." The elder nodded. "Once you entered the gates, what you will face is the entire world. That is our Dao right, not like other sects that are confined within a circle they drew on the ground themselves. How can such a spec accommodate our inheritance? Do not forget its name, Supreme being Dao right. If one has the ability, the entire 3,000 province will be like our back garden." Hao was stupefied. There was even something like this? On the contrary, Qi Daolin's face was completely serious, talking idly about important matters. He exerted a great heroicness, a type that devoured the 9 heavens, extremely serious as he instructed how to survey the heavens above and earth below, the past and future. "Then, Senior, let's find a place to rest our feet. The Dao right is so great, and even the 3,000 provinces is our backyard. Are we going to sit for a while at Immortal Palace or go into isolation inside some emperor clan?" Hao asked. "Immortal Palace. That rotten place will only become a latrine pit in the future," Qi Daolin said. His eyes were filled with splendor. This was the first time his emotions leaked outwards. With a schwa sound, he brought Hao into an indistinct space. Returning to the mountain gate they left not too long ago. Then, with a point of his finger, a mountain peak shone, and then an enormous palace unexpectedly appeared that was like the temple of heaven. What kind of place exactly is this inside of Goddess Academy? Or is it not even related? Hao asked with a quiet voice. In the future, you do not need to bring up Goddess Academy. Just consider yourself a person of supreme being Dao right. Qi Daolin smiled and said, "Why is that?" Hao was confused. Was there an academy head or a guardian spirit that wasn't willing to mention his own inheritance? Now that you entered supreme being Dao right, you've transcended Goddess Academy. Remember that this is the root, regardless of all else. Qi Daolin strictly warned. He then said, "That is to say, it is enough as long as you treat yourself as supreme being Dao right's disciple. Everything else can all be forgotten." Hao was shocked. His face was filled with doubt. Why did he feel that things weren't quite right? "Are we the only two here?" he asked. "What kind of place do you think supreme being Dao right is?" "A place anyone can enter. Every generation there is only a single disciple. In principle, before you are expelled from the sect, there cannot be a second inheritor," Qi Daolin said. Hao became more and more doubtful. Damn it! Could it be that he was trafficked off? When he thought of this possibility, he almost vomited blood. It was always him swindling others, yet today he was cheated by another? This inheritance only had a single inheritor. Why did it seem similar to Supreme Hall? No matter what questions you have in Cultivation, you can always consult me. Of course, this does not include the concrete methods, but instead broader themes. You will have to wait 2 days before the true unmatched Dao will be passed down, Qi Daolin said. Unmatched Dao. Hao's mind was stirred up. He actually really wanted to ask whether it was the true primordial record's transcendence piece. The extreme art that can sweep through all 3,000 provinces can naturally be called unmatched, Qi Daolin said proudly. Of course, he wouldn't pass down the inheritance now. Sure how carefully thought to himself. He thought of the 9 dragon skeletons as well as that bronze ancient coffin. He then asked, Senior, are there reincarnated beings in this world? This question was clearly extremely broad, and it had stumped who knew how many people since the ancient past. There were always supreme existences that believed people could reincarnate, able to reappear, just like how a flower that withered this summer would bloom again next spring. There was also the matter of flower fragrance seeping into the bones. Only regarding a being's reincarnation, there was no concrete proof. There had never been anyone that truly understood it, and it might just be a few taboo existences wishful dreaming, wishing for the next life. Qi Daolin frowned, and then he said, This problem is quite complex. It is difficult for others to answer, but I can clearly tell you that there is definitely no one in this world who can unendingly reincarnate. Sure Hao was speechless. He thought to himself his own precious technique's name, reincarnation. He had reached the conclusion that he might be able to transcend even a step further, but he didn't know what would happen. Is there no reincarnation? He asked softly. There is reincarnation, Qi Daolin said. Doesn't this contradict with what you said? Sure Hao was stunned. It does not. Qi Tuo spoke. He looked into the distance, and then he spoke in an unhurried and profound manner. There are no reincarnated beings, but there might be old instances of reincarnation. Sure Hao didn't say anything. He thought of the scene he saw in the bronze coffin, and then he said, During the immortal ancient era, there were immortals that descended into this world. Could it be that even when they died in battle, there is no way for them to reincarnate and resurrect? Young one, you are thinking too much. The dead are dead, everything becoming nothing. How can there be anyone that can transcend? If one absolutely insists on this, when they meet again, it will be several eras later. Senior, what are you saying? You are contradicting yourself. Sure Hao was discontent. Understanding is understanding, and not understanding is not understanding. No matter how much I say, it is still useless. As long as you remember that there are no reincarnated beings in this world, then that is enough. Everything is in the present, what is happening right now. The elder warned with a serious tone. Okay. Sure Hao nodded. Do you have any other questions? Take note to ask broader questions and not specific precious techniques. Qi Daolin asked. The immortal ancient era always discussed the immortal Tao, seeking the immortal techniques, yet in this world, it is always the divine Tao. What is weaker and what is more powerful? Sure Hao asked. Youngster, you truly raise tough questions. Qi Daolin was shocked, and then he nodded. He asked Sure Hao to ask him broader questions precisely to see what kind of person he was and what kind of spirit he had in cultivation. After remaining silent for a moment, he said, All methods are different routes to the same destination. There is not much to distinguish what is stronger. However, there will definitely be great chaos in the future. You should just earnestly raise your cultivation. Where does the chaos lie? Sure Hao asked. In the distance. I can already feel that it is approaching. Qi Daolin's expression became grave. He looked into the limits of the horizon. What was hiding there? The boundless, uninhabited area. What exactly is there out there? Sure Hao asked. The undying. Qi Daolin had these words for him, but his expression became serious, exceptionally grave. He put away his smile. When he spoke these words, a diagram of stars appeared above his head. It was mysterious and unfathomable, as if a stellar stream from outer space was suspended above his head, one that connected to the netherworld. Meanwhile, in another Tao Earth, within Goddess Academy's palace, a group of people were stupefied. There were extremely powerful figures that were angry, absolutely furious as they roared. It is definitely that person, that notorious individual. Someone else voiced their agreement, saying, We're finished. A world-shocking genius was stolen by someone just like that. If he falls into that person's hands, then it truly is unknown what will happen in the future. Hurry and look for him. Bring him back. Otherwise, an outstanding person will be ruined. Someone jumped to their feet. Only the old academy head sat there, sighing lightly. Sigh. How are we supposed to know where he went? He hadn't appeared for several thousand years already. Only heaven knows where he will bring that young man. Someone said helplessly. What do you all think? Will he run back to that small, tattered mountain gate? An elder with eyes as bright as golden lamps said. Go, let's take a look. Either way, it's better than sitting around, someone else said. Fine. Just like that, inside Goddess Academy, 3 heaven overflowing blood energies surged, dyeing the sky red. The 3 individuals entered a blurry void gate and thus disappeared. They could reach the end of the horizon with a single step because they were all-powerful, the founders of the academy. Within the enormous palace, Qi Daolin helped dispel Hao's doubts, expounding on many questions with broader themes. Suddenly, he narrowed his eyes and said, Let's go. This poor Taoist will bring you to find a few cultivation lands. From then on, you should start preparing yourself to learn my great methods. A schwa sounded. They disappeared from this place, vanishing from that place. Almost immediately after, the distant heavens split open, and 3 figures walked over. They inspected the world below, their brows wrinkling. He was just here, leaving a moment ago. Goddess Academy's Tao Protector spoke. Meanwhile, the previously grand and imposing entrance building was now tattered beyond recognition and completely ruined. That place was still level with heaven and towering into the clouds, but now it was ruined to a near state of collapse. It was as different as night and day. Apart from this, the enormous palace on the mountain peak ahead also changed, turning into ruins. Broken walls stood within rubble, producing a miserable sight. They were about to be covered in the thriving weeds. If Hao was here, he would definitely be stupefied. That despicable fella's cultivation has increased again. We are likely not his opponents, someone said. At the same time, the void distorted. The old academy chief walked out. He gave this place a look and then said softly, Let's go. In the end, we really did let him down. Even though he later did those preposterous things, it is all pardonable. Moreover, which one of you can control him now? There was a momentary period of silence. Those individuals opened up their mouths, but they didn't know how to refute these words. Are we supposed to just let him snatch my academy's exceptional genius like this? How many years has it been since someone like this has appeared? There were some who felt unwilling. Having Feng Wu is already enough. Moreover, didn't Qi Daolin also complete the heavenly staircase and stay behind? The old academy chief asked. That's because he wanted to steal from the teachers. He is a supreme being, abandoning person, someone said. Forget it. Let it be. The old academy head said. A cool breeze wafted through this area. This place became calm. Those figures disappeared. 2 days later, within a barren area, Hao and Qi Daolin faced each other while sitting on the grit. I have 9 great divine abilities and 5 great rebirth methods, as well as the Tao inheritances of various sections. What do you want to learn? Qi Daolin asked. When can I go to the Immortal Pond and see the tribulation crossing divine lotus? Hao asked with a soft voice. He always had the feeling that he was being cheated by this person, truly not understanding your future prospects. If you don't cultivate a type of divine technique, you can forget about it. How can you engross yourself in women? Qi Daolin berated. Hao was completely speechless. I'll learn the unmatched Tao. Didn't you say you would teach me? In the end, he clenched his teeth and said, I'll admit you have good taste. However, if you learn this type of technique, then you can forget about other precious techniques for now. One cannot become distracted, because it is too difficult, Qi Daolin said with a stern expression. Hao was now truly a bit curious. What kind of technique was this exactly, to actually have so much importance attached to it? It is called 8th Heaven's Art, Qi Daolin said. What kind of shoddy technique is that? Just the name alone already doesn't sound like much. Hao curled his lips and then muttered, I even know the 72 transformations. Foolish disciple, what do you understand? Do you think I'm making a joke? Do you even understand the meaning behind the 8th Heaven's Art? Qi Daolin was fuming with anger. What kind of meaning? Hao asked. It isn't a precious technique or divine ability, Qi Daolin said. Isn't it just bone texts then? I have my own and don't need any from you. Shihao was arrogant. He had the true primordial record, something more powerful than any other primitive bone texts. What do you understand? What I speak of transcends divine abilities and precious techniques. Qi Daolin glared at him. Shihao was shocked. Was this old man speaking the truth? If he wasn't, he really was boasting a bit big. Strictly speaking, it is a technique that stirs on other precious techniques, a type of unmatched technique. Not understanding its importance at your level is forgivable. Qi Daolin gave Shihao a look as if he felt disinclined to lower himself to argue with him. Shihao's mind was shaken. He immediately remembered a type of legendary method that was known to shake the world. As expected, Qi Daolin also mentioned it. Have you heard of the 6 Dao Reincarnation? That is a method for handling precious techniques. Through it, one will display 6 types of precious techniques and sweep through all before them, becoming unmatched under the skies. This, I have heard of it. Shihao nodded. As for the 6 Dao Reincarnation, this type of method really was too terrifying. He had learned about it even in the lower realms and yearned for it greatly. There was a rumor that there was someone who wanted to collect the precious techniques of all the vicious 10, but needed a type of means to control all of them and display them at the same time. Thus, the 6 Dao Reincarnation's unmatched method was born. Of course, since the ancient times, there was simply no one who gathered all vicious 10 precious techniques, at most just 4 or 5 types. As such, the 6 Dao Reincarnation was only something that was inferred and not actually tested. The precious techniques of exceptional talents were only suitable for oneself and not for passing down. If the bone was lost, then it would be difficult to be used again. After the accumulation and tests of time, the creatures of all clans discovered that only the vicious 10's precious techniques were the most powerful. If its clansmen learned its technique, its power was unlikely to suddenly decrease. Of course, for any divine ability, if it wasn't the one that founded it using it, its power would still be less. This was just the case when, comparatively speaking, 6 Dao Reincarnation is already considered mastering precious techniques and divine abilities, but as for this 8/9 heavens, you can infer a bit of its taste from this name alone. Qi Daolin's eyes became deep. Shihao's eyes immediately lit up, and an incomparably yearning expression appeared on his face. Who was the one that established this? I've scoured the world for precious techniques and researched all types of great methods. In the end, after going into isolation for 100,000 years, I finally established this method, Qi Daolin said proudly. However, when Shihao heard this, his face immediately fell, becoming somewhat disappointed. It was because he had always had his suspicions that this old thing was swindling him. Now, he was already cheated. This wasn't Goddess Academy at all, and just now, he heard him talking big again, so he naturally felt that he was bullshitting. Youngster, what kind of look is that? What are you trying to say? I was going to teach you an unmatched Dao, yet you have this kind of attitude. I guess you don't want to learn it anymore. Qi Daolin felt rather hurt, appearing quite angry. I'll learn, Shihao said. Regardless, he wanted to see what this so-called 8/9 heavens art was like. What followed was suffering. Qi Daolin had him carry a large mountain on his back and run several tens of thousands of li every day. This was simply a torment from the underworld. With Shihao's innate divine force, carrying a great mountain on his back was naturally not a problem. But Qi Daolin required him to run on the ground. This was just too difficult. A single mishap, and his entire body would fall into the underground, leaving behind only a mountain. This is simply a type of sharpening, unifying the flesh, magic, spirit, and others together at a high level, allowing you to obtain the initial requirements of cultivating the 8/9 heavens art. Qi Daolin said seriously. Once you cultivate it to a certain degree, you will discover that your so-called flesh, bone texts, spirit, and others will become intimately connected. Only at that time can you consider yourself to have entered the glorious temple of a cultivator. These words gave Shihao a bit of motivation, and as such, he didn't resist it, doing what he was told to train himself. I am telling you right now, If, after you finished your training under me and cannot reign supreme in your generation, I will personally end you, Qi Daolin said. Sure Hao was speechless. What kind of evil sect did he end up joining? I will arrange a few opponents for you. The first stage will be an equal fight. You need to slaughter Immortal Palace's inheritor. Are you capable of that? Qi Daolin asked. No problem. Sure Hao replied in a clear-cut manner. Good. Continue training. My technique will definitely shake up all 3,000 provinces of the higher realms, unmatched in the world. Undying. Have you arrived? I am waiting. Qi Daolin narrowed his eyes and gazed into the skies. Undying? Sure Hao also narrowed his eyes. When they opened and closed, divine light flickered about. This wasn't the first time he heard this word. This was naturally related to many important things. He felt that this might not be pointing at a single person but perhaps a group of creatures, or even a unique era. Perhaps it might even be something else that he didn't know anything about. As expected, when Qi Daolin finished talking, he became extremely quiet, not saying anything for a long time and continuously stared into the heavens, as if he wanted to see through the stellar river of outer space to gaze upon something else. You aren't allowed to goof off. You should go cultivate. Qi Daolin turned around and gave him a look. Then, he turned around to gaze towards the boundless stellar sky again. It's already so dark that it's the later part of the night and you still want me to cultivate? It should be time to sit and comprehend bone texts. Sure Hao muttered. Hurry and go. Do you not want to study the 8th heaven's art? Maybe I should just directly sweep you out of the sect. Qi Daolin spoke expressionlessly. It was clear that his mood was quite terrible. Damn it! Sure Hao could only carry the enormous mountain on his back while running about crazily. He inwardly cursed. This was just too freaking unlucky. He definitely joined some evil sect. Was there anyone that cultivated like this? He always thought of himself as diligent. Apart from being a foodie, he was still a cultivation madman. Never slacking off, yet today he was spurred on like this and driven even a step further. Otherwise, he would be banished out of the sect. Hong Long Long. The great earth rumbled. Within this barren place, all creatures were stupefied. They only saw a single great mountain moving about. It was as strange could be. It was because Sure Hao's height, when compared to the large mountain, was completely negligible. That was why when he walked with the mountain on his back, from the distance, his figure was completely negligible. That night, a crazy mountain legend was born in these barren lands. Several days later, Sure Hao covered quite a wide area. Finally, that day, he entered a grassland that belonged to the common border of Fire Province and Goddess Province. It wasn't too far from Goddess Academy. I say, what is that? A mountain is moving? Someone was stunned, their face looking like they saw a ghost. This was especially the case for the students outside Goddess Academy who were searching for divine or, when they saw this scene, they were even more stupefied. An enormous mountain was frantically running, and its speed was so fast. This is a mountain deity. No, it's a mountain treasure. The great mountain acquired immortal essence and became a treasure, now developing intelligence. Hurry and chase it. As a result, this place became bustling with activity. Many people used their movement techniques to soar through the sky or speed through the great earth, chasing after it. Capture it. Since it is a mountain deity, it will definitely have some earth element essence, a rare divine material. Sure Hao had no choice but to focus all of his energy on this, turning his flesh, bone texts, spirit, and others into one, turning into a streak of light while carrying this great mountain into the horizon. This result scared everyone until they were stupefied, unable to speak for a long time. This was just too strange. If that mountain flew, then that was that, but it was jolting up and down, running into the distance, moreover so quickly. What in the world was this? Several days later, Sure Hao sat down in exhaustion. He was quite resentful as he looked at Qi Daolin. This rotten old man actually made him run for 3 days and 3 nights. Go! As soon as Qi Daolin spat out this word, he was directly cut off by Sure Hao's howl of grief. Just kill me then. In the past, he was cursed by others as angering God and man alike, but today he was suppressed by another in such a miserable manner. He had a feeling that those who do bad things will be treated similarly by others, leaving him a bit speechless. Sure how truly couldn't take it anymore. This was too dry and dull, running crazily with the mountain on his back day in and out. He was already tired to death. I was saying that you can go and rest to save up energy. When cultivating the Tao, one naturally needs to understand how to relax. Only after stretching and relaxing can one reach the truth, Chi Daolin said. I fucking swear. Sure how cursed inwardly. A cool breeze blew past. Ancient trees swayed back and forth, and leaves continuously released schwa-schwa sounds. A few thousand-year-old vines flowed with multicolored radiance. This was an omen of developing spirituality. The mountains were still the same, but it became quite a bit more desolate. During Shurehao's relaxation time, he went back to Supreme Being Tao right alone, looking for it based on what he remembered. However, it seemed quite a bit different from the first time. The great mountains were majestic and imposing, but they were too cold and cheerless. He trudged along, and in the end, he found an ancient stone staircase, but it was all cracked apart and caved in, tattered to an unbearable degree. He suddenly raised his head, and then his expression went rigid, standing petrified there. Where was that majestic mountain gate that towered into the clouds? Weeds grew tall, creating a scene too desolate, enough to drown one out. Meanwhile, this place's broken walls were in ruins, rubble laying everywhere, recounting a bleakness and decline, as well as sorrow. What place is this? Shurehao was sure that he didn't go to the wrong place, but it was completely different from what he saw the first time. The entrance building that towered into the clouds like a mountain was nowhere to be seen. Instead, there was only wild grass, as well as cracked foundations of buildings, rusting nails, debris, and broken pillars. He stood at the side of the broken walls and used his hands to touch it. Sinister flames immediately surged, and there were still powerful symbols that hadn't disappeared, indicating that this place truly did used to be incomparably glorious. There were world-shocking formations protecting this place. There was no way this place collapsed with the passage of time. From the remains, this was clearly the result of a great battle. I originally thought I joined some glorious great sect, but I never expected that even the mountain gate was razed to the ground. I've truly been fooled badly. All of the proof pointed at the fact that he had been fooled, that this had nothing to do with Goddess Academy. Even though he was aware of this a while ago, he always felt that Supreme Being Tao right shouldn't be that bad either. Who would have expected that this great sect that didn't seem that bad had already been wiped out? Shurehao walked inside, ascending the other mountains. They were similarly filled with old trees and tall weeds. The giant heavenly temple wasn't there at all. There were only ruins and ghost flames, cold and desolate. He walked around this place, confirming that this place was abandoned. That old man really is shameless. Shurehao walked while saying to himself. He was truly conned badly. Even a broken Tao earth like this wanted him to become the most powerful in the world, or else he was unsuitable and would be kicked out of the sect. Shurehao wandered about, and then he sat down on a boulder, stopping here. After who knew how much time had passed, he unexpectedly heard voices. This was a group of youngsters that walked over from outside the mountains, approaching the mountain gates. Do you see? It is right here. There are still quite a few ruins left behind, someone said, guiding the way and explaining to the others. Shurehao was stunned. From their conversation and way of talking, it completely sounded like they were visiting a historical site, a place that retold stories of the past. Look, this small tattered mountain gate, back in the day, towered into the clouds. However, it was still crushed and destroyed in the end, someone said. So this is Supreme Being Tao, right? It seems like it wasn't bad, and that it was definitely glorious in the past. A young lady said. Wrong, it was a small tattered mountain gate to begin with, and now is what it was originally like. A youth with his hands behind his back said. In the distance, Shurehao didn't feel so good. Regardless, he was currently still Supreme Being Right's sole disciple, or its great disciple. When he heard them ridicule this place, he felt a bit upset. I feel like this supreme being downright should have been quite imposing in the past, that young lady said. Junior sister Xiao, you shouldn't fantasize. This place doesn't have any glory and instead a widely spread bad reputation. It can even be said that this little poor sex people are infamous. That young man laughed and said. He had a pair of antlers on his head, and while looking at the one leading the way, he said, We just came, so I must ask Senior Brother Lu to explain to us. Junior Brother Lu is too polite. Senior Brother Lu said with a smile. Even though there were many provinces separating this place from my homeland, I have still heard about the supreme being downright. In the past, it stirred up quite the commotion affecting many great sects, but I still do not understand too many details. I must ask Senior Brother Lu to enlighten us. Jing Xiao said. Through their conversation, Xiao knew that this group of people were likely geniuses that had recently joined Goddess Academy led by a few older students. They were here for sightseeing. Now that you mention it, Supreme Being Dao writes Dao Master truly is a... Senior Brother Lu hesitated when he spoke up to hear and looked around. What? A heaven-warping figure? Someone asked. An extreme weirdo. When Senior Brother Lu was sure that there weren't any others here, only then did he calm down. He had heard in the past that those who had spoken badly about that Dao Master had always been dealt with miserably. After so many years had passed, that person shouldn't exist anymore, right? A weirdo. Back then, this Dao Master angered everyone under the heavens, and everyone wanted to beat him up. He was detested by all, said Senior Brother Lu. These words naturally aroused the shock of the new students. Meanwhile, when Shihao heard this, he was completely stupefied. Where are they talking about Qi Daolin? Can you guys imagine? This person was chased after by the experts of every sect, making the entire world his enemy. How rotten of a person do you think he has to be for this to happen? There was a sentence that was used to describe him in the past, so vile there is festering boils from heads to toe. He really is quite the character. There is such a bad saying? Someone asked. Do you see these mountain gate remains? In the past, it was so grand and imposing. However, do you know where it all originated from? Senior Brother Lu said while laughing. Where did it come from? Stolen from other sects. This was originally Natural Luck Academy's decorated archway, but in the end, it was carried away one night and brought here, Senior Brother Lu said. The group of people were stupefied. There was even something like this? Do you know what his explanation was? He said that he cherished his memories of Natural Luck Academy, and that was why he seized their mountain gate over. All because he cultivated there before for a short period of time, said Senior Brother Lu. Everyone wanted to laugh, but they were deeply shocked at the same time. That kind of person was even Natural Luck Academy's disciple? That isn't all. He was even our Goddess Academy's disciple. A senior sister said. What did he do before in our academy? If he didn't do anything, he naturally wouldn't be the notorious abandoning Dao Master. When our great guardian spirit was asleep, he stole a supreme treasure from the old academy head, Phoenix Beak Shears, and used it to secretly snip off most of its plume feathers to refine a stupid fan. Tell me, is this hateful or not? Everyone rose up in an uproar. This Dao Master was too shameless. How was he able to steal the academy head's supreme treasure? Someone in the group was confused. Cough, that is because he almost stole the old academy head's great-great-granddaughter away as well. The rest. You all should understand. Senior Brother Lu coughed and said this. Heavens, the old academy head's great-great-granddaughter. Could it be that senior vice head? Jing Xiao cried out in alarm. It's good. As long as you all understand. This is something that happened many, many years ago. You cannot speak about it randomly in the academy. Someone reminded in a soft voice. In the distance, Shihao felt disgusted. That old thing was quite the scoundrel himself, yet he even had the nerve to scold him. Do you see the remains of the enormous palace on that mountain top? Rumor has it that he stole that from the Celestial clan. It was originally named Celestial Hall, and it was also because he reminisced about his past sect that he carried over that well-known place here. Someone continued to explain. What? Everyone's eyes widened, feeling a bit speechless. He had even entered the Celestial Clan and did this type of bizarre thing? It isn't just the Celestial Clan. In the past, this Tao Master entered more than 10 great sects in total, and in each case, B became a traitor, running away after stealing the knowledge of his masters, said Senior Brother Lu. Then he added, "This is only what we know. There are still a few great sects that are too embarrassed to talk about him." Another senior sister added, "Can you guys imagine? Those dozen or so great sects were all those at the very peak, ancient inheritances that are on an incomparable level. They overlook their area and intimidate over 100 provinces." Everyone became stupefied, feeling that this person was a bit hard to understand. Regardless, that person is too vulgar, stealing and betraying his masters, threatening and blackmailing others. He is riddled with bad reputation, too many to even count. A senior sister said, "There are even more, like his origins and others." There is someone here. Did he also come to inspect ancient ruins? Someone cried out in shock after seeing Hao. "Hey brother, did you also come to see this small tattered mountain gate?" Someone asked him. He raised his head to look at him. With an expressionless face, he said, "This is my sect gate." "What? Haha. There is still someone that entered a small tattered sect. Are you stupid?" The group of people surrounded him, pointing while commenting. They looked at Hao like they were looking at a freak, laughing endlessly. Hao's face darkened, feeling extremely disgusted inwardly. He was actually swindled into this kind of Tao right. He felt like someone might as well just smash him to death. This was too humiliating. Once he walked out into the world, there would definitely be people pointing at him and looking at him in disdain. One can imagine what it will be like then. Perhaps everyone would be shouting and trying to chase after him to beat him up. Now that he thought about it, no wonder Qi Daolin asked him if he heard of his name before. Turns out this elder had a guilty conscience himself. It really is quite a surprise. There was someone who still entered this sect. Could it be that Tao Master Qi ran away himself? He hasn't appeared for so many years already. Yet someone still calls themselves a disciple. You are definitely someone who tried to join my Goddess Academy selection but ultimately failed, right? Senior Brother Lu said. His chin was slightly raised, his attitude a bit arrogant. It was because those that could enter Goddess Academy were all the elites of different clans. Those that failed, in their eyes, were naturally all losers. Those that succeeded and those that failed weren't even on the same level. Lu Ming also laughed. He was a newly joined genius that hadn't joined Goddess Academy for that long. He was a member of the Five-Colored Deer's direct line of descent, so he was a powerful and arrogant individual. He carried an aloof smile and said, "Those that fail can return next year, and who knows, you might become my junior brother then. So there is no reason to enter this small shoddy monastery, right? Could it be that you are staying here temporarily and picking up the leftovers?" The others laughed as well, revealing peculiar looks as they stared at Hao. Hao felt embarrassed, but not for them. Instead for Qi Daolin. That old thing really fooled him badly. He even thought that supreme being Tao right was something formidable. Work hard. I have faith in you. Who knows? You might become our junior brother next year. A 16 or 17-year-old young lady spoke. She was extremely arrogant, like a little peacock that was spreading its tail. Hao felt rather out of sorts. He clearly passed Goddess Academy's most difficult trial and made it through the heavenly staircase. Yet now, he was being ridiculed by the very same Academy's disciples instead. Enough. Let's all return to where we came from. If you don't need anything, don't disturb me, and don't even think about making a mess in my supreme being Tao right. Hao said with a darkened face. Oh my. He even has a bit of a temper. Lu Ming mocked. The 5-colored deer horns on his head shone. Many people roared with laughter. They all looked down on him. Right, there was a grand construct here before. How exactly did it fall? Someone asked. When everyone heard this, they immediately diverted their attention, no longer looking at Hao and instead focusing on this problem. Just think about it for a bit. Qi Daolin has angered so many people, truly a notorious individual who did so many despicable things. This mountain range was golden bright and dazzling once upon a time with bejeweled jade palaces everywhere. It was just too magnificent back then, all stolen from the great sects. Do you really think nothing would happen to a place like this? Senior brother Lu said. In the end, those great sects all took action, and the entire world chased after him. How could they tolerate their own buildings being here? It was just too humiliating. They would rather destroy this place than let him show off, and that was why it was all turned into ruins. A senior sister added, "Why did I hear that Qi Daolin was extremely stunning? His talents rarely seen under the heavens." Jing Xiao said, "Wu, even though that person was infamous, he really was formidable. Otherwise, how could he become the core disciple of more than 10 sects, successfully stealing from many masters? Why did he do this? Is there any purpose in this?" Someone questioned. The first reason is because he is a martial madman, wishing to merge the bone texts of all clans and create the most powerful heavenly art. The second reason is because there was something that had always been gnawing at his mind, his desire to revive a certain forbidden ancient sect. Senior brother Lu's expression was a bit strange. What sect is this? For him to feel like it was worth doing all of this? Someone was shocked. "I do not know. I only heard that this sect's people are pitifully few, but terrifying beyond imagination," a senior sister said. Senior brother Lu said, "Rumors has it that when it was time for this inheritance to replace the old with the new, Qi Daolin was chosen. However, it was precisely then that great enemies attacked this place. The old sect master made the decision then to have Qi Daolin leave, saving his life. Wu, there are some news that I've heard. Rumor has it that the great enemies that besieged that inheritance were terrifying beyond imagination." Another senior brother said with a soft voice. "Who were they?" "I heard that Immortal Palace's most ancient figure awoke from his archaic slumber, and then he invited several other of the most powerful figures to move out together to attack this place." "See!" Everyone gasped. What kind of place was Immortal Palace? They never exceeded 5 members, yet they overlooked the world under heaven, intimidating everyone, both past and present. "Shush! It's best if we don't talk too much about these old matters," a senior brother warned, feeling that loose tongues might cause a lot of trouble. Senior brother Lu said, "Rumors has it that after Qi Daolin was sent away, he originally wanted to look for his senior's inheritance, but he ended up empty-handed. In the end, he began to steal from all the different masters to strengthen himself." "A bit understandable," Jing Xiao said. "Hey, junior sister, you definitely cannot pity him. He was indeed unlucky when he was young. But look at what he did later, angering man and god alike. Absolutely despicable." Senior brother Lu stressed. "Right, look over there. Isn't that a pair of copper rust?" Someone pointed at a mountain peak. It was covered in green color, all copper rust. Qi Daolin had visited Immortal Palace before and stole a copper house to use as an outhouse. Everyone became speechless. They began to understand how badly this Dao master bore a grudge, as well as how much of an exotic flower he was. There was a rumor that if not for Immortal Palace having 2 people overseeing it that were just too ancient, their cultivation levels being incomparably profound, Qi Daolin would have long gone and gotten revenge. Sure Hao thought to himself without saying anything. You were listening carefully as well. Are you still going to guard this shoddy monastery? Just properly cultivate so that you have a chance of entering my goddess academy," someone said rather arrogantly with the attitude of someone who succeeded. "All of you just stay out of the way and leave. So annoying." Sure Hao waved his hand. "You aren't truly hoping to become a disciple of this place, right?" Lu Ming directly laughed. Senior brother Lu seemed to have thought of something and said, "Several thousand years ago, Qi Daolin was prompted by a sudden urge, truly appearing here once before to instruct a few disciples. In the end, what happened?" Everyone was curious. "In the end, they were harassed by the disciples of every sect, and they all abandoned Supreme being Dao right, never appearing again. It really was miserable," Senior brother Lu said, and he even looked at Sure Hao with ill intentions. "Didn't they say that they weren't actually taught by Qi Daolin, and instead that someone discovered a part of Qi Daolin's inheritance?" That's incorrect. 2 of them were personally taught by him, but in the end, they were beaten up quite miserably by the disciples of each sect. They directly left and never returned. As Shihao listened to their discussions, he discovered that there seemed to be some other things that Qi Daolin wished to keep a secret. Shihao didn't place his attention on them and instead thought about other things. If he walked under the world with Supreme being Dao Right's name, would he become like those 2 seniors, be pursued by the disciples of every clan? However, no matter how bad it was, could it be worse than if he exposed his true identity? During these past few thousand years, there were a few who came here looking for opportunities as well, claiming to be disciples of this sect to occupy the peak. But in the end, they were all beaten up miserably, Senior Brother Lu said. Ha. There were a few older students who had ill intentions as they looked at Shihao. Laugh my ass. All of you better get lost. I am going to say it again. This is my Dao right. Shihao said. Is that so? Your temper is quite great. Since you consider yourself a disciple of Supreme being Dao right, then it'll just be like the old rules of the past. Senior Brother Lu said. What old rules? Lu Ming was eager to give it a try. Obviously to deal with him, put him in the same state as those seniors of his. Make him run away with his head covered and disappear. Senior Brother Lu said. There were even those that added. We have to spread the news as well. Then, the disciples of every sect will come. Watch me then. Lu Ming took action. The 5-colored antlers on his head shone, and an expanse of bone texts shot out. However, under everyone's shocked eyes, with a gabbing sound, a horn came off, appearing in Shihao's hands. It immediately gave everyone a fright. I've been tired to death these past few days, but you really are attentive, bringing me a young deer antler to help me recover my body, Shihao said. They had talked about quite a few behind-the-scenes stories, making him feel more and more out of sorts. Pong! In the next moment, Lu Ming flew out, rolling down the mountain. Everyone became stupefied. Was this an exceptional talent? He was just too formidable. Even though Lu Ming was a new student, being blasted flying like this meant that this person possessed unimaginable power. Senior Brother Lu's expression changed. He turned around and immediately ran. Shoo! Like an arrow that left a bowstring, he immediately arrived behind him, grabbed him by the neck, and then said, A willow tree that developed intelligence? Shihao sighed with amazement. Out of kindness towards someone of the same race as the willow deity, he didn't act too harshly. With a single slap, he sent him falling down to the foot of the mountain. Senior Brother Lu's entire body was shivering with coldness. What kind of freak was this? This monster dealt with him like he was grabbing a chicken. You are of the Golden Luan race? Shihao set his eyes on the next target. Without any trace of politeness, he immediately hacked off a large piece of Golden Luan leg meat. Compared to its massive body, it wasn't a particularly serious injury. Then, Shihao looked at another person and said, You are a flood dragon? Leave behind a piece of flesh. Then you can leave. The group of people were stupefied, especially the newcomers, receiving an incredibly heavy psychological blow. While carrying great ambitions, they finally entered Goddess Academy, yet in front of this small shoddy sect, they were actually oppressed like this. Wasn't this some notorious inheritance? How could the youth from this place be so formidable? Moreover, this youth was quite strange as well, staring at them and treating them like food, wanting to eat and drink their body parts. It was too terrifying. Hurry and leave. Also, warn the Academy's experts that an evil disciple has appeared. The ashes of the notorious sect burns once more. Someone shouted. Hong! Shihao took action, blasting the people until they flipped over. He searched them one by one for flesh goods. Loud cries of terror immediately sounded from this place. Seniors were lying to us. This is clearly a terrifying inheritance. Juniors, this really is a shoddy inheritance with a bad reputation. But we never said they were weak. Back then, only when the powerful disciples of every sect took action did they defeat those few inheritors. A senior brother explained. In the end, apart from that female disciple named Jing Sharo, the others all had a piece of meat sliced off. Then, They all tumbled down the great mountain while screaming their heads off. You seem like your character isn't that bad. Not looking down on Supreme being Dao, right? So you can leave. Shihao waved his hand. You? What are you called? Jing Xiao's face was a bit pale as she asked. She felt like this person was even more strange and terrifying than that legendary Qi Daolin. Instead of yelling killing and beating up, he yelled about eating and drinking, treating everyone like food. Supreme being Dao writes, Great Master Disciple. Shihao said. Finally, this place became quiet. Shihao swept away his gloomy mood, and then he began to happily start a fire. He washed the antler, luan meat, flood fragantassel, and a large pile of other food clean, and then he began to slow cook them together. This is a great stew. What a wonderful meal. He was waiting for the food to finish cooking. Qi Daolin silently appeared, nodding his head and saying, Not bad. Stronger than your two martial brothers. Not irresolute and no fear. Taking action when needed. Shihao's face immediately went rigid. His face immediately darkened when he thought about how he was swindled, as well as the rumors he heard about Supreme being Dao right. There's no need to be unhappy. Do you know how many people came to me asking for me to teach them divine abilities? You should be content with your situation, Qi Daolin said. Then, without any trace of politeness, he began to help himself to the cauldron's food. Now that I am Supreme being Dao Right's disciple, I feel like I am going to be the target of scorn from all. In the future, no matter where I go, wouldn't everyone want to harass me? Shihao asked. You don't need to go out. In the future, this mountain alone will become bustling with activity. Others will come on their own. No matter what creatures you want to eat, those from great races will all come. In addition, those people might have holy medicines, rare weapons, and all types of things for you to take. Qi Daolin said rather irresponsibly. You? Shihao was annoyed. In the end, he said with a soft voice, What if their masters come looking for me after I eat a few vicious beasts and beat them until they are screaming? Don't you still have me? As long as I am still free and unfettered in this world, who dares to touch my disciple? I will bring down disaster onto all of their disciples, Qi Daolin said in an extremely domineering manner. Shihao didn't say anything and looked at him. This elder looked like he possessed an immortal aura and Dao bones, but right now he was like a pain in the neck, like an old hoodlum. You promise? For example, if I go wander around in Goddess Academy, their clan's upper levels wouldn't deal with me? Qi Daolin waved his hand and said, I just came back from that place. They owe me a favor, and now they completely promised me. You are someone from Supreme being Dao right, so no one will rashly deal with you. Soon after, Qi Daolin felt regret, inwardly twitching his lips. This fella really knew how to provoke others, not allowing others to be worry-free. It was because that fella didn't even wait at all and immediately went down the mountain. He began to have people hold signs in front of Goddess Academy saying that he would accept all types of missions. He was actually collecting fees, helping people fight battles. He wrote clearly that he could beat up younger grade disciples, as well as hang up and beat up older grade seniors. Everything was okay as long as they offered him a good price. Stinky brat. Get your ass back here. Qi Daolin felt like his teeth were sore. Even though Shihao left Goddess Academy's entrance, there was still an uproar raised within. Are you trying to test me? Qi Daolin gave him a look. No, I just wanted a chance to sneak in. I need the tribulation crossing Divine Lotus. Shihao said, lacking in confidence. Nonsense. Aren't you just testing me? Qi Daolin stared at him. Then, after thinking about it, he said, All right, take this. Go to that immortal pond when you have the chance, and bring that Dao companion back along the way. What? Shihao was stupefied. He looked at the black metal tile in his hand. This is Goddess Academy's thing. By holding it, you can visit the divine pool without restriction, said Qi Daolin. Shihao was quite doubtful. He looked at Qi Daolin like he was an idiot, as if he definitely wouldn't fall for his tricks. Get out of here. You still aren't going to go. Qi Daolin was furious. In the end, Shihao headed for Goddess Academy. Goddess Academy, a place grand and magnificent. In the distance, The vendor booths of the open market were all being put away, ending their days clamoring and bustling. At the entrance of the academy, a few students were coming and going. Quite a few of them were Tao companions, coming out under the sunset glow to relax after a day of cultivation and appreciate this type of silent beauty. A divine bird descendant, green bird, beat its wings under the sunset. Its wings flickered like green gold. In its mouth was a letter that released a warm light, extremely quiet and auspicious. Unfortunately, the peace was quickly broken. In the distance, shouts of clamoring sounded from the open market. Cries of pain and screaming of girls could be heard. Precious techniques lit up brilliantly, erupting in large amounts. It was chaotic. It's someone from our academy. There are people fighting. They suffered greatly, being beaten down in an instant. Hurry and come look. Students rushed out from the entrance one after another, especially the experts who rushed over like wind and lightning. What is going on? The higher grade seniors asked. A group of people had bone texts flickering about them. They were all powerful individuals. The fella from this morning came, and he is carrying out his promise now, giving a few people a beating. They were all beaten down, someone said, pointing at a few students laying on the ground nearby. What kind of mess is this? Who is the person from the morning? Someone quickly explained, saying, cough, during the day, there was a person who set up a stall and claimed to be able to carry out various types of missions, willing to help fight against the people in the academy. He said that he could beat up lower grade students or higher grade seniors. What a strange person, running to my goddess academy to carry out missions and beat up the academy elites. Is he trying to overturn the sky? The students' enforcement team arrived, and they just happened to hear this. Their noses almost went crooked from anger. This was truly daring, simply intolerable. So unbridled, he truly dares to come here? Everyone was discussing what happened during the daytime as the sun went down. It was absolutely infuriating, coming to Goddess Academy's entrance to carry out this kind of business. Was he looking down on Goddess Academy students? Then everyone learned about the details. A loose cultivator that had just joined the academy was humiliated by someone from Underworld Earth. He came here to get first-hand experience, asking this person for help. In reality, Shurhao held the black tile and was ready to enter Goddess Academy already. But he unexpectedly encountered this youth with a bloody nose and swollen face ask him for help. After understanding what was happening, easily and in passing, he gave the Underworld clan elites who were bullying loose cultivators a good beating, pounding each of them until they spat out white suds from their mouths and started twitching in place. Shurhao just wanted to collect some rewards for the sake of doing it, telling that youth that because this was the first time they were doing business, it would be half price. However, that youth had to help him advertise his business, that he could beat up anyone on the premise that they had rare precious medicines and other things. Pooh! When those Underworld clan elites had just woken up and heard what was going on, they were so angry they spat out a mouthful of old blood. When the group of people heard this, they were all speechless. There really was a weirdo like this, to advertise outside Goddess Academy's gates that he could beat up any student low or high grade. This was too disgraceful and unbridled. Did he say what he was called? A high-grade student asked. He calls himself Great Master Brother. The group of people looked at each other in dismay, all of them revealing strange expressions. Have you guys heard what else happened earlier? Rumor has it that the shoddy monastery that was long covered in weeds had its ashes burn once more, producing another disciple, one also called Great Master Brother. He beat a few of our academy's junior brothers into a sorry state, producing a huge commotion within our academy. This is a major event. I heard that a group of powerful individuals were going to go there to see exactly what was going on. If that notorious inheritance really revives, then there will definitely be a large-scale raid. As a result, everyone revealed looks of shock. Were the two big events caused by the same person? I think it might very well be the same person. They really are traceable to the same stock. This sect is notorious, rotten to the roots. We definitely have to group up and beat the crap out of that inheritor. The academy entrance erupted with noise. No one could sit still any longer, especially the enforcement squad. They wanted to immediately enter the mountains. Return my goddess academy's peace. Remove the remaining evil of this notorious Tao rite. Come together to wipe out this scum. The sun is about to fall over the mountain. That shoddy monastery really is strange. Let's wait until tomorrow and then wipe out this lunatic together with all the experts. In the distance, Hao heard everything clearly and saw what was going on. He became speechless. This title of Great Master Brother truly incurred everyone's hatred. This sect's bad reputation really was spread far and wide. He didn't feel any fear, however. He'll deal with tomorrow's matters tomorrow. Right now, finding the tribulation crossing Divine Lotus was the most important matter. There was no rush to beat up these people after succeeding. Goddess Academy was a rather open academy. Due to it being powerful enough, the checks at the entrance weren't that strict, allowing those from the open market to come and go. This also proved how powerful this inheritance was, as they had this type of confidence. They didn't fear the invasion of any outsiders. Things went extremely smoothly for Hao. He was able to slip in and not receive any obstruction. The bright red sunset glow made the entire academy appear more and more peaceful. There were many students who came and went, but it was still extremely orderly and peaceful. No one made a racket. Hao was quite delicate and pretty, not over 17 to 18 years of age. He didn't come into any conflict after entering. Everyone thought that he was one of the students. He looked around, not in a rush to find where the tribulation crossing Divine Lotus was, instead stopping from time to time to appreciate the academy's artistic scenery and engraving in cliffs engraved with great Tao imprints. There were large amounts of building complexes here and spiritual mountains that exuded auspicious energy. There were great rivers that passed through the academy as well, and even more flying waterfalls and other things. Divine birds and auspicious beasts roamed about as well. This place was half mountains, half city. The scenery was extremely beautiful, flowing with pure white wisps. That was the embodiment of spiritual essence condensation and not water vapor. Suddenly, Hao discovered one place that was especially lively. Many students were hurrying over, and even from far away, he could smell intoxicating wine and delicious food that made one drool. Really is a good place. Hao's eyes went straight, because he saw golden elephant trunks, purple golden camel peaks, spiritual medicine mushrooms, flying bear paws, and other precious dishes. There was even great golden-winged pung wings being roasted until they were golden with oil. Forget it, what I came here for is more important. He wiped away a mouthful of saliva and then reluctantly turned around, temporarily departing from this place. It was because he had even more important things to take care of tonight. He used a worn-out map he got from Qi Daolin to differentiate where he had to go. Following a small cobblestone path towards a quiet place, he entered the depths of the academy. Hao discovered that the important region had formations covering them densely. Symbols flickered about, making it difficult to go in. That was why the academy didn't have to worry about outsiders coming in to disturb the peace. After roaming left and right, he passed over a mountain region. Auspicious energy wafted into the air and multicolored radiance shone along the way. It was clear that he entered the most important precious land. There were several people who tried to stop him, but upon seeing the black metal tile, they all backed off, not appearing again. This was especially the case when he entered a formation. The black tile shone, blocking the symbol attacks, allowing him to peacefully enter. Hao was shocked, and only now did he believe Qi Daolin's words. This tile really was formidable, an important treasure of this academy. That old fella angers man and God alike. Just how many relationships did he have to make use of to make the academy's higher levels hate yet respect him so much, giving him this secret item? He began to speculate inwardly. Even though Qi Daolin had a notorious reputation, he was still someone with a story. Not only did he bring chaos to the world, there were still times when he upheld justice. The sun had already set. The sound of bugs could be heard. They hid within the grass, some pleasant to listen to, others crying out goo-goo sounds like muffled thunder. Hao was shocked. There was definitely a bug king here. This place was definitely not simple. Xianxia gasped. He saw a strange bug that was too unordinary. Even though it was only the size of a thumb, it released scarlet multicolored light that dyed an entire mountain red. In addition, its appearance was quite strange, looking like a blood phoenix. This shouldn't be the divine bug that had a chance of becoming a bug emperor Feng Wu got from Origin Sky Secret Realm, right? Xianxia trembled inwardly. Will there be a great battle of bug emperors in the future? Moonlight lit up again, and silver splendor scattered downwards. He passed through several dozen formations in succession. By relying on the black metal tile, the journey went extremely smoothly. He arrived in a place covered in multicolored mists. This should be the immortal pool where the tribulation crossing divine lotus is, Xianxia said to himself. He looked forwards. Mists pervaded the air and light swirled about brilliantly. Even from far away, he could already smell the fragrance. The immortal pond is so large, no wonder Goddess Academy dares to be so open to the outside world, able to allow the one that could offer 7-colored immortal gold the chance to soak here for a day and night. Xianxia muttered. Instead of calling it an immortal pool, it was better to call it a sparkling lake. Multicolored mists spread outwards, covering a great area. Suddenly, Xianxia's expression changed. His divine senses were extremely sharp. He immediately retracted his aura and used the dual pupil to inspect outwards. He was immediately stunned. It was because he saw a beautiful scene. Under the pure moonlight was an exceptionally beautiful figure. Her pitch-black hair was shining, scattering down to her waists. Her neck was like that of a heavenly crane's. Her clothes were half removed, revealing her soft and sparkling shoulders that flickered between light and dark. Her eyebrows were extremely long and gently shaking. This was an exceptional fairy. She was currently bathing, only partly dressed, stunning and astonishing, poetic and picturesque. It swayed one's heart gently. It was precisely Yuchan. Her body was tall and slender, incredibly fine. On her back was an enormous moon. She was standing by the immortal poolside within sparkling flower petals. The water fragrance rose in spirals, setting her off like a fairy in a world of mortals. To gaze upon is an indecent assault, Xianxia said softly. Then he added, "What am I scared of? That's my wife." Moreover, he widened his eyes and stared intently. He never thought that he would unexpectedly see Yuchan. He rubbed his chin and silently admired. It was clear that Yuchan's spiritual senses were extremely sharp as well. She turned around rather suspiciously. Unfortunately, she didn't have dual pupils and Xianxia restrained his aura. After some slight hesitation, she entered the waters. "Forget it, I won't go over for now," Xianxia said. He chose another direction and entered the divine pond. He had something more important to take care of right now and didn't have time to waste. Under the moonlight, he silently moved about, creeping closer to the medicinal fragrance. However, what if they accidentally encountered each other? Xianxia felt like he was already avoiding the other party, which was already extremely generous. Moreover, she was still his wife. "You better not take the initiative to get on my nerves. My patience has always been extremely terrible," he said to himself with his extremely thick face. Moonlight scattered down like water, bright and warm. The lake was sparkling and brilliant like divine liquid or jade elixir. There was a wave of fragrance wafting about, and multicolored brilliance surged. It is effective. The body's vitality becomes strong, allowing one's vitality to increase, Xianxia said to himself. This was the result of his direct observation. This was an immortal pond that contained innate essence. It was known to have immortal Tao aura. For Goddess Academy, this was one of the most important precious lands, second only to the human immortal engravings. Of course, all of the immortal Tao essence was sealed at the bottom of the lake and not allowed to immediately surge. It instead flowed out in a steady stream to nourish the entire academy, making this the birthplace of heroes. There were also rumors that there was actually an enormous immortal corpse beneath the ground that merged with the Tao, turning this place into a spring that erupted with energy. Even a true immortal couldn't revive after dying. instead turning into the most foundational immortal essence. In the past, there were quite a few people that had their eyes on this lake, including the younger Qi Daolin. In the end, they all failed. What a good place. If I can get closer to the tribulation crossing divine lotus, then I can most likely refine the golden Bodhi fruit. Sure how increased speed towards the center of the lake. When he reached this place, it was now completely different. He unexpectedly entered a small world that was surrounded by multicolored clouds. Divine light overflowed into the heavens. Great formations covered this place densely, and bone texts rose and fell. It was sparkling and brilliant. This place was extraordinary, forming a small world of its own. It was to the extent where there was even lightning radiance here. Shurhao was shocked. He didn't dare let go of the black tile in his hands. He was now confident that this was definitely a great treasure. Only with it could he get closer to the tribulation crossing divine lotus. Sure enough, he was able to safely make it through. Meanwhile, the spiritual essence of this lake immediately became 10 times richer. How formidable! It can already be called a divine spring at this point. Now that I can soak in here, I think I can quickly recover. Suddenly, he saw a figure that was snow white and sparkling. He hurriedly sank to the bottom of the lake and restrained all of his vitality. He became calm and unmoving. He never thought that he would see another figure that was snow white and sparkling. He hurriedly sank to the bottom of the lake and restrained all of his life force, becoming silent and stationary. He never expected someone other than Yuchan appearing here. This was clearly a young lady. She was cultivating and bathing here. Goddess Academy was extremely large, and those with great enough aptitude had a chance of entering this place for isolation. Of course, normally, they would always stagger about their limits to avoid encountering each other. This person was just about to leave. She moved like a spotlessly white mermaid. She moved through the water surface, leaving behind a graceful and moving silhouette. Shurhao watched as she left, and then he slowly surfaced, continuing upwards towards the heart of this place. The fragrance became richer and richer, making his body feel more and more invigorated. He was about to float up. In addition, the multicolored brilliance of this place became too brilliant, so blinding that they couldn't open their eyes. Something isn't quite right. Shurhao frowned. Within the depths of this place, his spiritual senses were suppressed, so his divine awareness couldn't travel very far. This meant that it wasn't as easy to investigate. In addition, he found that even the dual pupil lost efficacy. Strand after strand of multicolored light seeped out, turning into a rainbow and covering the void. They interweaved together, so gorgeous one could lose themselves in its beauty. There was also electrical radiance streaking about that made it look even more beautiful. This place was extremely large, and with the ineffectiveness of divine senses, if someone came here, it was likely for them to only discover each other after running into each other. Yuchan was on the other side. Normally speaking, she wouldn't head in this direction. This was what Shurhao felt. Even if they did run into each other, it wasn't that big of a deal either. He wasn't that worried. He arrived. He felt an exuberant wave of vitality. His entire being felt like he was going to float into the air. That was a wave of divine Tao essence. It contained a large amount of life force. Shurhao moved forward to take a closer look. He was stupefied. The so-called tribulation crossing divine lotus was actually an ancient tree. It was extremely lush, its entire body sparkling golden. Its branches were vigorous and strong like a dragon. Even if many people surrounded it, they still wouldn't be able to wrap their arms around it. It was as if a golden ancient dragon was hibernating here. Endless golden leaves extended outwards. It could also be considered a lotus, because upon closer inspection, its bold and powerful body was the reflection of the divine lotus roots growing thicker. Only it was just too majestic. It grew here and was extremely majestic, filling up a large portion of this watery region. In addition, what left others the most shocked was that there was lightning all about it, covering it densely. They were incomparably thick like silver, golden, and purple dragons, winding around and protecting it. The lightning's colors were different, but their power were all extremely great. This was the tribulation crossing divine lotus, different from how he had imagined it to be. The scene it displayed was also a bit different. No wonder it has this name. It really is crossing tribulations, covered densely in lightning every minute and second. Xianxia said to himself. As for the tribulation crossing divine lotus, there were many legends related to it. It was common knowledge that after the immortal ancient era passed, this world became different and the natural laws changed. Creatures now would normally not suffer heavenly tribulation anymore, and this had become a unique trait of the tribulation crossing divine lotus. Of course, there were rare instances in this world as well. For example, due to the demonic sovereign of Fiend Island wishing to exist forever in this world, he passed away after attempting to pass a tribulation. There were many giants who came to this place because of how famous this plant was. They all wished to study this lotus. There was an extremely terrifying saying, which was that the tribulation crossing divine lotus was connected to heaven and earth's calamities. It could live extremely well for an entire era, while other creatures were all gathering disaster, eventually having to suffer a tribulation. There were unsurpassed figures who had pried into the mystery, claiming that there would be a day when creatures would undergo heavenly tribulation again when they were advancing to the point of breaking through life and death. At that time, it would be a great tribulation. It was because they had never suffered many lightning tribulations before, and all of it was accumulating in that day. As for just how terrifying it would be, that was hard to say. This was especially the case for a few exceptionally stunning and monstrous geniuses, as it would be even more dangerous for them. It was because the more outstanding one was, the more heavenly tribulation would come knocking on their doors. And now, this tribulation hadn't occurred for an entire era. All of this would be accumulated. Of course, many people wouldn't even last until that day arrived. Before that day arrived, they would have long died in meditation. However, once that day truly came, regardless of whether it was towards geniuses or old sect masters, it would definitely be an absolute disaster. This thing has a great secret. Why are you the only one that can pass the tribulation? Xianxia said softly. He suddenly thought of the Lightning Emperor's inheritance, deciding that he had to carefully study it from the beginning again, and then use the thunderstorm guiding lightning to refine his body and carry out a baptism. This is the true immortal pool. Xianxia discovered that the tribulation crossing divine lotus took root in an enormous pool that was shining. It was like a golden starch, bubbling in that area. This type of ancient tree took root here, its branches lush with life. Lightning radiance and golden light interweaved, covering everything. Not even divine will could probe past. Yuchan is on the other side, and I am here. We are separated from each other, so it's unlikely for us to encounter each other. Xianxia carefully closed in on the divine lotus, wishing to get in and acquire some divine liquid, perhaps even picking a few divine leaves, but he was disappointed. The true immortal pond had bone texts covering it densely. Even with the black metal tile in hand, he had no way of making it over there, instead being obstructed outside. No one was allowed close to the divine lotus. Moreover, when one truly got closer, deafening thunderous sounds rumbled as if an army of tens of thousands were rushing past. It made one's blood and chi surge. Normally, a person would have definitely already fainted. Xianxia was paying rapt attention to this place, discovering that there would be golden liquid that seeped out from the edge of the immortal pond from time to time, entering the outside of the great lake and triggering an eruption of spiritual essence. Immortal energy pervaded the air. This was the foundation. Even though he entered the immortal pond, he still couldn't get closer. By collecting this golden liquid on the outside, even though it wasn't the ideal situation, it should still be enough. It was because this liquid's vitality was extremely great. By standing here, his flesh would immediately become different. His bones would crackle about with pi-pa sounds, as if he was growing. Wu, the tribulation crossing divine lotus is mature and about to completely solidify, entering the pond. Now, the golden liquid should be the result of a mixture of itself and the immortal pond's precious liquid. Xianxia saw through the origin of it all. No wonder this place flickered with lightning. It was because the divine lotus life was in full bloom, reaching the critical point. He silently adjusted his breathing, allowing himself to reach the most optimal state. His entire body became covered in bone texts, and blood energy surged. Then he produced a fist-sized golden fruit. See, these two things are resonating with each other. There really is a perfect pair type of feeling. Xianxia sucked in a cold breath, feeling considerably shocked. It was because when he observed it carefully, he found that the golden Bodhi fruit and the tribulation-crossing divine lotus seemed to have some type of vague connection. They were both golden and extremely heaven-defying, and so there was some type of relationship. Could it be that these two things complemented each other to begin with? Xiao's mind jumped. Then he calmed down, starting to gather the golden liquid that dripped out from the immortal pond. His flesh also became like a bottomless pit, absorbing it all and storing it. If others saw this, they would definitely be stupefied and stare with disbelief. Even though this was priceless divine liquid, directly absorbing it like this was definitely a waste of resources. So much golden liquid was definitely not something a supreme expert could absorb. It would be too difficult for them to refine. It was because the tribulation-crossing divine lotus would make even a heavenly deity's eyes go red, feeling a strong desire to possess it. They could use it to break through, let alone a youngster at a lower cultivation realm like Xianxia. Sure enough, not long after, he felt a tremendous pressure. His body swelled up like a drum. Golden multicolored light filled the sky, and the aura of life was boundless. In addition, he still had a type of feeling of entering a state of Tao comprehension. It's begun. Xianxia bit into the golden Bodhi fruit, carefully absorbing just a small mouthful, holding it in his mouth and starting to refine it. In that instant, his body felt as if it was struck by lightning. Once this type of thing entered his body, it dissolved on its own, battering at his 4 limbs and hundreds of bones. There was even more a ferocious battering against his divine will. It was incomparably oppressive. Pooh! Xianxia coughed blood on the scene. His bones broke and his muscles snapped. The small mouthful he absorbed, even without him refining it, entered every part of his body, producing tremendous damage. His expression changed. This type of thing was indeed terrifying. For the human race, it was poison. It contained a terrifying great Tao, harming one's Tao root. It really was terrifying to the extreme. If it was any other supreme expert, they would have likely exploded on the spot. Even Xianxia felt as if he was struck by lightning. Many of his bones were broken. He suffered a tremendous amount of pain and torment. He simply couldn't imagine how a portion of the fruit's liquid could contain such destructive power. It was enough to kill the most powerful of creatures. The tribulation-crossing divine lotus and immortal pool's essence. Xianxia absorbed finally displayed its use. It quickly repaired his body and connected his broken bones, allowing his weakened state to gradually recover. Hong! An indescribable type of natural Tao laws blasted at Xianxia's primordial spirit, clearly what was previously contained within the golden Bodhi fruit he had just ingested. It immediately made his Tao heart unsteady and his primordial spirit almost exploded. Seal! Xianxia roared. He operated the true primordial record, interweaving the most primitive bone texts to fend off this mysterious natural law force. This was simply a life and death torment. It was just an instant, but Xianxia felt as if he was being torn apart from his flesh down to his primordial spirit, almost ending his life right there. It could be said that if a divine flame realm expert suffered this type of disaster, they would still undoubtedly die. However, he made it through. It's effective. Xianxia was pleasantly surprised. The flesh immunity ability became more and more clear, and the most important thing was that he felt a wave of thriving vitality. He could make this ability grow together with him. Then he calmed down his heart. He guided the immortal pond's golden liquid into his body while carefully devouring a bit of the golden Bodhi fruit. When it was late into the night, he had already refined a large half of it. However, this process was too dangerous. Even with the tribulation-crossing divine lotus, his flesh was still blasted apart several times. The most miserable part was that he almost broke apart, his 4 limbs separating and his shoulder blades blasted flying. Another 2 hours later, 3/4 of the golden Bodhi fruit disappeared. There seems to be mysterious ripples of order spreading outwards. At the other end to the immortal pond where the tribulation-crossing divine lotus rested, a spotlessly white like fine jade young lady said to herself. She was gorgeous and exceptional. Her body that bathed in the precious liquid was perfect without any faults. Aya! Sure how released a miserable cry. His right shoulder began to split open, the cracks extending down towards his chest. Blood surged frantically, and half of his body was almost torn apart. He endured the intense pain, operating bone texts to treat himself, guiding the tribulations crossing golden liquid's immortal pond's spiritual essence into his body to recover his injuries. His chest healed, not blasting apart. However, his right arm and shoulder fell off, unable to escape the disaster. Blood dyed the pool red. Sherhow's face was snow white. His teeth were tightly clenched. He picked up his arm and connected the bones himself, guiding the immortal pool's essence to recombine the broken limb, recovering from this extremely serious injury. He already lost track of how many times this had happened. His torso was cracked apart, blood dyeing the immortal pool red. His entire body suffered a torment from the underworld. He was like a patched-up living corpse. If it was anywhere else, even if it was sure how, he still couldn't tolerate it. It was because his flesh shell had been blasted through several dozen times, seriously injuring his body's source and Tao foundation. Fortunately, this place was within the lake where the tribulation-crossing divine lotus was planted. The golden life substance could recreate blood and flesh on white bones, allowing a person on the verge of death to recover. Sure how refined the golden Bodhi fruit here. His decision was correct. Otherwise, it would have been too dangerous to try this anywhere else. Even if his blood and chi were like those of a dragon, he would still suffer a disaster and die. There is much less of the fruit remaining now, already 1/7 remaining. I am about to succeed. What was supporting his willpower right now was the fact that he wasn't far from completely refining the golden Bodhi fruit. He could already see the glimmer of hope at the end of the tunnel, even though he was suffering in torment with blood everywhere, feeling like he would rather die than stay alive. This was perhaps the final darkness before dawn. Sure how took a deep breath. After adjusting his body's state, he could clearly see that the immortal pool's golden liquid was quickly gathering over, entering his body to repair his body's cracks, continuously nourishing his broken bones. This was a miracle. It was because the broken bones recombined and his limbs regrew. The serious injuries from before were healing, approaching completeness at lightning speed. This was the tribulation-crossing divine lotus, exactly the same as the effects of legend, allowing white bones to display vitality, reproducing flesh. This was the fruit that made heavenly deities go mad over them. Soon after, Sure how opened his eyes. When he opened and closed his eyes, there were symbols interweaving. It was as if an expanse of stars were contained within his pupils. There was new life, reprieve from death. I should get this over with. He endured this hellish suffering and torment, starting to refine the divine fruit again. Beams of light seeped out strand after strand, winding about his body. The small world had Tao patterns and formations surrounding this place. The divine senses of individuals could not pry through, and as such, even if one wasn't that far away, they still wouldn't be able to sense anything. On the other side of where the tribulation-crossing divine lotus was planted, there was a beauty whose divine senses were astonishing. Her pupils were like gemstones, sparkling and full of life. She unexpectedly sensed some abnormalities. The lake was warm and sparkling. Yuchan's figure was wonderful, her spotlessly white body glowing like ivory without the slightest flaw. Her pupils flickered about, producing a streak of ripples towards that direction. Of course, she was acting carefully as well, not taking the risk to approach. It was because she was only feeling doubt. Under the interweaving lunar splendor, she was exceptionally beautiful. Her fine black hair scattered down, her intelligent pupils flickering with divine light. Her body looked like it was made of fine jade, snow white and satiny, flowing with specks of brilliance. She began to quietly close in. In Sherhao's hands, there was only an extremely small piece of flesh left sticking to the fruit's core. It released blazing radiance, and the natural laws could vaguely be seen. divine ripples interweaved within the flesh. Meanwhile, the fruit core was the size of a Luan egg. It was dark green in color and had a type of demonic attribute. Holding it would make one's heart palpitate. The dark green radiance made Shao's palm become translucent. With a resolute heart, Shao opened his mouth and nibbled down. The final piece of flesh turned into a wave of blazing radiance. It frantically rushed into his body, once again hacking at his vitality, making him look like a wild horse out of control. There was only the dark green fruit core left in his hand. Shao released a groan. His body swayed. This time, his chest bone exploded, and his heart released a cracking sound. This was extremely severe, injuring him severely. Oh! His heart was torn apart. A divine chain of order passed through there, making his body clear from front to back. In addition, they began to extend outwards with him at the center. In that instant, many cracks appeared on his chest. It was as if the smooth level of the Earth's crust split apart and magma surged outwards. Deep gorges appeared streak after streak, filled with blazing radiance. It was as if he was going to completely explode. Shao was equivalent to half destroyed. It hurt so much. Shao's mouth opened up a crack, his delicate and pretty face distorting. He fell into the pool of water, turning about and struggling. His injuries were just too severe. The holy radiance jumped about. His chest began to collapse, turning into an expanse of flames that seemed like it was going to burn him into ashes. Sparkling white bones were revealed there. It was dangerous to the extreme. Reincarnation! Shao roared. His body became covered in divine light. Bone text shone brilliantly like a phoenix bathed in flames. A coat of divine radiance surrounded his body to support his chest. He used his most profound precious technique to deal with the golden Bodhi fruit's corrosion, neutralizing the dangers of his flesh's collapse. Those natural laws barged in. Shao's chest split open, healed, his bones broke, and then they joined back up. The reincarnation repeated again and again, entering a stalemate situation. This was the most dangerous instance. In that short period of time, Shao's chest shone, and cracks began to extend out towards every part of his body. His entire body was about to be torn apart. The reincarnation force could not only kill opponents, it could also affect time. Right now, it was as if it could make the flow of time go in reverse, allowing Shao to regain new life, struggling and resisting the damage. Of course, the price was tremendous as well. His flesh's spiritual essence was starting to dry up as well, and his potential was completely displayed. He was gambling with his life, hoping to cross this threshold. This was, for him, a great tribulation in his life, as well as a great gamble. If he couldn't make it through, his body and Tao would vanish, eternally unrecoverable. In that instant, Shao's flesh collapsed no less than 10 times. He used all types of methods to resist. Bone text shone, and his flesh's rupturing stopped before continuing again. After a long time had passed, Shao laid there with his face towards the sky. Blood dyed the water surface. His flesh was tattered, and who knew how many bones were broken. He didn't move at all, tired to the extreme. The only fortunate thing was that he made it through. The golden Bodhi fruit's terrifying medicinal nature was absorbed. He stopped the final trial of torment. The suffering of the underworld finally ended. Only, he was now too tired, unable to piece together his broken limbs and torso together. He didn't have any energy left, unable to budge even an inch. At that moment he really wanted to sleep, not wishing to struggle any longer. Fortunately, he was right next to the tribulation crossing divine lotus. The golden liquid flowed out from the immortal pond, converging strand after strand over into Shao's pores. His spirit was weary and his strength was exhausted, close to having the last bit of fuel in his body burning out. Right now, he was completely passively absorbing the divine liquid to recover his body and vital energy. I succeeded? Shao laughed. Even though he was extremely exhausted and his eyes were about to close, he felt a type of satisfaction. He finally made it through. In the distance, a ripple flashed, and a mermaid-like figure appeared on the water's surface. her hair scattered down with beads of jewel-like liquid hanging from them. Her face was so beautiful it made one suffocate. She calmly looked ahead. This was an extremely beautiful appearance. She was like a fairy playing in water under the moon, stunning and otherworldly, untainted by the flames of the mortal world. It was as if she came out of a fantasy. A man! Yuchan was shocked. With a flash of multicolored light, a set of divine armor appeared on her body. She quickly entered a battle state. Even-numbered days was when females would use the immortal pond, while odd-numbered days were for men. It was clear that this individual overstepped the boundaries, coming in on an even-numbered day and violating the regulations. Was he trying to defy the rules of this place? Yuchan's beautiful face became cold. A male broke into here and he wasn't far. This was the same as bathing together with her. This was an intolerable result. A male was bathing with her in the divine liquid, an unimaginable thing. For a pure fairy, there was nothing worse than this. Great waves stirred within her heart. She couldn't tolerate this. At the same time, before she made any movements, Xianxia became vigilant as well. He endured the fatigue and suddenly stood up. He looked at the beauty in front of him, splashing out a lot of water. Chi. Both individuals' bodies shone, carrying out defense. The result of doing this was that bone texts covered this place densely, creating an intense collision. It was because they were just too close, and once bone texts collided, it was hard for them not to take action against each other even if they wanted to. With a xiao sound, a beam of 7-colored radiance flew out between Yuchan's brows. This was her most powerful divine sense attack, immediately using it to intimidate Xianxia, making him focus. Xianxia had just experienced a great disaster, and right now he was weak to the extreme. He didn't face it head-on, instead breaking through the lake and hiding to the side. Pervert! You've entered the immortal pool during this moonlit light. Absolutely despicable. Yuchan scoffed. If one thought that this was just berating, then they were wrong. These words carried the force of cursing. Every word turned into a symbol, as if it was the peak of a metal mountain. They appeared in the void to suppress her opponent. It was as if the great imprint of mountains and rivers crushed down. If one underestimated this and thought she was just acting out of resentment, then they would definitely suffer for it. This was an extremely formidable type of precious technique. Xiao's eyes flickered with radiance. He didn't face this attack, nor did he use his temporary magical immunity to face it. He continued to hide to the side, avoiding this attack. Yuchan's beautiful eyes were like stars, immediately detecting Xiao's weakness. His face was miserably pale, and the pool water was bright red. He clearly suffered serious injuries, losing a lot of his essence blood. His current state was terrible. Who was she? She was heaven-mending Sect's holy lady, the most outstanding and heroic disciple. Her divine senses were incredible, so she could naturally sense this. She confirmed that the other party's spiritual essence was exhausted and could be easily captured. Yuchan revealed a faint smile from the corners of her lips. Her jade-like appearance and sparkling white face were stunning. At this moment, she was like an ice princess as she forcefully pressed forward to attack Xiao and suppress him. She was sure that if she acted with the utmost caution, she could easily capture the other side without much difficulty. Ripples fluctuated out like rainbows. The sky was covered in auspicious brilliance. Yuchan immediately sealed all of Xiao's escape routes, constraining him at the center so that he couldn't get out. Hong! Yuchan used 5 great precious techniques again and again. Brilliance shone, and the great divine abilities descended simultaneously, locking onto Xiao and illuminating the lake. Normally, this attack would make all exceptional talents tremble inwardly, because it was just too shocking. This was the most powerful clash of power. However, sometimes reality and what one expected didn't match up. In that instant, Yuchan was shocked. She discovered that all of her precious techniques were useless, and when they made contact with the other party's body, they were swept clean by a wave of light. The precious techniques scattered. Meanwhile, her true body already threw itself over, closing in on the other party. The easy capture that she anticipated didn't happen. She had no choice but to engage the other party in a physical struggle. Hao refined the golden Bodhi fruit, so the magical immunity improved a step further, becoming more powerful than before. It could naturally immediately withstand the 5 great divine abilities. Originally, his body was weak, so he wanted to leave. However, now that he saw the other party fall down, becoming almost within reach, he decisively retaliated. He still had a realm-shattering symbol, so he didn't have to worry about not being able to escape Ada LL Peng. In that instant, both parties grabbed an arm of the other. They then tangled together. Catching a beauty under a moonlit night? Hao teased. You won't be able to get away. Yu Chan's perfect appearance was flowing with holy splendor. Her beautiful hair scattered down, her skin like fine jade. Her eyes flourished with divine radiance. Yu Chan's eyes were like black gemstones. Divine radiance flourished. Even though her mouth was unyielding, her mind was extremely shocked, because the other party did not display any divine abilities, yet unexpectedly neutralized her 5 great precious techniques. This was definitely inconceivable. Sky illuminating technique. Yu Chan shouted lightly. This was a type of precious technique. With the support of incantations, it became even more powerful, shining along with the movements of her cherry lips. A blazing flame erupted and blasted towards Hao. Unfortunately, it was still ineffective. The golden sun smashed into Hao's body, but a layer of precious splendor shone around him, neutralizing all of the so-called sky illuminating technique, causing it to scatter in the void. After ingesting the golden Bodhi fruit, the magical immunity ability was strengthened somewhat, and the corresponding time was extended a bit as well, and that was why this scene appeared. No matter how the other party's magical force surged and erupted with symbols, they were completely useless. The two intertwined together, arms shining. Meanwhile, Yu Chan even more so operated bone texts to make the other party's blood energy decline and forcefully suppress him. Pong! The two collided. It was as if metal smashed together. Hao was truly not at his best right now. His blood energy was dried up, and even at his strongest suit, a battle of physical strength, he still couldn't immediately gain an advantage. If it was in the past, if someone dared to get so close, Hao would definitely occupy the advantage, using an innate advantage that others normally could not strive to obtain. Not good. I have to end this as soon as possible. Otherwise, I really might fall into my wife's hands and be suppressed by her. That kind of result is too terrible to imagine. Hao shivered inwardly. Fortunes rise and fall. This time he suffered serious injuries. His blood energy was dried up, and he still hadn't recovered yet. If he was captured by Yu Chan, then he would definitely wish he was dead rather than alive. Chi! 5-colored cold light appeared. Hao's palm became incomparably sharp, producing the true dragon's profound mysteries. It was a loose move he obtained from Origin Sky Secret Realm, an extreme divine art in close combat battle. Dang! What was shocking was that Yu Chan's palms and fingers were like jade, sparkling and pure white, blocking this attack. Ho! Draconic cries ran through the sky. Hao produced a dragon imprint, and then a true dragon rushed out from his palms, surrounding Yu Chan and suppressing her. This was also an unmatched body technique. In reality, he really wanted to use other techniques like the Reincarnation divine ability, but right now, with his magical force at an all-time low, it was hard for him to display complete exceptional techniques. Only these types of loose moves were the most efficient. Yu Chan's jade arms shone. They looked soft, but they possessed the power of thousands, able to blast apart mountain peaks. Right now, even though she looked like an immortal, she was terrifyingly powerful. A loud and clear phoenix cry sounded. A fiery red immortal phoenix appeared from her palm to face that true dragon. The two intertwined, releasing a resplendent radiance. Dragon and phoenixes are both symbols of good fortune. The two of us truly have karma. Hao teased. Even though he was in a critical situation, he still didn't forget to use his thick skin to his advantage. Shoo! The immortal phoenix soared up, its wings bright red like flames, carrying with it heaven overflowing flames. It swooped down, and then Yu Chan's slender jade-like hands slapped down. Hao's mind trembled, because the magical immunity was about to end. He had to make some kind of move to break through the other party's restraints. He forcefully gathered a breath of air, and then his entire body became covered in symbols. He used all of his power, using every last bit of magical force he had left to support his body and suppress the other party. Hao's body shone. He used a variant of the Kuan-Peng technique. Golden vortexes appeared on the surface of his body like scales, but also like feathers that were spinning about. This was something even the normal Peng race could display, but it was difficult for them to reach this level. It was because Hao secretly used the Kuan-Peng technique to stir it on. This was the higher-level golden vortex ripple technique. When he was still young inside the heaven-mending pavilion, he had learned a damaged Peng race technique, the golden vortex ripple technique, but now these two couldn't be spoken of as the same things. He used the magical immunity method to neutralize the other party's scarlet immortal phoenix, and then he used the golden vortex ripple technique to frantically devour the scattered spiritual essence and divine force, strengthening himself. It was because this was the last opportunity. The magical immunity was about to wear out. The golden vortex swirled about. Hao's body shone, becoming like a human divine bird that ruled the world. He devoured the essence of heaven and earth to strengthen himself. This was a divine skill that turned the weak to the strong. Hao immediately became powerful, reaching in front of Yuchan. With a raise of his hand, he attacked, his palm and fingers like a dragon claw. Pong! This time, Yuchan's expression changed. She had just taken advantage of the other party's blood energy being dry, yet now she ended up in this type of situation. Her arm was feeling intense pain. In reality, there weren't many who could contest Hao in physical strength. Even Immortal Palace's inheritor, who accepted the unrivaled inheritance's tradition since he was young, undergoing all types of refinement, only managed to fight Hao evenly. Even though Yuchan's body was powerful, it was not where she was strongest. As such, she revealed an expression of shock. Hao really was ferocious, doing everything he could. The golden vortexes around his entire body moved, devouring spiritual essence from all sides, drawing in the tribulation crossing divine lotus golden liquid to use for himself. In that instant, he continuously delivered heavy blows, fighting Yuchan in close quarters. Great waves rose and fell. Bone texts interweaved between the two of them. Strong winds blew about and splendid radiance scattered down. They immediately exchanged over 100 blows. Yuchan shivered inwardly. This close distance was extremely unfavorable for her. Meanwhile, Hao was even more shocked. Yuchan was shocking after all, being even more powerful than ordinary exceptional talents. The light she fired from between her brows made him feel great fear. The light beam formed from condensed essence energy could destroy one's primordial spirit. Hao leapt up, not holding back at all as he displayed the earth to Inch's great divine ability. He was fast to the extreme as he battered Yuchan with attacks. However, Yuchan also had this type of precious technique. In addition, the space between her brows continuously shone, and like an immortal falling blade, it blasted out unstoppably. That was the most terrifying divine sense attack. Could it be that his was her innate divine ability, the one that was always sealed within her sea of consciousness that was now opened? Hao found out about her sea of consciousness secret while in the lower realm. Now that he saw it again, he became even more terrified. It was difficult for normal people to survive this. With a so sound, Hao leapt out, arriving at the edge of the immortal pond. He frantically absorbed the tribulation crossing divine lotus precious liquid. He had to recover as quickly as possible or else, with his blood energy dry and magical force weak, it would be difficult to capture Yuchan. He had several great precious abilities, yet he couldn't display them right now. Hang! Yuchan released a cold snort, discovering his weak point. Even though the other party was becoming more powerful, he still couldn't compare to her. His body was still extremely weak. This was an opportunity. She gave up on defense and no longer felt any restraining fear, focusing all of her attention on attacking. An imprint appeared between her brows, and then it was as if a true immortal appeared, dancing about there. It sparkled brilliantly and magnificently. At this moment, the light that fired from between her brows covered the void, blocking Shao's path of retreat. It was incomparably domineering. Shao was shaken. Not only did he feel fear towards this divine senses blade, it was also because he discovered that the imprint between Yu Chan's brows seemed extremely close to the immortal Tao divine projection. It made one shiver with fear. Fortunately, this divine projection was not like the one Xianxia used, able to defend again. Shao thought to himself inwardly. There were only 2 immortal Tao divine projections, and the other one should not be on Yu Chan's body. Podong sounded. Shao suddenly dove into the bottom of the lake, swimming around the tribulation, crossing divine lotus to absorb divine force and strengthen himself. As long as he recovered, none of this would be a problem. There is still a fruit core. I wonder if it is useful at all, Shao said to himself. He produced the golden Bodhi fruit's dark green fruit core and tried to see if he could absorb any power from it. This was also that he could use the magical force immunity ability again a bit sooner. Of course, he didn't dare refine it out of fear that some major problem would occur. It really was effective? Shao was shocked. The effect wasn't extremely prominent, but it really could trigger his body, producing some type of reaction. It was as if he could use it again after a short period of time. Shao continuously tested it, and then he revealed a strange expression. He actually succeeded. However, the magical force immunity was quite weak, so it might only display itself for an instant. Hong! This time he turned around and returned, attacking at full force. He produced a barrier of light. The true primordial record's bone texts changed the rotten to miraculous, suppressing Yu Chan. What? Yu Chan was shocked. Her precious techniques were ineffective again, and the other party immediately closed in on her, subduing her. Shao opened his only heavenly passage and took action at full force, using up all of his magical force to imprison Yu Chan, temporarily locking her down. Pong! He took action to suppress her, sealing Yu Chan. This all happened in an instant, producing shocking changes. The space between Yu Chan's brows shone to resist, but Shao raised his hand, pointing at her sparkling white forehead, making her head feel intense pain. She was unable to release this attack. Moreover, in Shao's only heavenly passage, she received an inhibition to begin with. No matter what she tried to use, it was exceedingly difficult. Shao continuously took action, patting Yu Chan's body to seal her. It was because he really felt uneasy. Even with such distance between us, we are reunited by fate. It seems like the two of us really are predestined to be married together. Shao laughed and said. Yu Chan's body was sparkling white. The divine battle clothes on her body shone, but it was ineffective. She still had her key areas sealed, placing her on the verge of being taken prisoner. This was especially the case since Shao grabbed her small waist and then lightly blew into her ears, teasing her. Her snow-white neck immediately produced a layer of goosebumps, causing her to feel even more disturbed. This was a fairy. Her figure was soft, elegant and slender. Shao took her into his arms, smelling a fragrance that penetrated deeply into the heart. He quickly sealed her, not willing to make any delays. Of course, skin contact was unavoidable. The two continuously touched each other. Do you dare fight a fair battle against me? Yu Chan said softly, trying her best to calm herself down. My blood energy is all dried up, yet I wasn't even suppressed by you. If we truly fight a great decisive battle, you think I would be scared of you? Shao said softly, holding her tightly by the waist and continuing his sealing. Can you tell me who you are? Yu Chan spoke calmly. Her skin was snow-white like ivory and shining resplendently. Her face was beautiful to the extreme. Shao was shocked. Why was she so calm? Could it be that she had other methods? Suddenly, Shao's expression changed. He released a loud cry, shouting not good. He discovered that the golden Bodhi fruit's core split open. A green seed dropped, entering his body and frantically battering at his flesh. How could it be like this? Shao cried out loudly. This was too sudden. He didn't know that the seed was even more terrifying, unexpectedly resonating with the medicinal effects within his body. wishing to merge with him. The torment from hell began again. And this time, it was even more dangerous. The only fortunate thing was that Yuchan was sealed. Hao's flesh released green radiance. That seed dissolved, and the bizarre natural laws as well as divine force bashed sideways and collided straight. His flesh immediately became tattered. The space between his brows shone, and his skull became covered in cracks. Then a ka-cha sounded. His primordial spirit became unsteady, suffering from the natural laws contained within the golden Bodhi fruit seed. This was the most terrifying thing. The death of a person was like a lamp going on, and the primordial spirit was an existence's lamp. Once that withered away, then everything became nothing. All thing would become silent. Freeze! Hao shouted, using his most powerful precious techniques. He was completely spent. His magical force was pretty much exhausted. I can only do this. His essence energy split up, becoming small cauldrons, Dao bows, divine swords, and other things. These were the insights he gained from the spiritual transformation realm, transforming bone texts, spirits, and others into tangible holy objects. Dang! The Dao bell released a long and drawn-out sound. Tens of thousands of bells rang through the air. At that moment, his primordial spirit turned into one Dao bell after another. Zhang! Sword cries that shook one's soul sounded, sending zhang-zhang sounds into the sky. At that moment, Hao's primordial spirit turned into tiny divine swords, covering the sky densely, numbering in the tens of thousands. Hong! Great Dao streams flowed, suppressing the void and protecting his body. Those were the cauldrons produced by Hao's foundational spirit. They arranged themselves, all of them releasing Dao energy produced from the cauldron's entrances. Meanwhile, he used the true primordial record, using the most simple and least energy-consuming bone texts to cover his flesh and spirit, carrying out a comprehensive resistance. This was a life and death confrontation. Hao's lamp could go out at any moment, and his flesh was about to collapse. Blood dyed the pool red. Bells, cauldrons, pagodas, swords, and others appeared endlessly. Those were things formed from divine senses, things that turned into tangible holy objects. They accepted a life or death refinement, about to be wiped out at any moment. This was a terrifying process. Hao sank into the most dangerous situation. After who knew how much time had passed, he finally stabilized himself. The destructive force and his vitality reached an equilibrium. His entire body was completely tattered, and his primordial spirit was dim. However, he knew that this was an opportunity. If he could make it past, his benefits would not be small. This was a life and death baptism. However, something completely unexpected happened. Yuchan moved. Her eyes swirled with intelligence. She had icy skin and jade bones. Her black hair scattered down, and color returned to her gorgeous face. It was you after all. Her red lips moved slightly. Hao's mind jumped. How did you break free? I was taken advantage of by you in the lower realm and suppressed once, so I would never fall in the same place twice. Yuchan said. Hao sighed. Was he going to have to use the protecting divine symbol? He really didn't want to waste it because it was too precious. However, Yuchan was unexpectedly calm. Her figure was tall and beautiful as she stood there, not taking action or displaying killing intent. Wife! Hao spoke. Yuchan's eyes were brilliant, and the corners of her clothes fluttered about. She became more and more calm and otherworldly. Can you help me? Hao's mind operated at lightning speed, asking like this. Do you need help? Yuchan's eyes moved about. She had an immortal aura and jade bones. Her wonderful body shone, untainted by the flames of mortals. I do. Your skin really is thick. Yuchan mocked. A silver moon hung above, its lunar essence interweaving as it scattered downwards like a faint layer of smoke onto the crystalline lake, making this place look hazy and misty. She stood under the peaceful moonlit night above the surface of the lake. Her battle clothes shone, and the sleeves of her clothes fluttered about, making her look like an exceptional fairy. Her eyes were black like gemstones, carrying a spiritual radiance. The scene was peaceful, extremely quiet and beautiful. Only Hao wasn't in the mood to appreciate it. He was enduring the most painful torment and might die at any time. A friend is still a friend in the end. Even though there were some misunderstandings between us, everything was still settled in the end. Since we are both from the lower realms, we should be helping each other out. Hao said with a straight face. Of course, even if he was showing any other expressions, it wouldn't be visible, because his flesh was incomparably tattered. His primordial spirit was split up into divine light that produced cauldrons, bells, pagodas, swords, and other things. They transformed into many holy objects, and it was precisely because of this that he was able to stop the attacks, not dying on the spot. This state of equilibrium was extremely weak. Once it was destroyed, his primordial spirit might turn into an expanse of brilliant multicolored smoke and thus scatter into ashes. You've previously offended me like that, imprisoning me. Today, you aren't asking for forgiveness and instead asking me to help you. The corners of Yu Chan's lips tilted upwards in mockery, but also aloof like clouds in the sky. Before dying, I let you go without any hesitation, wishing you well in every way. Isn't that enough to prove everything? Hao continued his argument. This was the reality. Before he fell, he had previously told all of his loved ones and close friends that should he die, Yu Chan should be let go, and that they shouldn't trouble her. The clear moon hung high in the sky, scattering down its hazy silver brilliance. Yu Chan's style was unmatched. She sank into a state of silence. Her fine jade-like snow-white skin flickered with radiance. She didn't move for a long time. How did you get in? Only after a long time had passed did she ask. By holding a black metal tile. Hao didn't hide anything. He felt that things were a bit interesting, as the other party didn't expose killing intent from the start. The one that passed the trial of heaven and ascended the heavenly staircase was you? Yu Chan's eyelashes were extremely long. Her red lips were brilliant. Even though she was quiet and outstanding, there was still a type of temptation that naturally exuded from her body. That day, she didn't immediately arrive at the scene, so she wasn't able to see Hao's figure clearly. Yes, Hao replied. At that moment, his divine senses turned into thousands of little cauldrons. They moved together, and bell sounds rose and fell. In addition, those small cauldrons, pagodas, swords, and others were also like this, shining brilliantly. It was because the situation was a bit critical. That seed contained the golden Bodhi fruit's demonic force, the power to destroy life force. It bashed about within his body and even more so attacked at his primordial spirit. This type of fruit was several hundreds of times more vicious than the blood soul grass. It was known for being able to strengthen one's soul force, but it was too difficult for the human race and others to absorb it. That was why he was in such a dangerous state. Right now, Yu Chan had an extremely great opportunity. As long as she pointed outwards, Hao's equilibrium would be destroyed. Regardless of whether it was the flesh or primordial spirit, they would both collapse. Hao was extremely nervous. He had long readied the protecting divine symbol, ready to activate it at any time to unleash the defensive barrier. Yu Chan's steps were elegant as she walked over. As she walked on the moonlit lake's surface, she looked exceptional and lonely, a type of incomparable aloof beauty. It was as if the most divine and spiritual true goddess had reincarnated. However, she didn't say anything or reveal any emotions. It was difficult for Hao to guess what she was thinking. The atmosphere was extremely tense. Hao didn't know what she was going to do. His mind was extremely nervous, and he was watching everything carefully. Finally, she raised a jade-like arm, and sparkling white symbols flickered. She prepared to take action against the other party. Hao's mind jumped. His fine hairs all stood on end. Chi! A resplendent streak of light flew over, landing on Hao. It possessed an extremely powerful aura, but even more so an exuberant force. Brilliant colors illuminated the entire void. In that instant, Hao was about to activate the protecting divine symbol, but then he ultimately stopped himself. It was because he felt a wave of softness and holiness. This sphere of light didn't possess any killing intent. instead scattering down like sweet dew, nourishing his body. This was like a timely rain. Shao's body was originally about to wither up, his life essence's deficiency severe, long reaching its limit. He couldn't even use his own precious techniques anymore. The outside of his body shone. His wounds began to move rhythmically and heal, and the powerful aura even made his foundation shine with brilliance, forcefully connecting his broken bones and other parts. Auspicious light surged, making this place misty, surrounding Shao like a great cocoon, wrapping him within. He underwent a holy transformation. Immediately after, the space between Yuchan's brows shone, producing an imprint. That place shone, producing a spiritual, immortal projection. It was as if a woman was dancing about. A mysterious aura that was difficult to describe was released from that figure. Divine splendor swept outwards. The space between her brows was hazy, and then an expanse of blazing radiance pervaded the air, rushing at how to nourish his primordial spirit. This was spiritual light, auspicious and unsullied without any impurities. It was like undying immortal essence as it illuminated everything. It was the most pure substance. Only someone like Yuchan with innate extraordinary divine senses dared to do this, because it was extremely difficult to stir on spiritual light. Others wouldn't take risks to try and save another. Shao thus received a helping hand. His condition quickly stabilized, and his flesh was no longer on the verge of destruction. In addition, his bones began to connect together, and his flesh was reconstructed. His primordial spirit even more so transcended, breaking away from its most dangerous state. Mists of light curled about. He didn't move at all, staying by the side of the immortal pool to recover his injured body and refine the final natural laws and medicinal strength within that seed. He didn't have any more worries left, no longer having to concern himself with unbridledly absorbing the golden liquid that seeped out from the tribulation-crossing divine lotus. He guided it over from the immortal pool to cleanse his body. A sphere of golden light covered him. His splitting body healed and his bones regrew. This was a process of rebirth. The tribulation-crossing divine lotus displayed its effectiveness, being just like how the rumors were. In addition, Shao seemed to have an urge to comprehend the Tao here. Right, so it turned out to be like this. The golden Bodhi fruit provides mysterious force and produces the magical immunity power, while its seed offers life force, allowing this force to grow. Shao comprehended the Tao, using the tribulation-crossing divine lotus to understand what really was happening, as well as what exactly he lost and gained this time. This divine fruit contained extraordinary substance and natural laws, possessing an attribute of growth. Only the flesh needed the seed to accompany it. They were inseparable. Otherwise, the result would be greatly decreased. Earlier, he never thought that the seed would have this type of use. An unexpected disaster happened, but disaster and happiness were interwoven, and as a result granted him this type of reward. After a long time had passed, Shao finally completely refined the golden Bodhi fruit seed, merging it into his flesh and allowing it to nurture his body. He now completely succeeded. He carefully experienced it. The magical immunity's time window was increased, and the most important thing was that he sensed a wave of endless growth, the potential for the secret ability to grow. This was the foundation. In the future, along with his growth in cultivation levels, this type of ability would also become stronger. He wouldn't have to worry about the ability becoming insignificant with his own growth. This was a trump card. Shao's eyes were bright and full of expression, releasing a brilliant torch-like blaze. If he used it properly, this type of method would display miraculous effects. It might not even be weaker than some matchless precious techniques. During the Blood Plains trip when he escorted Yunxi for hundreds of thousands of li, in the end, even though he was left broken-hearted, being betrayed and humiliated by the Celestial Clan, his benefits were actually quite great. 100 rivers will gather in the sea. 3,000 provinces will have a great battle. The heaven-warping geniuses of the higher realms will compete for supremacy, and young supreme beings will compete. I am looking forward to it, he said softly with a type of self-confidence. Then he began to meditate, recovering his injured body. Golden liquid flowed out from the lotus pond. He continuously absorbed and refined it. Kacha! The damaged bones shone, their cracks disappearing. The bone matter was sparkling and so white they were almost translucent. His bone marrow became bright red, carrying a holy radiance that burned like flames. Meanwhile, the same was happening to his flesh. The bone texts within his body began to condense in all sorts of ways, reconstructing to become sturdy and flexible. They now contained explosive power. All of the bloody traces on his body receded. His injuries closed, and his body shone, now without any blemish. It was as if he was cast from flowing divine gold, radiating precious splendor. Hao's injuries slowly recovered. After receiving the golden liquid's replenishment and recovery, he gradually returned to his peak state. He crossed this unimaginably great calamity. Then, Hao produced his true appearance, no longer showing the face he produced through the 72 transformations. His eyes became clear, large and bright, exuding a type of self-confidence. Meanwhile, his entire being was also handsome and delicate. His body released a faint holy splendor. I finally recovered. He released a breath of air. He stepped out of the water and looked at the beauty in front of him. Yuchan directly turned around and berated, "Put on some clothes." Hao produced a set of battle clothes from his heaven and earth pouch and put it on. His skin was extremely thick, and without covering his face, he walked forward and said, "Many thanks, wife." Yuchan suddenly turned around and looked at him. Divine radiance erupted from within her eyes, almost a bit intimidating. She stared at him coldly. Hao was embarrassed and said, "This time, it really is because you helped me. I don't know how to express my thanks. Just say what you want, as long as I can do it." "Forget it." Yuchan spoke with a voice that was as light as a feather. She didn't bring up any demands. This left Hao shocked. "This won't do. Regardless, you have to say a few conditions." However, Yuchan was calm. She shook her head. Hao was stupefied, and then he pondered to himself. He felt that Yuchan was definitely not simple and extremely intelligent. She didn't require compensation after offering help and displayed a calmness and tranquility. However, with his nature, how could he not care about this? If she had any difficulties or troubles, regardless of what it was, he would definitely take action. "Wife, acting so astute, are you trying to make things difficult for me?" Hao said. He felt that the other person should have asked him to defeat her main body, but Yuchan didn't make this choice. Yuchan's lips curled upwards, and then she scoffed. "Only you would think that much. Sigh, what a headache." Hao grumbled. Then his face became resolute. He looked at Yuchan and said, "I decided that I will repay you with the greatest sincerity." Yuchan revealed a look of shock. Her eyes shone as she looked at him. "What kind of repayment?" "I already said that it is the greatest sincerity, so I will naturally do everything I can. Therefore, I decided that I will devote my entire life." Hao's skin really was as thick as a shield, saying this with a deadly earnest face. Yuchan was stunned, and that trace of a smile directly froze. She felt that she still overestimated this fella's bottom line. He really felt no shame saying this. She restrained her smile, and a holy splendor was released from her beautiful face, making others feel unwilling to look directly at her, and even less like blaspheming her. She berated, "Can you not speak such nonsense? I am a man of my word. There is not much that I can repay you with, so I can only gift you myself." Hao didn't show a trace of embarrassment. Yuchan's elegance and pureness appeared, dealing with him with a cold and holy aura. Her expression was extremely cold, like a frozen mountain. Divine light flashed. Hao combined the Kuan Peng technique and earth into Inch's great divine ability, directly arriving by her side. With extremely natural movements, he tugged on her hand and said, "We were husband and wife to begin with, so let's continue our previous fate." Yuchan couldn't help but sigh. This fella's face really was thick to the extreme. Her hair shone strand after strand. Her countenance was exceptionally beautiful, her pupils divine and deep. She was poetic and picturesque as she stood under the moonlight. However, even though she carried such cold intent and treated him with such cold elegance, this idiot still didn't seem to mind at all, not letting go of her hand no matter what. Let go. Yuchan, if it was anyone else, they might be caught up in her beauty. While standing in front of this gorgeous fairy that was surrounded in holy splendor, they might find it extremely hard to stay calm and even feel ashamed of their own inferiority. It was clear that Xianxia didn't belong to this group. His eyes were clear, and he even concentrated his expression on Yuchan, saying, "I am being serious, wife. Did you forget the events that happened between us in the lower realm?" The word wife made Yuchan's brows jump. The imprint within her brows appeared, and multicolored radiance surged. She felt like this fellow was truly incurable. His arrogance and pushiness made one feel a sense of powerlessness. Yuchan quickly jerked her hand away, because she knew that her aura alone definitely couldn't subdue the other person, unable to leave him feeling ashamed, only adding more fuel to the flames. However, Xianxia grabbed her firmly without being willing to let go. Her eyes flickered with divine multicolored light as he stared at her. "I didn't save you, so you can disrespect me," Yuchan said quietly, not panicking and instead like a water ripple. There was no anger to be seen. "How could I dare? I am just proving my words with action." Xianxia had a sincere look on his face, grabbing her hand without letting go. Yuchan jerked her hand again, but in the end, she couldn't move it away at all. Her entire jade-like arm shone, becoming snow-white and resplendent. But under Xiao's strength, she found it difficult to struggle free. "Even though there are misunderstandings between us, but since you saved me today, I've seen your true intentions of being unable of abandoning me." It was clear that Xiao's skin became another inch thicker as he spoke without minding her words. However, he quickly became discontent, saying, "Yuchan, what are you trying to tell me? Even though I am showing you such emotions, you are actually breaking out with goosebumps? It truly hurts my heart. Stop being so sickening." Yuchan no longer concealed her expression. She knew that in order to deal with this shameless fellow, she definitely couldn't show him any good expressions. Unfortunately, even though her bone text swirled about, she was still unable to shake off Xiao. It was because the mysterious force Xiao cultivated after ingesting the golden Bodhi fruit was used, neutralized all of the symbols. "Wife, did you forget our affections of the past?" Xiao asked serious. When she heard this way of address, Yuchan wanted to give him a beating. She truly felt that this fellow was too much of a scoundrel, giving her quite a headache. "Sometimes, I really feel like I can't recognize you," she said softly. She had seen Xiao's heaven-warping appearance, how he fought against the 7 deities, clearly knowing that he might not survive. Yet he still pressed forward. Just how solemn and stirring of a scene was that? She also knew that his aura devoured mountains and rivers. When he was the Stone Emperor, he hacked down Heaven-Mending Sect, Western Sect, Immortal Mountain, and other powers, destroying the foundations of great sects one after another. Back then, he truly possessed the aura to intimidate everyone. He was like a monarch ruling the world, looking down on everyone. He was, back then, truly a young supreme being. Only once this fella became unoccupied, he definitely angered man and god alike. His vicious, imposing, and mighty appearance only appeared when absolutely necessary. Xiao shook his head and said, "Everyone only lives one life in this world. Why is there a need to always wear oneself out? Yuchan, you are thinking too much." These words were spoken rather absent-mindedly, but Yuchan found it understandable, and she knew that this was still, in the end, that person that stirred up endless storms in the lower realm. "Let's just forget about our past misunderstandings then," Yuchan said. Her body was like a divine lotus, sparkling and flowing with otherworldly light. "Since the misunderstandings have been unmasked, we naturally have to celebrate." Xiao smiled. He opened his arms up to directly embrace her. The imprint on her forehead shone again. It trembled slightly and became extremely brilliant, releasing a blinding radiance. "Stop! What are you trying to do?" Xiao quickly stopped himself. Yuchan glared at him and softly said, "Your serious self has more character than your mischievous self, and better as well." Then I will watch myself better. In the future, my heroic aura will be matchless. Sure how boasted shamelessly, and then he even directly expressed it, directly grabbing her waist and walking outwards. You scoundrel! Yuchan's couldn't remain calm anymore, falling from the ferry high up down into the world of mortals. She was truly humiliated and angry. Nothing she did brought any results. Aren't I earnestly expressing myself? Sure how said. Then he stopped, saying, We even carried out a wedding ceremony. Could it be that you still want to marry someone else? Enough already. Let's discuss a few true matters, Yuchan said, stopping her footsteps. Even though Sure Hao's skin was thick, he still wasn't a truly despicable person who was impossible to deal with. When he heard this, he loosened his hand and walked next to her. What exactly did you end up doing after coming into the higher realms? Yuchan asked. Sure Hao didn't try to hide things, talking about everything he could talk about. Yuchan was shocked. He was Huang. She was just too shocked, being speechless for an extremely long time. I presume that soon after, your identity will still be ultimately leaked. I do not believe the Celestial Clan will keep it a secret for too long, she said softly. Yuchan was quite honest as well, talking about her own circumstances. She was hiding from her main body. From how things looked right now, she wasn't the main body's opponent. She was hiding from a fate of destruction. With me here, this isn't a problem. I'll capture her in the future, Sure Hao said, his voice firm and resolute. You cannot look down on her. Yuchan shook her head. Then, she pointed at the place between her brows. Once her divine senses completely undergo rebirth and revive, she will be difficult to defeat. Sure Hao wanted to understand more about it, but Yuchan only said that this was an innate ability. The two chatted for a long time. They learned about each other's experiences in the higher realms. The two of us are both hiding from powerful enemies, unable to reveal our true identities, and we both came from the lower realm. Don't you feel that we are quite connected by fate? Sure Hao laughed and said. Yuchan was a bit moved as well, and there was a type of empathizing feeling. Can you become a bit more decent and have a bit more of a heroic air? It's way better than how you are now, Yuchan said. Okay, I definitely will, Sure Hao said. Then he added, asking, the marriage we had before, are we really going to pretend that never happened? Yuchan's hand held her head. She truly couldn't beat him. Her skin was sparkling white, flowing with symbols and precious light, suppressing her annoyance. If you win during the gathering of 100 rivers, the battle of 3,000 provinces, then I'll admit that a wedding ceremony was held between us. In the end, this was what Yuchan said. That easy? Sure Hao asked. Can you not shoot your mouth so much? Yuchan truly couldn't put up with him anymore and directly berated. Who am I? In the future, I will definitely rise up and wipe out heavenly country, underworld earth, immortal palace, and slaughter my way into the uninhabited area to understand the source and secrets of the highest existences. Is such a thing really too difficult for me? Sure Hao said cockily. This world is far larger than your imagination. Yuchan sighed and said. She pointed into the sky and then said, even the immortal ancient era has become a thing of the past, forever buried in the annals of history. Towards this, Sure Hao was quite interested. He inquired about this, but unfortunately, Yuchan only knew bits and pieces. The two then chatted for another while. When they mentioned the 3,000 provinces great battle, as well as various trump cards, Yuchan felt rather regretful. She still hadn't discovered the flame she wanted. What kind of flame do you want to use to become a deity, to ignite the self? Sure Hao asked. I draw from a lunar force, resonating with the moon. I wish to find a divine flame related to it, Yuchan said. Sure Hao shook his head and said, that's too bad then. Otherwise, I know a divine flame in Fire Province's grasslands that is blue-green like the sky, extremely mysterious and powerful. I could only run away when I encountered it. What did you say? Yuchan was shocked. Then, she widened her eyes as she looked at him, hurriedly asking about it. Her current appearance conflicted a bit with her normally otherworldly temperament. Sure Hao briefly described it, talking about the various characteristics of the blue-green flame. Green lunar flame. Yuchan was shocked as she spoke these 3 words. Are you sure? Xiahou was shocked. If your descriptions were not inaccurate, then that should be it. The blue-green like sky is actually an enormous moon that covers the sky, Yuchan said. Xiahou was shocked. After carefully thinking about it, it really might be the case. He never thought that something he randomly brought up would be what Yuchan needed the most. A rare and precious flame. Is it really special, that valuable? Xiahou asked. Yuchan nodded her head seriously and said, it is at the same level as Scarlet Sky Flame and Heaven Flame, one of the world's rarest divine flames. It is incomparable, and as long as one could obtain it, they could display a perfect evolution. Their future accomplishments would become limitless. They are both flames. Yet why is the difference so great? Xiahou muttered. At the same time, he thought about the flame that was even more mysterious than the one that came from the 9 dragon skeletons and bronze coffin. What kind of origin did it have? The rare and precious flames are special because their origins are exceedingly extraordinary and shocking, Yuchan said. Xiahou now had his interests piqued. He asked her to speak about it in more detail. It is because they came from the immortal ancient era. This is something that most people acknowledge, Yuchan said. What? Xiahou seemed to have lost his voice. Yuchan spoke extremely seriously, explaining earnestly that the most shockingly precious flames were suspected to be left behind after a true immortal fell. Their bodies would be burned up into ashes, only leaving behind a flame. This can't be, right? Xiahou was truly stunned. Yuchan then said, those are just speculations and not truly proven. There were just a few people who found some clues to the truth while unearthing some immortal ancient ruins. Xiahou was stupefied. What kind of background did these rare precious flames have? For example, the Great Scarlet Sky Flame was rumored to very well have been left behind by the Great Scarlet Sky Lord after he fell. Yuchan said. Xiahou's mind was greatly shaken. Their origins were that great? Meanwhile, the Green Lunar Flame was rumored to have been left behind by a goddess named Qingyu. Her status was equivalent to Scarlet Sky Lord. Yuchan explained a step further. These words left Xiahou greatly shocked. There were actually such terrifying secrets. Only there was no way to truly prove this. They were deduced from clues excavated from Immortal Ancient Secret Realm, and a lot of it were just speculations. After Scarlet Sky Lord's fall, the flame he left behind was not given the name Immortal Flame. What is the deal with the Chaotic Flame and other flames that have the reputation of being immortal flames then? Xiahou asked. Immortal flames, chaotic flames are not left by true immortals after their death. They are extremely mysterious, and it is difficult to say where they came from, Yuchan said. Xiahou nodded. Eventually, both him and Yuchan left this place. They decided to collect the Green Lunar Flame together in a few days. Will you be able to handle it? Xiahou felt like it was simply impossible to subdue. A predecessor has left behind their experiences, not using forceful means. There was a secret method that was produced. When the time comes, I will tell you, Yuchan said. When they left the lake and passed through all types of formations to emerge, someone saw them walking shoulder to shoulder. They were immediately shocked. Junior sister Qingyi, you went to the immortal pool, That person found this simply impossible to believe. It was because Xiahou still had beads of water in his hair and giving off the aura of the immortal pool, leaving him shocked. This was joint bath? Today is an even-numbered day. As a male, you actually dare to barge into the restricted area and be together with junior sister Qingyi. Someone berated. They were people from the enforcement team. When they saw this scene, they were greatly shocked. What are you yelling about? This is my wife, Xiahou shouted. He then directly embraced Yuchan's small waist, standing with her and looking at everyone. Let go. Yuchan's cheeks flushed with color. This fella really was too improper. I know who you are. You are that bastard who was doing business at the courtyard entrance. Someone cried out. What? It's that person from the shoddy monastery? He actually ran here to harass my Goddess Academy's ranked beauty. Unforgivable. These people were furious. It was clear that they also knew how formidable he was. They called people over for assistance. "I'll come looking for you in a few days," Sure Hao said to Yuchan. Then, while holding the black metal tile, he turned into a streak of light, disappearing from this place. Goddess Academy was in chaos. Even though the night was already deep, there were still great waves being stirred up. Quite a few students hurried over. This really is beyond tolerable. That notorious inheritance really is going to make a return? Moreover, he dares to lust after junior sister Qingyi. The group of youngsters were extremely riled up. They truly wanted to immediately leave to challenge Supreme being downright. Sure Hao didn't concern himself with all of this. He left Yuchan to grind her teeth alone. Inside the shoddy mountain gate, Qi Daolin was sitting there. "Dao Master, I want to ask you about something. Do you know anything about 9 dragon skeletons and a bronze coffin?" When he returned, Sure Hao's head was filled with thoughts about divine flames. He was going to help Yuchan in a few days to acquire the green lunar flame, while he himself was even less willing to give up the mysterious precious flame in that copper coffin. When these words were spoken, Qi Daolin stood up with a tung sound, unable to stay calm. Qi Daolin's golden robes fluttered with sounds. His expression became serious, and within his eyes, there were the sun, moon and stars fading in and out of existence. Strands of auspicious energy curled about above his head. "You do know?" he asked seriously. Sure Hao's mind jumped. The 9 dragons and bronze coffin actually produced such a huge reaction with this old man. He really wanted to know, and perhaps now he could understand some of their secrets. "I heard some people discussing it in Goddess Academy." Sure Hao didn't immediately reveal the truth, because the other party had a really bad reputation, doing all types of disgraceful things. He was scared that he might be tricked again. "Who mentioned it?" Qi Daolin asked. "The 3,000 province great battle is drawing near, and a few geniuses in Goddess Academy were discussing various supreme treasures. Someone talking about this, saying that it was terrifying to the extreme." Sure Hao said, and then he asked for guidance again. Qi Daolin looked at him. He didn't say anything for a long time. "Dao Master, what's wrong? Please help me dispel my doubts." Great waves were stirring within Sure Hao's heart, but his face remained calm. "Forget it. Pointless even if its whereabouts are known. No one can open it, only burying more people within." Qi Daolin released a long and drawn-out sigh as if he relieved himself of a great pressure, not acting as serious as before. "What kind of secrets does it have exactly?" Sure Hao asked. "It is called 3-World Coffin," Qi Daolin said. Sure Hao was immediately shaken up. This was the first time he heard of this name, hearing about it when he first entered the higher realms. He even more so almost got caught up in its disturbance. Immortal Place inheritor Zhenggu with and a few other exceptional talents were looking for a silver-haired woman, leading to her being seriously injured. There were rumors that if it wasn't related to the Supreme Hall, then it was the 3-World Coffin. At that time, Sure Hao had only heard about it while passing by. The 3-World Coffin was a supreme treasure of the higher realms. He never thought that the so-called 9 dragons and ancient bronze coffin were precisely the 3-World Coffin. The name was quite unique. He didn't know if it truly contained some extraordinary meaning. As for this thing, my understandings of it is quite limited as well. However, I do know that it is extremely terrifying and mysterious, originating from the immortal ancient era. Qi Daolin said in a long and drawn-out manner. Sure Hao believed these words firmly. He had previously opened up a corner of the coffin and saw that terrifying Great War scene. Shouts of slaughter shook the heavens, and it was as if true immortals descended into the world to participate. My sect only has a single person each generation, even though I did not truly pay my respects and enter. When Qi Daolin spoke up to hear, he felt extremely emotional, and there was melancholy as well. Sure Hao didn't interrupt him. Even though he already mostly guessed what kind of inheritance it was, he didn't say anything. "The 9 dragons and bronze coffin has a bit of connection with my martial sect." Qi Daolin brought up that inheritance, saying that the inheritance's unmatched elder had previously searched for this coffin for many years. It was also precisely because of that reason that this highest elder had neglected many other things, not leaving behind a powerful inheritor, causing the inheritance to fall. What did that elder previously deduce? Xianxia asked. He had confirmed that the copper coffin cannot be opened, or else even those at the very peak might fall. Qi Daolin's expression was serious, and there was a trace of regret as well. In the past, that elder had searched for endless years, and then he finally found it. When he opened the ancient coffin, a few strange events happened that caused his Dao foundation to be seriously injured. Following that, he faced the pursuit of great enemies. Immortal Palace's unmatched expert that had been asleep since the ancient times revived, and together with several others, they surrounded him to wipe him out. In the end, he still fell. Otherwise, with his tremendous strength, he might have some of his long life left even in this present era, not necessarily turning into dust. This was also precisely why he wasn't in such a rush to bring up a powerful inheritor. All of these unforeseen events arose because of the 9 dragons and bronze coffin. The entire immortal ancient era was buried underneath. When Qi Daolin spoke up to hear, he looked into the sky, his eyes deep as if he was gazing into the world beyond at something. He said softly, "Only the 9 dragons that pulled the copper cauldron was left. Everything else was buried behind." He seemed to be talking in his sleep as he spoke about the past. His master, that unmatched elder, for the sake of unraveling a great ancient secret and seeking the immortal ancient era's truth, chased after it for half his life. Unfortunately, he died while nursing grievances. As such, this became something that gnawed at Qi Daolin's mind. Xianxia became silent. This elder had a notorious reputation that was extremely widespread, but through their interactions, he began to feel like he might not go so far as to swindle him. However, he still didn't speak about the truth. It was because he was quite worried. If Qi Daolin, due to these thoughts that had always been preoccupying him, went to face the 3-world coffin without fearing the consequences, the results would be too horrible to contemplate. Xianxia decided that he would talk about it in a few days. He would wait for the elder to calm down to avoid something unexpected from happening. "Dao Master, do you know any methods of subduing rare divine flames?" Xianxia wanted to ask for guidance on this problem. It was because it was extremely important. He needed an answer to this issue urgently. "Oh? You discovered a precious flame with which you want to ignite your body into divinity." Qi Daolin's curiosity was piqued. With the battle of 3,000 provinces near, "I'm just preparing a bit ahead of time," Xianxia said. He felt a rather great headache. He saw 2 flames, yet he was at his wit's end, unable to subdue them. Even though Yuchan said that there was a method that she would tell him when the time came, he still felt like it wasn't too dependable. "Wu, as my supreme being Dao Right's inheritor, this time, if you cannot rise up in the battle of 3,000 provinces, I will directly kick you out." Qi Daolin narrowed his eyes and said, "Why do you have to do such a thing?" Xianxia complained. This was simply more terrifying than an evil cult, having his Dao destroyed at every turn, not for a mistake, but rather because of some freakish requirement being too hard to obtain. If you are lower than the top 10 places, then don't return and just end your own life. Qi Daolin said. Didn't you want me to be number 1? Xianxia was stunned. Didn't this fella always have a high standard? Why did it seem a bit more lenient this time? The 3,000 provinces have endless heroes and heavenly talents. Even exceptional talents will come out in batches. Entering the top 10 is easier said than done, especially this time. Qi Daolin sighed. It was clear that he knew a few matters, understanding quite a few secrets. Even that fella from Immortal Palace, the one that was rumored to have suppressed the younger generation until they couldn't breathe, looking down on all others his age, is someone who I will definitely suppress. Yet you still don't think that I will be in the top few, or perhaps be the first. Xianxia never lacked confidence. Of course, in the eyes of many, it looked more like he loved to shoot his mouth. I already said that if you want to be someone of my supreme being Dao Right, you have to defeat Immortal Palace's inheritor. He is strong, but not the biggest threat. Qi Daolin said. Don't tell me that even though he is so strong, the number 1 or 2 in this generation, He cannot even enter the top 10? Shihao was shocked. Top 1 or 2? Who is putting up these ranking? Absolute bullshit. Qi Daolin glared, not acknowledging this at all. Shihao was shocked. During this great confrontation of geniuses, could it be that Immortal Palace's inheritor wasn't among the top group? You have to remember that in the wider world, there are always people more talented than yourself. Who dares to call themselves number 1? In the past, there were many geniuses who had put this title on themselves, yet soon after someone stepped out, defeating them. Since the ancient times, who dares to unbridledly call themselves unrivaled? Qi Daolin was greatly stirred up. Me, Shihao said with endless confidence. Qi Daolin was angered so badly he laughed. Fine. Youngster, if you don't enter the top 10, watch how I deal with you. Shihao mumbled. I say, Dao Master, you are praising others too much, ruining your own awe-inspiring dignity. Why is it called the Supreme Being Dao right? It's naturally to be number 1 under heaven, and only this type of attitude is good. Didn't you say this before too? Why are you suddenly lacking in confidence once the great battle of 3,000 provinces is brought up? The goal I established for you is for you to reign supreme in the future. You need to accumulate and look to the future and not struggle with the present. The great battle this time, I do not want you to send yourself to death, Qi Daolin seriously warned. The notorious Qi Daolin, who had always had strict requirements for Shihao, wishing him to walk towards the peak, at this moment, actually lowered his attitude, leaving Shihao shocked. It was clear that the other party had good intentions, worrying that he might encounter a disaster, and that was why he seriously explained and spoke in detail. Is it because of those young creatures from snow-covered hidden inheritances? Shihao asked. He had heard that there were ancient inheritances that had exceptional heavenly talents who could dominate all of their peers, rarely meeting opponents. Correct, but also incorrect. Qi Daolin shook his head. He told him that this was a subject best avoided. If it was just the young creatures that were from hidden inheritances, then that would be that still manageable. Immortal Palace Inheritor would be enough to rank in the first group, and entering the top 10 wouldn't be a problem. What was terrifying was that there were a few other secrets. The great battle of 3,000 provinces will be held once every tens of thousands of years. It has continued from the ancient times until now. The main reason is because there is too much natural luck within. Whoever obtains certain things will become undying and tower above all others at the extreme peak for tens of thousands of years to come. Qi Daolin sighed and said. Shihao quietly listened without interrupting. Do you think the extremely powerful creatures are from those snow-covered hidden inheritances? I am saying that it's something else. Qi Daolin's eyes shone, their radiance sharp like lightning. Shihao didn't understand. What was the difference? The snow-covered inheritances I am talking about are those that have been sealed under icebergs since ancient times, those buried under snow caves. Those great icy and snow inheritances have suppressed a few young supreme beings that you cannot fathom, those that are enough to overlook the past and future. What? Shihao finally couldn't hold back and released a cry of alarm. All for the sake of transcending and obtaining the great natural luck left behind by the immortal ancient era. There are people who have been waiting this entire time, laying dormant to appear at the most suitable time. Qi Daolin said quietly. Even he felt rather helpless. Shihao was stunning enough, but compared to those young supreme beings that have accumulated since the ancient times, it might not be enough. However, Shihao curled his lips. He was full of self-confidence, saying, Who am I? Turns out it's a group of fellas like that. I will beat them one by one when the time comes. I will put down men, and women I will bring back to warm the bed. Pooh! Qi Daolin almost coughed out a mouthful of old blood. This kid was spouting his mouth a bit too far. There had to be some limit, right? What do you understand? He berated. Shihao's lips twitched. Isn't it just some bean sprouts in the greenhouse, those that survive the frost? I'll just stir-fry them later, turning them into appetizers. You should stop spouting your mouth before going too far. One should have limits even in their confidence. Qi Daolin instructed, saying, Not a single one of those that have been sealed within those icy mountain inheritances are greenhouse flowers. There are some that have participated in more than one 3,000 provinces great battles. What? This time Hao was completely shocked. Those people have almost all participated in this type of great battle, and they also obtained the number 1 place in their respective eras. These are eras where monarchs overlooked the world, looking down on the 3,000 provinces. Qi Daolin stressed seriously. Only, in their respective generations, they didn't find the so-called greatest natural luck, causing them to return without any achievements. Are you serious? A group of number 1s in history? This time, Hao's expression became serious. He felt a tremendous pressure. The upcoming great battle will definitely be incredibly difficult. There was going to be a great bloody road to march through. Rumor has it that there is someone who has participated 10 times, and he has the power to be number 1 both past and present. Qi Daolin spoke again. There was someone that appeared in different eras, participating 10 times, becoming number 1 each time, first under heaven. When Hao heard this, he felt his fine hairs stand up one after another. His body became cold. Was he even going to make it out of this alive? There was a group of freaks that were going to appear. Something's not right. Hao was quite clear on one matter that didn't seem to match up with what Qi Daolin said, making his words a bit hard to believe. What is it? Qi Daolin asked. He sat on a large bluestone boulder, his Dao robes fluttering about. There was an immortal aura to his appearance. Hao said, there is a premise for the 3,000 province great confrontation, and that is that the participants cannot exceed the supreme expert realm. It is something inviolable, and it is also because of this that many powerful creatures suppress themselves, waiting to break through after entering that immortal earth. There was a divine gate that only allowed those at the supreme expert realm to enter, and once one entered, there wouldn't be any more restrictions. Even if they broke into the heavenly deity realm afterwards, it could only be said that it was your own natural luck. Qi Daolin nodded and said, you are correct. Since that is the case, those freaks that participated in more than one great confrontation and obtained the first rank, how did they do it? They have to break through into the divine flame realm, or else how can they rule the world and look down on the higher realm's 3,000 provinces? Hao raised this issue. Once they became a divine flame realm expert, how were they supposed to enter in this world? They clearly didn't meet the qualifications. As for those that participated in several great decisive battles, that was even more unlikely. As for the 10-time participant the old man spoke about, there was no way that could happen. Qi Daolin sighed and said, that is also the reason why I only wished for you to be in the top 10 ranks and not demanding the top spot. It is because they are too terrifying, to the extent where I can even allow you to appear in the first 20 places, as long as you keep your life and wait for the future, accumulate wisdom and growth. After all, you are still too inexperienced. Hey, Dao Master, you can't speak randomly. You are looking down on me too much. Is the one that is supposed to be number 1 past and present going to be looked down on like this? Hao was discontent. Of course, he was extremely narcissistic as well. The preconditions you spoke of will naturally be complied with. Qi Daolin first nodded his head, acknowledging those conditions. Then he looked at Hao and said, they do not violate the rules. Do you know why? Don't tell me that they were frozen stupid, causing their strength to regress. Hao said. At the same time, his mind shook, finally understanding. Qi Daolin became speechless, and then he sighed. When you are suppressed and close to dying, you wouldn't be so optimistic and self-confident. You will discover just how terrifying those people are. He paused, and then he said, those people all had great imposing bearing. After participating and coming back, they directly destroyed their divine flame realm, falling down and then re-strengthening themselves. Truly, a group of freaks. Hao knew that it wasn't that simple. So this really was how it was after all. These people were too vicious, all of them daring to do this. It was rumored that once one became a deity, they couldn't ruin their own cultivation because it was too dangerous. Falling out of the divine Dao foundation was life-threatening. Normal people definitely couldn't test it. Meanwhile, these people could rebuild their cultivations, all for the sake of the battlefield's conditions. There are some that rebuilt their cultivations several times. Can you imagine how terrifying their divine Tao foundation is? It is continuously changing. Qi Daolin sighed and said. Even he felt that it was terrifying and just too shocking. Shihao frowned. The great battle was extremely dangerous, and it would definitely be incomparably difficult. He had to carve out a path through blood. It is to the extent where some are even more thorough, directly cutting themselves down to the blood transformation realm, starting all the way from the beginning, Qi Daolin added. When Shihao heard this, his expression truly changed. To repeatedly destroy one's foundation and start over again, this truly was abnormal and terrifying. One can imagine how steady and exuberant that type of Tao fruit would be. His expression was not good. Old man, what are you trying to say? Are you purposely splashing cold water on me? Brat, I am warning you that those people are ridiculously astonishing, shocking both past and present. There are few equal to them unless they are of the same sort. I want you to understand that if you encounter them, it is enough if you keep your life. Do not try to be brave. Qi Daolin warned. Shihao thought to himself. His brows locked together tightly. This group of people truly reached a certain peak. Regardless of which one of them he encountered, everything pointed towards disaster. However, he didn't feel discouraged. After thinking about it for a bit, he became brimming with confidence again. That is because they feel like they still have flaws, which is why they crippled themselves. In the end, they are still not enough. Great strength is not determined by how many times you reconstruct your divine Tao foundation. For example, like myself, every cultivation realm is perfect and evolved to the limit. I don't have to cripple my own divine Tao foundation and can similarly suppress them. Child, aren't you just too narcissistic? Qi Daolin was amused. Please believe that I will be able to, Shihao said. Haha, fine. I am waiting for you to show your power. Just like you said. Suppress men and bring back women to warm the bed. Qi Daolin smiled. Absolutely. Shihao nodded. You really are something. Why don't I stir things up a bit and tell the world about your confidence ahead of time? Qi Daolin said. I don't want to become a public enemy. Shihao said self-mockingly. Suppressing men was one thing, but women. If he said it out loud, he truly might be attacked by everyone. Qi Daolin seemed to have thought of something. I'll give you an example to illustrate how unordinary these people are. There is one person that only participated once, but he obtained the first place while remaining at the Supreme Expert realm the entire time. He told Shihao that every single one of them stood out from the masses, that the path they walked was different. One didn't have to cripple their divine Tao foundation and rebuild it. I won't think that much anymore. When the time comes, I'll just welcome it with my most powerful state, Shihao said, steadying his conviction. Of course, he didn't forget to shoot his mouth a bit more. Then, Qi Daolin passed down onto him the flame immersion art, flame-seeking method, flame-sacrificing Tao. They were all related to rare precious flames. In summary, he wasn't forcefully seizing the divine flame, because some of those divine flames were more powerful than even deities. It was too difficult for supreme experts to subdue them, especially an ancient flame, for which even burning heavenly deities to death wasn't a problem and was instead easy enough of a task. Generally speaking, the divine flame realm was borrowing flames to ignite one's divine source, one that would never go out, establishing an unmatched Tao foundation. This process wasn't one of enslaving a flame, nor was it merging with it, but instead borrowing the divine Tao power to refine his body, cleansing his divinity and foundation. Of course, there was another saying, that the so-called igniting divine flame was actually planting a divine Tao seed. The best flame will naturally produce the most plentiful fruit. Remember, don't try to subdue it, but instead communicate with it to obtain its acknowledgement. Allow some conditions and pay it back in the future. Qi Daolin imparted various techniques to Shihao, among which the flame-sacrificing Tao was the most important. The same flame could have, throughout history, helped countless geniuses establish their foundations. It wouldn't completely merge with a certain person. If you can find the best ancient flame, the things I will teach you in the future will be of great use. Qi Daolin said. What he then taught weren't techniques, nor were they bone texts and other things like that. It was instead a type of sacrificial language. It was ancient, mysterious, and deep, like the chanting of scriptures. What is this? Shurhao was quite shocked. It is a type of language, one that has been passed down since the immortal ancient era, excavated from the ruins and later deciphered. It is used for sacrifice, Qi Daolin said. Rumors had it that ancient flames could connect past and present, to the extent where it could even form a vague connection. This, Shurhao found it difficult to calm down. People have offered sacrifices to the divine flames since the immortal ancient era, Qi Daolin said. The so-called ancient flames are which ones? Shurhao asked. It is the precious flames that have been left behind since the immortal ancient era, such as the Heaven Flame, 10,000 Evil Flame, and others. They are the greatest flames in the world, said Qi Daolin, pointing out that only these flames could be communicated with through the sacrificial method, establishing a connection. He told Shurhao that the inheritances that could grasp these types of ancient flames were all extremely old, all the unrivaled great sections. Normally, no one could learn about them as they kept this information secret. After digesting this information, he began to earnestly ask for guidance. He asked Qi Daolin if those ancient flames truly were formed after those true immortals fell. There is this type of saying, but there is a lack of evidence. Qi Daolin nodded. In addition, he had some opinions of his own on this matter. He believed that it should be the ultimate substance left behind after a true immortal died, and that was why it could be considered a type of flame. Igniting oneself with them would establish the most powerful Great Tao foundation. In addition, Qi Daolin believed that people had done this since the ancient times, to the extent where it was even more thorough than in the present age. From the true meaning he deduced from the ancient sacrificial language, the people back then directly planted the flame left behind by the true immortals into their body and stirred it on with secret techniques to strengthen their bodies. Not one's own, still not one's own in the end. After hearing this, Shurhao frowned and said, "What kind of precious flame did you discover?" Qi Daolin asked. "Green lunar flame." Qi Daolin was shaken, truly moved. It was because this was a well-known ancient flame, one of the most powerful flame sources. It was just too well known. From the clues that were obtained after some ruins were excavated, it should be what goddess Qing Yu left behind after she fell. This was an extremely well-known true immortal during the immortal ancient era. When Shurhao heard this, he was now sure that the green lunar flame was formidable. Qi Daolin spoke, saying, "Wu, I originally wanted to look for the great scarlet sky flame for you, never expecting of you to have discovered the green lunar flame that is comparable to it." Shurhao said, "Great scarlet sky flame?" When Goddess Academy was exchanging with Divine Cliff Academy for the 7-colored immortal gold, they only seemed to have provided a few clues for this flame. I precisely wanted to obtain it for you after receiving the news. Qi Daolin nodded and said. Shurhao felt inwardly grateful, but he also felt that this Tao Lord was extremely domineering. No wonder his bad reputation was so widespread. After he obtained clues about the two academies' exchange, he actually dared to go fight over it. "Since you have it, then I won't get myself involved. Acquiring it yourself is more meaningful," Qi Daolin said. Shurhao opened his mouth, but he didn't say that this was to help Yu Chan acquire the flame. He didn't wish for Qi Daolin to clash with the two academies and take risks over the Great Scarlet Sky Flame. The Great Scarlet Sky Flame was formed after a sect master fell. Its wonderful uses are endless. Qi Daolin felt rather regretful that he couldn't take action. Then, Qi Daolin had Shurhao earnestly make preparation. He didn't have to carry the great mountain to refine his flesh, bone text, and spirit, temporarily allowing him a break from cultivating the 8th heaven art. Focusing on acquiring the ancient flame was more important. For the following few days, Shurhao continuously cultivated in isolation, consolidating the fire techniques Qi Daolin passed down onto him, as well as studying the sacrificial language that had existed endless years ago. He chose a quiet place to carefully study everything. He also avoided all noisy and troublesome places, because there were many young experts that appeared in Supreme being Dao Right's shoddy monastery gate. 5 days later, Shi Hao came out and headed for Goddess Academy to look of Yuchan. They were going to move out together to acquire the green lunar flame. He was quite hopeful because this was the first test. If he succeeded, he could still go to the bronze coffin to collect the even more mysterious flame source. Goddess Academy, a place where divine mountains and an enormous city were interconnected. Waterfalls cascaded from the mountains above and silver radiance surged like dragons. There were ancient trees that towered into the heavens, taking root on the cliffs. As for the city district, the buildings were imposing, its streets vast. It was extremely magnificent. Why does that person look so familiar? One individual stopped moving and looked towards a rear figure walking into the distance, revealing a look of contemplation. You also feel like you are seeing someone you know? Another person revealed a look of shock. Then, he cried out in alarm. Damn it! It's him, he came back. This place became chaotic. A few people recognized that Shi Hao was the one doing business outside the academy entrance, threatening to be able to bully low-grade juniors or beat up high-grade seniors. This group of people felt like the roots of their teeth became itchy, because they had all already guessed that he came from that shoddy mountain gate, that notorious inheritance. He was just like his Dao master. This was especially the case when Lu Ming, senior brother Lu, and a group of others went to the Supreme being Dao Right to visit historical remains. They were dealt with so miserably. When news came back, it drew everyone's anger. Hurry up and chase after him. Don't let him get away. A large group of students realized the truth. With hula sounds, they all chased after him, wishing to cut Shi Hao off and eliminate this evil together. Unfortunately, no matter how they tried, it was all futile. The speed of the person up ahead was too fast. While weaving left and right, he disappeared into the depths of the academy with just a few steps. Daring and too unbridled. After stirring up trouble, he still dares to enter my academy. This is simply an undisguised provocation. Brothers and sisters, hurry up and look for him. Do not let him get away. A few people proposed. They all moved out together. In fact, there was already a large group of people who moved out during these past few days, heading towards that we'd covered ruins, the Supreme being Dao Right, to invade. Regretfully, that place was completely empty, and no inheritors of that sect could be seen. Someone up ahead discovered signs of him. A senior brother received this report and hurriedly informed everyone. The large group of people once again chased after him in a grandiose manner. This was quite the sight, like rolling snowballs. More and more people showed up, all of them marching forward. Soon after, someone's expression changed, because this fella's destination was clear, actually heading for the female students' residences. Was he deliberately bringing hatred onto himself? Too shameless, actually daring to barge into the female residence in broad daylight. He really is an evil disciple from that inheritance. There were some who were resentful and angry, shouting out like this. There were even some people whose expressions turned strange, because they recalled the events several nights ago. Someone spread the message that the evil disciple had previously walked next to the ranked beauty, Fairy Qing-yi. They seemed to have walked out from the immortal pool together. This news had only created a small commotion, because people didn't believe it. They only thought that this evil disciple's intentions were not pure and had bad thoughts, causing the misunderstanding. Are you kidding me? He really went inside. Damn it. This fella actually barged into the female residence. Why did the formations become useless, unable to stop him? Someone cried out as they watched Shi Hao head for that holy land himself. Meanwhile, he was strutting about as he entered. The formations that were set down didn't shine, and the bone texts restrained themselves. Too despicable. What kind of place is he treating my Goddess Academy to be? He even dares to barge into the clear pure lands of our female students. Unforgivable. This matter cannot be let off. This definitely seemed like the last straw. The group of youth were all stirred up and large groups of people came. They demanded an explanation from the people standing guard here, asking them why he was allowed inside. He has a special command tile from my academy that allows him to move without obstruction. He did not violate any rules. The one guarding this pure land felt rather wronged, undeserving of this criticism. No one believed that he received this great treasure honorably. He definitely forcibly seized it over through some despicable methods. This immediately made them all feel even more righteous indignation. This place became chaotic. There were now more and more people, and even the enforcement team was startled. They hurried over, claiming that they were going to clean out a scum. Of course, the female residence was also riled up. Many girls came out to inquire about what was happening. In this place there was a small azure lake. Ancient trees shone, and fine residences rested below the cliffs within pine trees. It was indescribably secluded and refined. Sherhow's trip proceeded smoothly, not being obstructed along the way. He began to curse silently, wondering if it was precisely this command tile that enabled Qi Daolin to almost steal away the academy head's great-great-granddaughter. Even though he was aware that there was some kind of disturbance behind him, he didn't mind it too much. Soon after, he arrived at the spiritual mountain Yuchan resided in. This place was curling with strands of auspicious energy. It was auspicious and peaceful. "It is about time to leave." He secretly sent out this message. Yuchan appeared under multicolored mists, her fine black hair fluttering about and her eyes like stars. She had a cold aura and snow-white skin, her long dress fluttering about in the wind. As she stood on the spiritual mountain, there was an indescribable outstandingness and holiness to her. "Wife, you've gotten prettier." Sherhow sighed with amazement. If it was anyone else, when faced with this divine beauty, they would definitely act extremely carefully, not willing to be rude, perhaps even feel ashamed of their inferiority. However, Sherhow clearly didn't belong to this group. Yuchan's face was calm. She looked elegant and exceptional, not berating him or arguing with him. It was because she deeply understood this fella's natural disposition, that all of that was useless. 15 years since we met. It truly makes one long to meet again. Sherhow walked forward, sizing up the girl in front of him. "What are you randomly spouting now? A single day not seen is like 3 autumns past. 5 days are naturally equivalent to 15 years. Sherhow walked over, his face not red and his heart not jumping. He opened up his arms, and then with a laugh, said, "To celebrate our reunion, let's warmly embrace each other." Yuchan backed up, her appearance exceedingly splendid. Waves rippled within her eyes, displaying a world-overturning style. She said, "Behave yourself a bit. Don't act so carelessly." The two stood on the spiritual mountain, purple energy curling about them. The corners of their clothes fluttered about, both of them giving off a great style and aura. Of course, this was on the premise that one didn't look at Sherhow's lowly smile, or else it would easily shatter this type of scene. Meanwhile, he seemed completely unaware of this. The two of them discussed how they were going to collect the green lunar flame. They walked side by side while seriously discussing this. Unknowingly, when Sherhow grabbed Yuchan's open hands, and with an earnest expression, he said, "I wish you success." Recreating the immortal ancient era, Qing used graceful bearing. Yuchan felt a bit helpless. If it was a bystander, who would dare blaspheme against her? Her entire body was shining and exuding a holy aura. She had tried to avoid this fella's hands a long time ago, but this fella's accomplishments in the Kuan-Peng technique and earth withdrawal technique were so great that even though he didn't get his arms around her small waist, he still grabbed her jade hand. Isn't that junior sister Qing walking together with a man? Who is he?" A few female students saw Yuchan and Sherhow walking together. The two had already rose into the air. Auspicious multicolored light surged as they went on their way. From the distance, they really were like a pair of true immortals descending into this world, moving along with the wind. From the side, he looks quite a bit like that genius who surpassed the heavenly staircase. Only, his face seems a bit off. A young lady blinked her large eyes, letting her imagination run wild. At the same time, the disturbance reached this place. The enforcement troop led a group of people into the peaceful cliff to search for the evil disciple. "What? Qing left with someone?" Not good. That is the notorious evil disciple. How could she have left with him? Hurry and rescue her. After understanding the situation, many people cried out. Nonsense, that senior brother is not an evil disciple. He looks quite like the heaven-warping genius that passed the heavenly staircase. Are you all just jealous and envious, purposely framing him? There were female students who reproached them for being unfair. How could that be? The group of people cried out strangely, and then they looked at each other. A few people felt a strange feeling. Could it be that they were wrong? Was that the person that appeared only once on the heavenly staircase, and then he mysteriously disappeared, the one that was picked up by a snow-covered inheritance? There's no way we recognized the wrong one. Bring junior sister Qing back first. Someone shouted, but they were already starting to feel discouraged. Of course, even more people were indignant. They all directed their anger towards the shoddy monastery, Supreme being Tao right. Regardless, this sect has revived. Today, we are going to surround and capture this person. Resentment needed to be vented, and conflicting views needed distractions. A group of people began to gather together, deciding that they were going to go on a punitive expedition in those ruins. Fire Province, the Great Prairie. This was the pure land of roaming bandits, as well as the playground of criminals. Because there were many rare and precious divine materials as well as ancient mines here, the great sects of higher realms all stationed people here to excavate the heavenly materials, sending people here from their respective clans. This place was full of crime, and blood often flowed. Conflicts over ores and divine materials happened often. I heard that there is an immortal mine that shocked both past and present here with 7-colored immortal gold here? Shurhao asked. Yuchan nodded. That immortal mine was extremely strange and even more terrifying. A mine that accumulated unmatched materials like 7-colored immortal gold. However, no one could extract it. Rumor has it that since ancient times, there were many sect masters who had overlooked the world that died within it alone. And from then, few people dared to look around within it. Fengwu needs that type of supreme precious material badly, but Goddess Academy could only look through other means. Yuchan said, Then I won't go after it. However, when I do have time, I should pay those great sects' divine caves a visit to collect some interest. Shurhao said quietly. He had long heard that the geniuses of all different sects would be sent over here for self-improvement in this place of crime, to protect the ore mines, and for other matters. Could be considered quite bustling with activity. Comparatively speaking, the Fire Province's grassland he had traveled through was just a small corner. Compared to Fire Province's vast and boundless divine earth, it was extremely insignificant. This is the place, Shurhao pointed out. There weren't any obstructions or unexpected events. They arrived at their destination. The enormous canyon was extremely peaceful and incomparably deep. It was shrouded in darkness, as if an enormous prehistoric beast opened its mouth that could devour the heavens was before them. This is the place? Yuchan was moved. This underground abyss was too vast, the area covering over 10,000 li comparatively speaking. This region was quite barren, because there weren't any well-known divine mines, and traces of wildlife were sparse as well. However, this also meant that they didn't have to worry about being disturbed. The two descended at the same time into the abyss depths, rushing downwards. Soon after, they reached the very bottom. Then, with Shurhao leading the way, they passed through a great crack in the earth to those ruins. These are immortal ancient era's historical remains. Yuchan was shocked. This was not a pitch-black place, because there were still symbols left over that flickered with light, making this place look hazy and somewhat mysterious. The past has become dust. How many glorious eras of prosperity have been buried under time? Yuchan said to herself. Shurhao nodded. However, now was not the time to be reminiscing. The 3,000 province great battle was approaching, so they needed to earnestly make preparations to participate in the greatest state possible. Both him and Yuchan walked through the debris in search of that flame. Time flowed on. An hour had already passed, and unwittingly, the two individuals felt a type of softness. A hazy radiance scattered downwards. Why is the moonlight tonight so gentle? When he spoke up to this point, Hao raised his head with shock. Meanwhile, Yuchan was also astonished, raising her head as well. Above them was a green moon that was incomparably beautiful, carried a faint flame like multicolored mist. The lunar essence was like water as it scattered down with unspeakable pureness. Green lunar flame, Hao cried out. It was because this was the underground world, so how could there be a moon? This was clearly an ancient flame. Yuchan was also stirred up, finding it difficult to remain calm. Her beautiful face was full of joy. Her large eyes were even more so filled with shocking radiance. With a trembling voice, she said, "Precisely it." At that moment, both of them felt a scorching heat. The moonlight in the sky scattered down, making the clothes on their bodies quickly burn, turning them into ashes. Burning hot, gentle moonlight scattered down, turning their clothes into ashes. However, no disaster befell them, as nothing else dangerous happened. They could feel that this green moon was extremely peaceful, not releasing any terrifying auras. Yuchan's tall and slender figure was pure white and sparkling like ivory. Her beautiful black hair scattered downwards, covering a portion of her unmatched appearance. She immediately stood above the debris, her figure immortal and beautiful, fair and radiating a soft, gentle radiance. Meanwhile, on the other side, Hao's body was not tainted by a strand of silk. His clothes were completely burned by the ancient flames, revealing his robust build. Precious splendor flickered about and his black hair scattered down. His eyes were brilliant like stellar rivers. On the immortal ancient ruins, the two looked at each other. They weren't far from each other, so they could see everything. This sudden change happened too abruptly. When he saw Yuchan's expression changed and was about to scream out, Hao shouted out first, saying, "Not good! Be careful!" In addition, he rushed over with the fastest speed, blocking the green moonlight. He arrived in front of Yuchan to half-embrace her sparkling white body. The two were just too close to each other, and he could smell the waves of delicate fragrance of a young lady. It spread under the moonlight, pervading the air. This was a type of intoxicating fragrance. This all happened too abruptly. The sacred and serene Yuchan found it difficult to maintain her calmness as well. Her beautiful face turned pale. She released a light cry and quickly backed up. "Don't worry." Hao had a firm expression. He left behind an afterimage and followed Yuchan to her side. "I will deal with it, so you can just hide by my side." "Let go." Yuchan's sparkling white face flushed with redness. This fellow was too shameful, clearly taking advantage of her and still trying to appear honest. His face was just too thick. He spoke with a deadly earnest expression. But in the end, that arm quickly moved around her soft waist in an extremely natural manner. This made Yuchan's body go rigid, because both of them had their clothes destroyed. Her body was soft and glowing like fine jade. Being touched like this was truly uncomfortable. With a schwa sound, Yuchan left behind a beautiful afterimage, moving like a spirit. Her undulating tall and slender body quickly moved away, avoiding him. "With me here, I will definitely not let you become injured." What left Yuchan speechless was that Hao continued to act, devoted to righteousness, displaying the Kuan-Peng technique and earth withdrawal technique to their pinnacle and sticking right to her and standing right there. "Stay a bit further away from me." Yuchan's fair face immediately blushed, carrying embarrassment and resentment, as she berated with a low voice. This was just too embarrassing. They had just arrived, yet this kind of situation happened. The most hateful things was that this fella's face was thick to a ridiculous degree. He looked serious, but he was walking shoulder to shoulder with her, holding her sparkling waist. Her body was trembling, and her beautiful eyes were widened in anger. "There's no way I will allow you to be in danger. With me here, you won't be harmed in the slightest." Hao's expression remained unchanged as he said loudly. He also tightened that arm, wrapping it around her small waist. The two were almost sticking together. "You scoundrel! Thick-faced, black-hearted person. Hurry up and let go!" Yuchan berated. A layer of goosebumps appeared on her body and her cheeks became red. This situation really left others embarrassed. Who needs your protection? Yuchan felt like her face was definitely completely red now, because she felt a hot sensation. These two were incredibly close and just too intimate right now. She could feel the heat of his arm around her waist, as well as how dishonest that hand was. It held her pure white waist, and it even pinched down. With a show sound, Yuchan was like a holy arrow that went off course, causing even the void to distort. She moved out several hundred zhang to free herself from that arm and stay as far away from Hao as she could. However, what left her shocked was that Hao's speed exceeded the past, reaching an inconceivable level. He continued to stay right beside her. Yuchan's eyes were greatly widened. That arm was still there, continuing to wrap around her waist and not letting go. She was unable to free herself from him. If the actual Ku and Peng knew about this, it might even be startled and sigh so greatly, becoming extremely speechless. Its method was actually cultivated by an outsider to such an extreme, reaching such an unimaginable speed. Did you learn techniques just to show off right now? Yuchan was ashamed and resentful as she berated. It is to protect you, Hao shouted loudly, putting on a face of righteousness. Go die! Yuchan was going mad. She truly couldn't take it anymore. Her entire body erupted with multicolored radiance, and all types of symbols covered her body. Meanwhile, her body shone and metallic sounds rang through the air. A layer of divine armor appeared on her body. She felt that she was truly angered beyond belief. She should have put on this divine armor a long time ago. However, right at this moment, the light of the green moon shone down from above, becoming more and more brilliant. There was a strange aura that pervaded the air. Hao raised his head. This time, he truly became serious, and his brows frowned as he stared at that green moonlight. He was trying to figure out why this was happening, becoming dangerous. Chi! Suddenly, a streak of moonlight hacked over like a green chain. It wasn't that brilliant, but it condensed into a beam of light that was extremely unordinary. Hao was startled. This beam of light was rushing at Yuchan. He became serious and put away his mischievous heart, taking out a divine magical artifact to block it. Chi! Something alarming happened. A second streak of light appeared, rushing down towards each person respectively to attack them. Dang! In that instant, the magical artifact in Hao's hands snapped, turning into metal liquid. One has to understand that this was the divine whip he seized from the roaming bandits of Fire Province, a divine-level precious artifact. However, it couldn't even take a single hit, quickly being refined and falling onto the ground, turning into waste material. All of its bone texts were wiped out. Meanwhile, Yuchan was shocked as well. The magical clothes on her body distorted and changed shape. If not for her reaction speed being extremely fast, her entire body would have been refined as well. She freed herself from the armor, separating from it. This time, Hao was serious and not teasing. He blocked in front of Yuchan with a serious expression with his back towards her, facing that green moon alone. However, after the two beams of light disappeared, the green moon became peaceful again, not releasing any dangerous aura. It really was confusing. What is going on? Hao said to himself. Yuchan was incredibly shocked as well. Currently, her body was absolutely perfect without a trace of silk on her. Snow white and sparkling. It made her feel extremely uncomfortable. Could it be that the green moon is helping us become one? Hao turned around to look at Yuchan. What are you randomly spouting? Yuchan rolled her eyes and stared hatefully at him. The green moon hung high above, gentle and hazy. There really was nothing unexpected that happened again. The two were almost within reach, producing a type of ambiguous and charming scene. Hao raised his head and carefully sensed around. Then, he began to chant in the immortal ancient era's sacrificial language. In that instant, he was shaken. He unexpectedly felt a wave of fluctuations, a type of emotion. There seemed to be some kind of connection. This immortal ancient language was indeed extraordinary. Then Hao sensed a bit of abnormalities. Burning our clothes was a warning, telling us that we cannot act randomly here. Wearing divine armor, holding divine-level weapon, from its opinion, is a type of provocation, and that was why it destroyed it. This was what Sure Hao obtained after thinking it over. The message he obtained from that will. He spoke it without holding anything back, sharing it with Yuchan. It was actually this type of situation. Yuchan understood clearly. She quickly fetched an ordinary set of clothes to wear on her body. Sure Hao was quite regretful, mumbling to himself. His emotions were also written all over his eyes and face. What are you trying to imply? Hurry up and put on your clothes. Yuchan glared at him. When the two faced each other again, they finally put on all of their clothes. Sure Hao didn't try to stir up heaven-mending sex fairy, and instead began to carefully discuss with her how they were going to acquire the green lunar flame. The ancient language you used just now was quite effective, Yuchan said. She also understood a bit. As an inheritor of heaven-mending sect, one of the higher realm's most ancient and powerful inheritances, she naturally had her own secret methods. Along the way, the two of them had long exchanged what they knew, and now, they even began to earnestly exchange the Tao of flame sacrifice, as well as the ancient sacrificial language. They didn't hold anything back from each other. It was because they discovered, especially with that immortal ancient language, what the two grasped wasn't quite the same. They could complement each other and perfect it a bit further. Even though Tao Master Chi's name is notorious, he truly has quite the methods. After stealing from hundreds of clans, he obtained even more of the ancient language than heaven-mending sect. Yuchan sighed lightly. She couldn't help but praise in admiration. Both of them had terrifyingly great natural aptitudes, and because they both grasped the Tao of sacrificial flames, as well as a portion of the ancient language, the exchange went extremely smoothly. They both comprehended things by analogy, and as such, they understood it well quickly. They then tried to communicate with that green moon several times. It was quite effective. Watch the surroundings for me. I am going to start, Yuchan said. Immediately, her precious projection appeared, majestic and dignified. Her fine black hair scattered down, and her eyes were intelligent. Her entire being was otherworldly and immortal as she stood there, staring upwards towards the green moon. Segments of the mysterious sacrificial language sounded from her red lips one after another high into the sky. Sure Hao watched over her from the side. He was also speaking softly, using the ancient sacrificial language to communicate with the green moon, helping Yuchan establish her foundation with it and truly become connected. This was strangely effective. That green moon slowly descended. It was soft and brilliant like a gemstone, appearing not too far out. This type of language was originally a sacrificial language of the ancient generation. It was originally used precisely for communicating with rare flames and to establish a vague connection, so right now, it naturally displayed a great use. The green moon was brilliant and beautiful to the extreme. From up close, it looked sparkling and resplendent, not like an ancient flame at all. It approached closer and closer until it was before them, suspended above. The distance between them was less than several zhang. Qi. Moonlight scattered downwards. The two individuals' clothes became ashes again, but this was because the fiery light's temperature itself was too great and not intentionally done. The two didn't dare act rashly, not deciding to cover their bodies, because this was an extremely crucial moment right now. They began to chant the ancient language again to carry out an offering and communication. Then, the green moon got closer and closer, becoming more and more peaceful. However, even though this was the case, it still burned the two until their skin were shining and they produced divine patterns for self-protection. At this moment, both of them released a breath of relief. If nothing unexpected happened, they should be successful. They could have already be considered to have formed a type of connection with the green moon. Once they relaxed, Sure Hao's eyes naturally roamed about to appreciate the scene before his eyes. The green moon floated in the air, scattering down its moonlight. A tall and slender figure appeared above the ruins. A female, spotlessly white like jade, towered there, her hair shining strand after strand, untainted by a speck of dust. Her eyes were brilliant and her red lips bright. Her neck was snow white like a swan's. As for her wonderful body, It was even more curvaceous and close to perfection. Her chest was tall and full, her waist small and elegant, her legs perfectly straight and long. Her body was snow white. This was an alarming scene without any flaws. It was close to perfection, one that would easily make one absent-minded. Yuchan glared at him. This was just too unrestrained, actually staring at her body without end, making her humiliated and angry. However, there was nothing she could do, because this was the critical moment of acquiring that flame. In addition, right at this moment, what was the most unbearable for her was that this fella even went in for another blow. This is sexual harassment. Don't just look at me. Hurry and acquire the immortal ancient precious flame. Xianxia spoke with a deadly earnest expression. Who is looking at you? Yuchan was indignant, appearing quite different from her usual pure and untainted fairy style. It was as if an immortal fell into the world of mortals. With a cough, Xianxia began to move out his tall and robust body, saying to himself, "It can't be helped. My style is exceptional, so not even heaven-mending sex fairy can hold herself back. She can only be drawn in." At this moment, divine multicolored light seeped out from Yuchan's eyes, and the roots of her teeth felt sore. She truly wanted to put him down and viciously beat him up. "It's coming," Xianxia reminded. The green moon fell, gradually approaching Yuchan's sparkling white body, illuminating her brilliantly. It suspended above her head and released a gentle feeling. She was going to succeed soon. Yuchan focused her attention. Her red lips gently opened, starting to chant the sacrificial language to communicate with the green moon and establish a close connection. What left her helpless was that Xianxia, who was now idle and didn't have to take any action, unexpectedly began to walk back and forth, evaluating every part of her. It made her snow-white body immediately flush with redness. "Can you stay a bit farther away from me?" she said through clenched teeth, because she didn't feel at ease, fearing that she would be disturbed and there will be some problems. "Fine, but you have to take responsibility for looking at me indecently. You've already seen everything I have," Xianxia said. Yuchan's bright red lips opened slightly. She was so angry she almost vomited blood. Her pearly white teeth clenched inwardly. But in the end, she could only stare hatefully at him. It was effective. Yuchan is about to succeed. Will I be able to acquire that extremely mysterious ancient flame as well? Xianxia said to himself, feeling rather expectant. Of course, the beautiful scene in front of him was similarly something to look forward to. He wasn't willing to pass up on this chance. 10 feet, 9 feet, 8 feet. The green moon descended, appearing like a colored glazed sphere that illuminated the world. It radiated resplendent splendor as it slowly approached the two individuals below. At this moment, Xianxia became serious, no longer playing around. There was even less of a need to talk about Yuchan. At first, they could feel a sense of warmth, but later on, there was a burning pain that tore at their flesh and bones. Right now, it felt as if one's blood was burning and spilling out from their pores. Yuchan's body was originally spotlessly white like ivory, but currently, there was a faint layer of blood energy that was quickly spreading, burning like innate essence. This was extremely dangerous, with a single mishap resulting in becoming a lump of flame, one that would leave nothing but ashes behind. It was because this was the green lunar flame, one that powerful individuals knew about since the ancient times. It was rumored to be an exceptional ancient flame that was left behind by a true immortal, something not even the heavenly deities of the ancient past could stop. It was unknown just how many of them were burned to death by these flames. One couldn't forcefully face it head-on, as it was impossible to resist. One had to communicate with it and establish a stable and contractual relationship, or else they would undoubtedly die. Yuchan was divine and perfect. Her lips were rosy, releasing symbols. She was chanting the immortal ancient sacrificial language and resonating with that green lunar flame to become one with it. Unfortunately, even though she was enduring and not going against it, she still used up a large amount of her innate essence. It seeped out along with her blood energy out from her pores, burning up in the void. It was because the green lunar flame was too terrifying. Even though it didn't release its heavenly might, The light it normally released already reached a nearly unbearable level. Yuchan's spotlessly white body had a layer of sweat in the beginning, but it quickly evaporated as well into white mist, burning together with her essence blood. Her situation was not looking well, tottering and on the verge of collapse. It was just too strenuous. If she continued like this, she wouldn't be able to hold on much longer. Xianxia frowned. His body shone and released a wave of innate essence. They turned into chains, entering Yuchan's pure white body to help replenish her true source. Yuchan's figure stabilized. Her eyes regained their brilliance, and her tongue began to move. Symbols left her mouth one after another, interacting with that flame. And, is it about to succeed? Xianxia revealed a look of joy. He saw that the green moon had become quite a bit gentler, and the temperature also decreased. The flame seemed like it could sense the strain Yuchan was facing. The green moon descended, now less than 5 feet from Yuchan's head. This distance was just too close. Meanwhile, she was not injured further by this, and on the contrary, her condition improved much better. Xianxia couldn't help but sigh. One truly couldn't compare themselves to another. The first ancient flame he saw was precisely the green lunar flame, yet he was almost drowned in fiery light, forcing him to leave. Yet now, Yuchan was about to succeed. If news of this got out, it would definitely shake the world under the heavens. One has to understand that this type of ancient flame was related to true flames. It was the most precious and rarely seen type. If one used it to achieve divinity, it would display the most shocking transformation, granting one limitless potential. 4 feet, 3 feet, 2 feet. The green moon approached, becoming more and more gentle and peaceful. Everything seemed to have already been settled and on the verge of succeeding. Hong! Suddenly, Yuchan's body trembled. When the green moon was only a foot away from her, the flame produced a sudden change. There was a void figure that could vaguely be seen, and then it began to flourish with brilliance again. Not good. Without any hesitation, Xianxia's entire body surged. He used his innate essence to form tens of thousands of strands of auspicious energy, sending them into her body and doing everything he could to assist her. In addition, he continuously chanted the sacrificial language as well to communicate with the flame. The green lunar splendor was brilliant. It poured outwards, wrapping Yuchan within and releasing a heart-shaking aura. Even Xianxia, who wasn't directly involved, felt that it was terrifying. If this type of radiance erupted, it was enough to turn a heavenly deity into ashes. At this moment, Yuchan was completely unmoving. Only her mouth was releasing sound. The green lunar splendor surrounded her body. She looked extremely calm and peaceful without joy or worry. Xianxia was extremely nervous. If an accident happened, then the result wouldn't be merely a failure to obtain the flame, but rather destruction of both mind and body, turning into nothingness. He didn't know how to help her right now. He didn't dare rashly take action out of fear of affecting that lunar brilliance. Suddenly, Xianxia's expression froze. He saw a figure within the green moon, an elegant and tall woman that stood within the moonlight. It was as if a true immortal had reincarnated. This is Goddess Qingyu? Xianxia was shocked, finding it hard to believe. How could this kind of figure appear? He had previously asked Qi Daolin, inquiring if anything strange would happen upon facing these rare ancient flames. Back then, he received the reply that he didn't need to worry, that it had long become unrelated to the past true immortal. However, how did a human figure appear before his eyes? This ancient flame was not normal. Suddenly, Yuchan released a light groan. She was enduring tremendous pain. Her body was trembling, almost unable to hold on any longer. Yuchan! Xianxia's expression changed. The green lunar splendor closed in on the surface of her body, making contact. The temperature was so high it would make deities shudder in fear. How could this be? Didn't it restrain its heat, becoming peaceful? Why did it become so terrifying now? Xianxia clenched his fists tightly. I can't hold on. This might be a failure. Yuchan spoke. This most terrifying temperature was enough to burn any deity into ashes, let alone a supreme expert. While speaking these words, Her body already became blurry. Her vitality was severely damaged. This was a sudden transformation. When moonlight approached her body earlier, it didn't injure her. But now, it became like a wild horse that threw off its reins as it rushed into her flesh to set her aflame. "No!" Xianxia shouted loudly. He chanted the sacrificial language, communicating with the green moon to guide it over. He wanted to stop this disaster. "I never expected there would be this kind of conclusion." Yuchan felt regret. She had already endured tremendous pain, and her spotlessly white body was badly burned. It was hard for her to hold on. For her to be able to speak right now was already something purely done out of her powerful willpower. Otherwise, she would have long collapsed. "I am still here. I won't let you die." Xianxia used his divine senses to incite the flame, adopting the most severe methods. He was inciting this flame, hoping for it to come over so that Yuchan could struggle free. Pang! A streak of light descended, one that was incomparably hot. It blasted Xianxia flying, and it also turned his entire body scorched black. There was an intense feeling of pain. He was horrified. That was just a streak of multicolored light, yet it already left him like this. So one could well imagine what kind of disaster Yuchan was currently facing. She was on the verge of turning into scattered ashes. What kind of true immortal aura does a rotten flame like you have? What are you bothering a young girl like this for? If you have the guts, then come at me. Xianxia gave up on the ancient sacrificial language. It was because he knew that this flame was strange. The moonlight unexpectedly had an immortal projection. It was not quite the same as other rare precious flames. Xianxia sounded. He put on that tattered armor because it came from the uninhabited region, seemingly having some kind of extraordinary background. At this moment, Xianxia couldn't be bothered with so much. Even though the ancient flame couldn't be resisted and only communicated with to establish a connection, now that it was useless, he could only use force. Chi. He no longer worried about his own safety as he directly grabbed Yuchan's indistinct figure to get her out. Seeing him risk his life to save her, Yuchan opened her mouth. With an incomparably weak voice, she said, "Don't give your life away, hurry and leave. Open." Xianxia shouted, using his arm to shake off the flames and scatter the moonlight. He wanted to pull Yuchan out and free her from this disastrous situation. Yuchan's figure was blurry, already suffering severe damage. Her eyes had long grew dim. However, when she saw Xianxia try to save her at this moment, there was still a bit of brilliance. She said quietly, "You should hurry and leave, don't be foolish." This was the flame of a true immortal. Forget about a supreme expert. Even if a group of the most powerful deities were here, they would only die. They weren't its opponent at all. Pang! Xianxia didn't bother speaking too much to her. His arm penetrated the barrier of light, dragged her out with one movement, and then he quickly retreated. However, that green moon followed, continuing to scatter its green holy splendor around Yuchan, not retreating at all. It was about to completely refine her flesh. At this moment, Xianxia's arm was under intense pain, feeling as if his bones had been burned through. At the very least, his flesh was withering away. However, if anyone else were here, they would definitely be shocked. What was this shoddy-looking armor? It unexpectedly stopped the fire's power, not allowing it to immediately burn him away. The flame left behind by a true immortal cannot be contended against. Yuchan's eyes carried radiance as she looked at Xianxia. It seemed like she wanted to say something, but only this sentence came out in the end. She forcefully pushed him away. At this moment, even her soul was being set aflame. Forget about her fine skin and sparkling bones. Even her life was already reaching its limit. Meanwhile, this was because the green moon hadn't truly gone berserk yet, the result of only scattering down moonlight. Otherwise, she would have directly been burned into ashes. What are you trying to do? Do you need to slowly torment someone if you wanted them dead? Xianxia berated the green moon. Then he fiercely swung outwards. The armor struggled free from his arm and quickly covered Yuchan's body. Then he displayed divine abilities, directly sending Yuchan out. He himself also quickly evaded. Even though the armor was covered in holes, it still had some uses. After Yu Chan's blurry figure was surrounded, it was temporarily separated from the green moon. Meanwhile, all of the dangers immediately shifted over to Shi Hao. The green divine moon seemed to have become angered. Hong! A streak of fiery light descended, blasting Shi Hao flying. If it was anyone else, they would have definitely been burned into ashes. He was blasted into the ruin's depths. His entire body was in intense pain, and great flames raged about him. Shi Hao grimaced. He was able to block this strike. Motherfucker! Shi Hao cursed. He went for a gamble to save Yu Chan, yet he still failed in the end. That green moon wrapped around her, following her relentlessly. This time it was even more complete, surrounding her head. Both of them linked up together. In addition, Kung Chong sounds rang out continuously. That tattered armor was blasted loose, separating from Yu Chan's indistinct figure and falling out. Couldn't protect her. Shi Hao decisively brought out the pill furnace, deciding he was going to risk it all. Otherwise, Yu Chan wouldn't have any chance left and would have both her body and spirit wiped out. You, don't come over. These were the last words Yu Chan's willpower could squeeze out. Her emotions were complex as she watched Shi Hao in the distance. She raised her indistinct arm and gently waved. Absolute nonsense. You are my wife, so I naturally have to save you. Shi Hao tossed out the pill furnace to releasing the lightning with Immortal Dao aura as well as that yellow earth. He was using everything he had. Moreover, he rushed over himself to guide the green moon away. Yu Chan opened her mouth, but she couldn't utter any words. Her divine senses weren't working as she wished. Hong! A streak of light scattered downwards, divine and matchless. It smashed Shi Hao flying. Unexpectedly, he wasn't killed, nor was he even injured. This moonlight was quite special, only pushing him away. Meanwhile, the green moon became resplendent, and that female immortal projection became a bit clearer. It seemed to have almost released a sigh. Moreover, the fiery light that surrounded Yu Chan no longer throbbed, instead immediately becoming gentle. Everything immediately changed in reverse. Yu Chan's weak aura became stronger. Her blurry body reappeared, and like a phoenix undergoing rebirth while bathed in flames, an exuberant wave of vitality swept outwards. Within that gentle sphere of brilliance, a spotlessly white and sparkling immortal body gradually appeared. Yu Chan reappeared, her body reconstructed. She was reborn. This is... Shi Hao was shocked. The space between Yu Chan's brows was shining. The imprint that was suspected to be Immortal Dao divine projection formed a void figure. It was as if a girl was dancing about, unexpectedly communicating with the woman within the green moon. Yu Chan stood there, the space between her brows shining brilliantly. A woman was dancing about there. Even though it was small and was just a projection, it was vivid and lifelike. This was quite strange. The area between her brows was actually this special. Regardless, she was unharmed. This made Shi Hao release a breath of relief. They finally made it through this disaster. Yu Chan's figure was tall, pure white and sparkling. It was unexpectedly just as good as before, and even her fine black hair became more brilliant. Her entire being exuded a type of life force. Above her head, that green moon was still changing, gradually becoming larger. The immortal projection within became more and more clear, as if it towered above the clouds. It was as if a true immortal was about to descend. Oh! She scattered apart like an illusion, turning into a multicolored haze and merging with the green moon. In the end, the entire green moon turned into a lump of flame that surrounded Yu Chan. It was exceptionally peaceful without any blazing heat. The green lunar flame changed, no longer injuring Yu Chan and instead surrounding her. Shi Hao was shocked. This flame left behind by the true immortal unexpectedly became so gentle, turning into female clothing that covered Yu Chan's body, protecting her within. Yu Chan was calm, her eyes bright and clear, flickering with an intelligent radiance. She completely calmed down. She chanted sacrificial language from her mouth, establishing a mysterious contractual relationship. She then succeeded. There seemed to be green precious clothes flickering about her body. The ancient flame became a long dress, beautiful and divine, but also a type of metallic feeling as it flickered with sparkling radiance. It gave Yu-chan a unique type of beautiful aesthetic. It can even turn into battle armor? Shihao was shocked. He always felt like the green lunar flame was a bit different. It seemed to agree especially well with Yu-chan. Chi. Immediately afterwards, green moonlight flickered. The dress disappeared, and Yu-chan's ivory-like body appeared again. Meanwhile, that flame turned into a multicolored haze, appearing between her brows. A light cry sounded. It unexpectedly merged with that dancing figure, permanently becoming one with it. It is a bit different from the other ancient flames like the 10,000 Evil Flame, Great Scarlet Sky Flame, and others. Shihao said softly. At this moment, the ruins became quiet. The green moon disappeared, becoming one with the engraving between Yu-chan's brows. It wouldn't appear unless summoned. Yu-chan stood there quietly, silently sensing and studying the changes that were taking place. A smile gradually appeared on her face. She could feel the tremendous benefits she received. She succeeded. Suddenly, she seemed to have thought of something and turned around. She saw Shihao's eyes that were flickering brightly, currently looking at her pure white naked body. They immediately released blazing radiance. Her jade-like body that undulated with curves became blinding like a sun. That was actually the green moonlight's illumination, originating from the space between her brows, surrounding her entire body. At the same time, a long dress appeared that surrounded her body. Yu-chan immediately became dressed. Only then did she restrain the divine radiance from her forehead. Did you see enough? Yu-chan's voice was extremely pleasant to listen to, as if untainted by worldly emotions. It was extremely calm and peaceful. No, Shihao decisively replied. Yu-chan gathered her beautiful hair and smiled faintly. It was as if a divine moon was releasing its splendor, making her appear even more sacred and otherworldly than before, granting her a sense of spirituality. I meant what I said, while your Dao heart has to be steady as well. Shihao was shocked. Then, he laughed and said, Are you talking about that agreement? Yes. Yu-chan nodded. When did you become so generous and carefree? Shihao was shocked. Yu-chan said softly, After experiencing the great battle of 3,000 provinces, even if you fail, if you calm down your heart and gradually accumulate wisdom, there will definitely be a day when you will rise up and achieve great things. When Shihao heard this, the expression on his face immediately became wide. Turns out the so-called agreement was made because she thought he would definitely fail, telling him that he should earnestly comprehend the Tao instead. Yu-chan, I just saved you. Yet you are now looking down on me so much? Yu-chan shook her head and said, I feel that with your natural talents, you will definitely become a glorious figure in this world. You shouldn't divide your attention and should instead focus on cultivation. The reason why we are what we are is because of all types of emotions. If one did what you said and focused on cultivation while neglecting other things, they will miss out on many things along the way. Shihao didn't agree with her. Yu-chan said softly, Those that enjoy worldly things, even if their appearances are exceptional, there will still be a day when they will return to the great earth. There should be some greater pursuit, one that transcends this mortal world. I am always transcending, resolutely forging ahead in my path. It doesn't conflict with the ordinary emotions and desires of normal people. Shihao said. Then, he became suspicious and said, What is with you? After obtaining this rare ancient flame, you seem to be a bit aloof? It's almost as if you are about to leave this world of mortals. After truly obtaining the flame left behind by the true immortal, I seem to have mysteriously obtained the insights from just now. I suddenly had the feeling that worldly affairs were like smoke covering my eyes, now finally scattered. Only transcending, that is the soul path, Yu-chan said. Her head of black hair fell like silk fabric. Her entire body carried a faint white mist, making her look hazy and otherworldly, as if she didn't belong to the world of mortals. Hey, Yu-chan, don't tell me you are becoming world-weary? Hurry up and turn around so you can give birth to a child. It won't be good if you continue like this. Hao really wasn't someone who would stop until he said some alarming things. Even though the aloof and intelligent Yuchan was extremely calm, she was still shocked. Then, an expression appeared on her beautiful face. She was angered badly enough. You weren't beyond saving after all, Hao said to himself. The world of mortals has a limit. The thousands of mountains and tens of thousands of lakes are fated to become nothing. They all have a day when they will become lonely and desolate, with nothing in existence. A single person is insignificant, yet there are endless desires and aspirations, all fated to become nothing. Why should one bother staying here and stop moving? There is actually only one path below our feet. As Yuchan spoke, she gazed into the heavens. You've gone crazy. Let me pull you back. Hao immediately took action on his words, grabbing one of Yuchan's hands and roaring like a lion. You still aren't going to wake up? Green holy radiance flashed. Yuchan struggled free from Hao's hand and gave him a look of disdain, her eyes saying, Don't try to take advantage of others with a strange face. If I become number one in the end within the great battle of 3,000 provinces, rising above everyone else, I will personally carry you back and have you experience the wonders of the mortal world. For example, the traditional roles of a good wife and other matters. Hao laughed and said, Sure, if you are able to become number one under the heavens. Yuchan smiled and said absent-mindedly, Then it's set in stone. When Hao saw her absent-minded expression, he unexpectedly felt motivation, as well as a competitiveness. He looked forward to rising up in the great battle of 3,000 provinces. He then asked about the green lunar flame's mysteries, exactly what was different after she acquired this rare precious flame. Yuchan told him things as they were without concealing anything. She told him that it was like gaining a moment of enlightenment. She comprehended a few things, and up ahead, it was as if there was a lighthouse shining, allowing her to see the road ahead. Generally speaking, once one became a deity and ignited the self, the rare precious flames would leave. The moment one became a deity, all cultivators would gain tremendous amounts of insights, allowing one to peer into the distance in an instant, seeing the road ahead. This was a moment cultivators looked forwards to in their lives. Meanwhile, Yuchan hadn't turned into a deity. Yet there was still a great flash of realization. Geniuses with great potential formed a faint connection with these rare precious flames precisely for that moment. The road ahead, realization, great Tao, these are the things the rare precious flame created, right? Comprehending the Tao from the foundation and stepping onto one's own path. Hao said to himself, I'm not sure. The ancient flames are suspected to have been left behind by true immortals. If one uses it as a Tao seed, as tinder, one will naturally be able to reach greater heights. Yuchan said, Why do you have to use them as a tinder? Can't one use themselves as the Tao seed? At this moment, Hao seemed to have thought of something. He became a bit unsure about the so-called igniting a divine flame. Yuchan was shocked. The rare ancient flames are left behind by the true immortals after they pass away, and can also be called immortal seeds. With them as the Tao seed, it will naturally pave the way ahead, bringing transcendence and hope. Rather than doing it like this, I would rather use a single grain of sand, a stalk of grass, a tree, a mountain, and other tangible objects to use as reference, using the entire mountains, rivers, heaven, earth, sun, moon, and stars as my tinder. I would rather plant my Tao that way, Hao said. Yuchan revealed a look of shock and said, What are you trying to do then? Not going to use an ancient flame and directly ignite the self. Is that not okay? Hao asked. Yuchan said, Many people couldn't find rare precious flames and use other divine flames to ignite themselves. And there are even more who cannot even obtain any divine flames, so they could only rely on themselves. Then that is to say, the most ordinary people are like me, and only they would do this? Hao asked. Correct. Yuchan nodded. Why do I feel like this is the correct path then? Hao said softly. Then he said, Then should I acquire an ancient flame first, study it thoroughly, and then do it that way? Hong! A streak of heavenly lightning hacked down, directly blasting Xiao's flesh, making his head release smoke. His entire body was scorched black, and he flew outwards. If it was an ordinary supreme expert, they would have definitely had both mind and spirit wiped out. Meanwhile, his hair stood on end, and when he opened his mouth, electrical arcs flowed outwards, but he didn't die. His injuries weren't severe either, just startled a bit. He raised his head in confusion, staring at the heavens. Fuck! Who is blasting me with lightning? Xiao was furious. Someone actually dared to attack him. Yuchan was stupefied as well. She saw clearly that the lightning was born in the void. No one took action. It came directly from the heavens. Xiao brought out the dual pupil and carefully searched around. In the end, he didn't find anything unusual. During the immortal ancient era, when one speaks about natural laws, discusses the Tao, if there are shocking things, there would occasionally be heavenly lightning that would descend. In the present world, there is already no longer any heavenly tribulation. Just now, how could it have? Yuchan said to herself. There was divine multicolored light in her eyes as she looked at Xiao. Xiao was truly depressed. He was blasted by lightning for no reason, making him quite pissed. We're leaving. He hung his head and said. This was just too embarrassing, being blasted by the heavens for no reason. It really was weird. Yuchan wanted to laugh, but she endured it, treating it like nothing happened. Of course, she didn't forget to philosophically add that only by acting properly will the heavens protect us. Xiao's face went red. He didn't want to stay here a second later. Then they returned to where Goddess Academy was. Dang! A large bell was ringing. It rang throughout heaven and earth. It's the Academy's Tao bell. What happened for it to be sounded? Yuchan revealed a look of shock. Normally, only major events would trigger this bell sound. At the same time, bell sounds rang from the distance as well, shaking heaven and earth. It was remote and drawn out. It seems to be coming from Kuan province. Yuchan discovered. This place bordered on Goddess, Fire, and Kuan provinces. Its location was quite special. Immediately after, a larger bell resounded through the air, sounding extremely ancient. It transmitted extremely far into the distance. It came from Fire province's direction. Could it be? Even though Yuchan was aloof and otherworldly, right now her beautiful eyes were flourishing with radiance. It was hard for her to calm down. What happened? Xiao asked. Yuchan said, 100 rivers gather in the ocean. The 3,000 provinces' great battle should be approaching. Perhaps it is about to start. It is just like how it is in legends, with 10,000 bells ringing through heaven and earth. All the large ancient sects and inheritances, upon receiving information, will deliver the message through bells. All sects will consult with each other, and 10,000 bells will sound. The distinguished meeting is about to start, the world about to become glorious. The fight between young supreme beings is about to commence. 100 rivers will converge. Tens of thousands will compete. It is about to arrive. On the grassland, an elder was leaning on a walking stick while pulling along a golden wolf. He released a long and drawn-out sigh. It won't be long before this day will finally arrive. The immortal ancient era's natural luck that had been left behind until this day. Perhaps this might be the last opportunity. By the edge of the large lake, a boulder that had existed for a long time shook off the dust covering it, saying these words. That day, long and drawn-out bell sounds tore through the thousands of mountains and tens of thousands of waters, reaching from the mountains to flourishing great cities, from the arid great deserts to the boundless ocean shores. The world under the heavens was shaken up. Many people knew that the battle of the higher realms' geniuses was about to begin. A time of great glory was about to descend. This was the result of tens of thousands of sects conversing with each other, the greatest gathering of great sects. They all participated in this matter, and their sects' great bells sounded. It was the same as informing the entire world. From that day forth, everyone could begin to look forward to the great competition. The Tao bells were long and drawn out as they resounded through heaven and earth, reminding geniuses in isolation that they needed to make their preparations. They couldn't miss out on this great battle and opportunity that the entire world was keeping their eyes on. Goddess Academy was naturally bustling with activity as well. Many people cried out in alarm, and sounds of discussion could be heard everywhere. You should go back. If there is something, I will look for you, Xianxia said, and then he didn't enter the academy. Otherwise, he might be surrounded from all sides. The moment Yuchan glanced backwards, her beauty was unmatched. She turned back into Qingyi, waved towards Xianxia, and then entered the academy. The two could be considered to both be facing trials and tribulations together, so there wasn't much thanks that needed to be said between them. From that day forth, all young supreme beings under the heavens all began to make preparations. The road ahead would definitely be difficult. Xianxia needed to carefully think about how he was going to win in the great battle. You returned. From your dejected and depressed looks, you definitely failed. Outside the mountain gate, Qi Daolin opened his eyes and gave him a look. Succeeded, but gave it to someone else. Xianxia didn't hide this, saying it as it was. Qi Daolin's mouth opened. What exactly was this youngster thinking? He even gave the green lunar flame away. Was this extreme generosity or stupidity? You idiot! For the sake of a woman, you even gifted away a world-shaking ancient flame. What do you treat it as? That is one of the world's greatest treasures, known as an immortal seed. How many sect masters have looked for them throughout the eras yet were unable to find any? Qi Daolin battered him with criticism. Xianxia retorted. Who am I? Do I need to chase after a girl? Once the 3,000 provinces genius great battle begins, you will definitely suffer greatly. Forget about those number ones that are sealed under ice mountain restrictions. Even the young geniuses of the present world will all find rare precious flames. When they enter, they will ignite their divine flames and become a deity. How will you deal with them then? What is there to be scared of? I already said that those historical number ones are my food. When the time comes, all the girls will be brought back to warm the bed. Xianxia boasted shamelessly. You have to find an ancient flame, or in other words, an immortal seed. Otherwise, you won't have the slightest bit of chance. You won't even enter the top 100 names. Qi Daolin was extremely serious. He seriously warned that only those that had perfect immortal seeds could undergo the most thorough evolution, becoming perfect. Only then would they have a level road ahead. It seems like I need to seize the great scarlet sky flame for you. It could be seen that Qi Daolin had great hopes for him, not hesitating to add fuel to his notorious reputation. Xianxia refused. He made a solemn vow that there was no need for this, saying that he would still rise up. He really wanted to talk about the 9 dragon skeletons and bronze coffin matters, as well as the mysterious flame, but he feared that the elder would become so stirred up he would open the coffin without fearing the consequences. He felt that he should wait a bit longer. Go cultivate the 8th heaven's art, Qi Daolin shouted, feeling upset that Xianxia didn't meet his expectations. He didn't want to see him act so careless, so he had him run around with the great mountain. Dao Master, why don't you teach me your techniques? Carrying the mountain on my back and running all day. When others see this, it's just too humiliating. Xianxia grumbled, feeling extremely discontent. You haven't met the requirements yet. Only when your flesh, bone texts, and spirit all become one with no distinctions between will it be enough. Qi Daolin spoke with a downcast face, and then he blasted Xianxia flying. He also grabbed a large mountain with a single movement, tossing it onto his back. Hong long long, the earth quaked and mountains shook. Xianxia leapt into the distance with the great mountain on his back. Even though he was extremely discontent, he couldn't contradict this elder in front of his face. He truly feared that this infamous old man might kick him out due to a foul mood. The great bells of sex all over the 3,000 province sounded. From this day forth, all geniuses would move out in preparation of joining the great battle. During these final days of preparation, some people sat quietly in meditation, some refined precious artifacts, while others came out of isolation to exchange pointers with others, using this to adjust their own vital energies. Goddess Academy was well known, a place almost everyone in the higher realms knew about. They naturally had many dealings with other great sects, so in the following days, there were many guests that arrived. Nine-Headed Snake Clan, Yin Yang Academy, Oblique Moon Ancient Cave, and Holy Feather Clan's elites have arrived. There were students that cried in surprise. These were all great sects or enormous clans. During these days, all sects' outstanding disciples came and went, discussing the Tao with each other and exchanging pointers. They were all adjusting their condition. In addition, because they were bordering the Fire Province, a chaotic place where divine materials emerged, the young disciples of various sects were sent over to protect the mines. It was a mix of fish and dragons. There were many geniuses, with visitors coming from everywhere. You all don't know this, but the Academy might have emperor clans that will come to pay a visit, wishing to see our human immortal engravings. They bring with them bone books with similarly shocking value in exchange. Everyone sucked in a cold breath of air, feeling that a great storm was about to arrive. The geniuses of the sects under the heavens all moved out. A great storm stirred about, and all of them were preparing for battle. One could imagine how unordinary the gathering soon after will be. Great battles will go on without end. It was definitely going to be a world-shocking event. Right? Did that little shoddy monastery's fella appear? With so many elites from great sects coming to visit. If we oppress him together, we will definitely beat him so bad he'll be looking for his own teeth all over the floor. That good-for-nothing withered away as soon as we appeared and never dared to appear again. A group of senior brothers from the Academy looked for him many times, yet they never found a clue. He already ran away a long time ago, no longer here. When they brought up how, they couldn't help but feel discontent. As a prestigious sect, they carried a type of live high and look down attitude. They felt great contempt for that notorious inheritance. Of course, these people still felt restraining fear in their hearts, because even though that place's name wasn't great, the people that came out from it were quite unordinary. Did you guys hear? A mountain deity has appeared on the grassland. It runs extremely quickly, and many people chased after it, yet they all failed, unable to capture it. Woo, I've heard about it. Perhaps it might contain a mountain treasure. Shall we go and take a look too? Okay. In the past few days, How suffered without being able to complain, forced by Qi Daolin to carry the mountain on his back. This mountain had a seal stuck on it that made it 10 times heavier. What exactly is the Tao seed? He was thinking about his own path while running frantically. Now that he was close to the divine flame realm, he needed to cross the crucial step. During these past few days, he was always bitterly cultivating in Fire Province's savannah, because this place was extremely vast. He ran while carrying the great mountain with no obstacles in his way. It was also precisely because of this that he was able to think about other matters. Our luck really is good. Look, that divine mountain appeared again. A group of people appeared on the horizon. They looked at the moving enormous mountain, all of them revealing looks of shock. It doesn't seem quite right. This shouldn't be some expert's magical treasure, right? For example, an earth-overturning imprint that turned into a mountain form, running about crazily. Some people were doubtful. On the mountain, ancient trees towered into the skies. There were symbols flickering about as well. The atmosphere was extremely unordinary. If it truly is a precious artifact, it is an ownerless object. It developed intelligence, and that's why it's running about crazily. Everyone discussed this among themselves as they quickly chased after it. They were going to observe it in more detail because many of them were curious. It's going berserk, going to smash into a mountain ridge. Right at this moment, someone cried out in alarm. There were mountains on the savannah as well. For example, there was a mountain ridge before them. That enormous peak was still running crazily, smashing its way over. In reality, How had become distracted. He was thinking about how to plant his Tao, how he was going to rise up when achieving divinity and step onto his own path. The result of this was that he smashed into the mountain ridge ahead of him while carrying the enormous mountain. The earth quaked and mountains shook, causing him to be buried underneath. With a hoo-la sound, Goddess Academy's people surrounded it. They were all excited as they stared at the great mountain covered in smoke and dust. Cough! Sure how coughed. He climbed out with his head and face covered with grime. He complained inwardly about his bad luck. His appearance left everyone shocked. They looked like they had seen a ghost, not understanding why he was here. He is that little shoddy monastery's person. Someone cried out in alarm, recognizing him. You're right. It was precisely him who was boasting shamelessly, doing business at my academy's entrance, saying he could beat up higher-grade seniors for a fee and bully lower-grade juniors. Someone cried out strangely. It's actually that degenerate. He was carrying a mountain while running around. Is there something wrong with his head? When the group of people awoke, they were all a bit puzzled. But there was also mockery in their alarm. Who is a degenerate? Sure How was pissed off to begin with from being forced to carry the mountain. When he saw this group of people, his face darkened even further. He directly rushed up. Your inheritance is notorious and ridiculed by the entire world, not appearing for several thousand years. Yet you even dare to provoke my goddess academy? Today, we will show you your place. None of these people were weak, all fierce individuals of the higher grade, or else they wouldn't dare to try and subdue the mountain deity. Now that they saw him take the initiative to attack them, they were naturally all angered. Unfortunately, they truly didn't know about Sure How not understanding his sex doctrine. Otherwise, they definitely wouldn't have been willing to rush over. One has to understand that Sure How had even killed exceptional talents before. As soon as they exchanged blows, someone was slapped flying like nothing. His entire body was covered in cracks and dripping with blood. Fortunately, Sure How still didn't take his life. This result made everyone's expressions change. They swarmed over, all of their precious artifacts shining. Bone texts appeared in large amounts. What left them fearful was that this person was just too terrifying. He broke their bone artifacts with his bare hands. With Xianxia sounds, a large pile of precious artifacts were crushed, and everyone was even more so struck until blood sprayed out from their mouths, flying outwards. You are from the Celestial clan? Sure How saw a youth. Correct. I am the descendant of an emperor clan. That person stood up, shouting loudly after thinking that Sure How felt fear. Pong! Without saying another word, he kicked outwards, blasting him until his mouthful of teeth flew out. He then added another kick, sending him flying into the air until he disappeared. The group of people looked completely stupefied. They then dispersed in confusion. This fella was a devil king. There was no way to fight against him. The elites of various sects were gathering at Goddess Academy, and even Feng Wu came out from isolation. She was discussing techniques and Tao in the palace. This one should be Brother Kuan Mo, one of Celestial Clan's 6 heroes? Someone spoke, politely cupping fists towards this individual. Those nearby were all shocked. There were even people from the Celestial Clan that came to pay their respects. It really was bustling with activity. I do not deserve your praise, Kuan Mo said humbly. In reality, he was no longer within the 6 heroes because of the Heaven's Mandate stone matter. Now that Yun Shi and the others were being raised up, he was squeezed out. I heard that some changes happened to the Celestial Clan not too long ago, and many giants arrived. Was there such an event? Someone asked. There was. Kuan Mo nodded, but he wasn't willing to speak too much. It was because the matters back then were messy and complicated. It was difficult to say clearly. Rumor has it that the young Devil King Huang stirred up quite the chaos there. I wonder if that is true or false. When these words were spoken, everyone revealed looks of shock. They all gazed over out of interest. Correct, he has appeared. Only, he does not live up to his reputation. Just a trifling younger generation who isn't much at all. If not for someone pleading for leniency, my clan's heroes would have directly killed him. Mo Kuan said. That can't be. Huang's name shakes dozens of provinces. A young hero that is terrifying to the extreme. In Origin Sky Secret Realm, he fought against experts from all different places and has an illustrious reputation. How could he be so unsightly? Someone became doubtful. It was just others bragging on purpose. What does he amount to? If you all truly meet him, you'll understand if you just fight him. It was just a few great sects adding fuel to the fire, purposely creating his demonic reputation. He was disciplined by my sect until he was completely obedient and submissive. Kuinemo said coldly. Everyone became shocked, not believing this too much. It was because they heard a few secret rumors. I heard that Celestial Clan lusted after his precious technique and as a result bit the hand that fed them. Right at this moment Qing Yi spoke. Her expression was quiet and indifferent, her eyes clear. Just a rumor. This is slandering my clan. You'll understand if you just ask around in Devil or Heaven province. Kuinemo said. Then, he added, my clan's #1 expert Yu. As well the later risen up heavenly talent Yun, she will be looking around in Fire Province's ancient mines soon. If you all don't believe me, you can ask them. In reality, Celestial Clan was extremely dishonorable. Kuinemo didn't want to speak too much on this issue, and as such changed the topic. Is that so? Then I'm looking forward to it. Qing Yi spoke, or in other words, Yuchan did. She seemed to be implying something.